name is Laura Stoner, and I'm here with Justin Gary Martin, retired Lieutenant Colonel. And we're here to talk to you about your experiences during the Vietnam War. We are at Liberia House in Manassas, Virginia, and it is July 20th. June 20th, I'm sorry. I'm getting a fast forwarding a month. I'm sorry for that. So now, can you please tell me your full name?
My full name is Justin Marcus Martin II, but I've always gone by Jerry. I'm from Louisiana, and growing up in an environment that was French and Spanish, there are a lot of names that we had growing up that probably were not common names in the 40s. And I happened to be named Justin. Well, in French, that name Justin is Justin. My mother said, no child is going to go through life with a name people can't pronounce. And she had gone to see one of those movies with the cartoon character of Tom and Jerry. And she said, when I was an infant, I looked just like the little mouse. So that's how I became Jerry. And I've always been Jerry ever since. To the people who know me. I very seldom ever used the name Justin and never the name Justin.
So, and then what year were you born in Louisiana?
1945.
And what were your parents' names?
My father was Justin Martin, and my mother was Marjorie Ann Blanc. I guess you would say Blanc in Louisiana, but Blanc if you were somewhere else.
Oh, okay. And what did they do for a living?
My father was a doctor. My father was a pathologist. My mother was a registered nurse. She was an ER nurse and had been an ER nurse ever since she met my father, which is when they were married in 1943 during the war. And she always been a nurse and continued to be a nurse even 50 years after she'd been married. And I think she was an ER supervisor when she finally retired, and that was after 50 years of nursing.
Did she take any time off for children, or did she?
No, as a matter of fact, she didn't. Which probably caused me to be one of those kind of children that had to find his own way. As much as we think about doctors being great humanitarians, and they certainly are, I think doctors' families tend to be neglected. And when your father is a doctor, his rounds are more important than the children. And my mother, as an ER nurse, for some reason wanted to work nights because that's where all of the action and accidents and things occurred. So, she'd come home in the morning and was completely exhausted, and my dad would go to work in the morning. So my sisters and myself were kind of left to ourselves, and we did have a housekeeper, and I guess I don't know if nanny is the word, but Mamie was kind of our nanny that took care of us. And so, I remember as a child, even growing up in Louisiana, and even though we were living in a segregated environment, I always had a nanny, and she would many times take me to her house and put me in bed with her children and take naps and that, even though they were African American and I was white. So, I never could quite really reconcile segregation as a kid growing up. And then, of course, when I came in the Marine Corps, there was no segregation. And I came in the Marine Corps when I was 18. I started LSU, and I guess because of the things in the 60s, I became, a little, not confused, but the 60s were such a turbulent time in our country, especially even in the early 60s, that it was very difficult for you really to find your way. And I think that's where a lot of the problems that we heard about with the drugs and all of the other things probably were responsible for that kind of lifestyle. And I guess like most kids, I had wanted try to run track at college, and I wasn't able to do that. Even though I had run track all through high school, I was just never able to come up to the level that we expected at a school like LSU. So I enlisted in the Marine Corps. And fortunately, my father and grandfather, my father was a very intelligent individual, and he always impressed on us the importance of education, and was one of those kind of taskmasters when it came to, studying and everything. So the first thing that I did when I enlisted in the Marine Corps, I remember this major came in, I can't remember his name to save my life, and he said, "You're going to take a test, Martin." And I said, "Gosh, that's really why I'm here, to get away from taking tests." And he said, "No, you're going to take a test because we got to figure out where you're going to go and what you're going to do in the military." I said, "Well, I thought I was going to be a Marine and go to Vietnam." He said, "Well, that'll probably happen," but he said, "You still need to take a test." So I took a test, and I scored well enough on the test, which kind of validates my father and grandfather's philosophy on doing well on tests. And he said, "You're going to stay in school, and you're going to be a Marine, but you're going to stay in school, and when you graduate, you're going to be a lieutenant." And I said, "Well, what happens if I don't?" He says, "Well, then you are going to be a private, and you are going to Vietnam." Well, interestingly enough, a girl who I was dating, her best friend was dating a young fella who had become a double amputee in Vietnam at that time.
About what year is this?
1964, I guess. It's just started, 65 maybe, probably 65 at this time. Because I enlisted in March of 64, right before the Gulf of Tonkin. So it must have been 65, because he was one of the first groups of Marines that were sent there, and he was wounded terribly. So I said, maybe staying in school might not be a bad idea for a while and see how this whole thing sorts out. So that was my, early experiences. And then I got sent to Virginia.
Can I stop? I have a question. What was your housekeeper's name? Do you know her full name?
I knew her only as Mamie. I don't think I ever knew her last name, Mamie. Yeah. And she had this little guy that, I loved going over there because he would take me out. And of course, they had an outside bathroom. And we would go out there and chase lizards. And of course, when I told my mother that, my mother would get up and say, "Well, you shouldn't be out there doing those kind of things. In fact, I'm not even sure why you're going to Mamie's house." And I said, "Well, because she had things to do." And of course, my mother would get upset and say, "Well, Mamie's supposed to be here." And then, of course, when my mother would wake up, then she'd go about her business. But my mother was not one of those kind of people that was a cook, or, I'll be quite honest, was never really a very nurturing mom, to be honest. She was always very businesslike with myself and my siblings. And my dad was the same way. My experiences with my dad's other kids were going to play Little League ball and things like that. And my dad never did that. We were always kind of on our own. So I think my coaches in high school were probably the biggest influence on me. And to be honest, I was a kid that was probably on the verge of trouble a lot of times. I mean, I was suspended from elementary school because I was very rebellious. I was sent to a Catholic parochial school, and the nuns, the stories you hear about nuns as teachers, some of them were true. I remember I would come home and my mother would say, "What's wrong with your hands? They're all black and blue." And I said, "Well, they had to slap me with the ruler again today." And she said, "Why?" And I said, "Well, I don't know, I guess I was talking." And she said, "Well, why didn't you stop talking?" He said, "Because I didn't like what they were saying to me." And of course, then eventually I got suspended because we had this Catholic brother, who had come in to teach us. And he was this very martinet kind of individual. And he sat us all down. You couldn't talk, you couldn't do anything. And so he eventually talked to us about the fact that we needed to be more responsive to the people in the world that needed it more than we had. And of course, going to a parochial school, I mean, our parents were paying for this. So he said, we're going to have a food drive. And I want everybody to bring in food so we could send it overseas to the missions. Well, I didn't think much about it. So they brought all these canned goods in. And then this friend of mine who later also became a Marine, his father was a doctor too. And some of the kids that I ran with, their dads were doctors and lawyers and that, because that was the nature of the kids that were in school with us. So I remember taking this can of sardines and opening it up. And we had an overhead heater in the classroom. And I took all the sardines and I stuffed them into this burning heater. Well, you can imagine when the sardines cooked and the air was blowing the smell out. They had to evacuate the classroom. Well, of course, they took me down and said, you're going home for 3 days. And my dad came in, and my dad was really upset. He said, you know, you've embarrassed me for the last time. You're not going back to that school. You're going to public school and have to deal with the same things that people are doing in public school. So I, unlike my brothers and sisters who went all through parochial school and high school, elementary and high school, I ended up going to public school from the 8th grade on. To include high school. Well, once I got to high school, I saw the sports. You know, kids were involved in sports. My dad never took me to do sports. So I said, you know, I'm going to do this. Well, one of our coaches happened to have been a Marine on Iwo Jima, and I had a tremendous amount of respect for him. So he was kind of this role model. I'm not going to say father figure, but certainly a role model. And so Coach Anastasio would occasionally talk to us about, you know, his experiences in the Marine Corps and that. I said, well, you know, that sounds like something I might be interested in later on. So I guess it was a natural progression. One of my college roommates at LSU at that time, his father was a general in the Marine Corps Reserves, not in the regular Marine Corps, but in the Reserves. So I guess I, unconsciously was steered towards joining the Marine Corps. So that's how I became a Marine. And then at 18, I came here to Virginia.
Okay, so now what high school did you attend?
I went to Bolton High School in Alexandria, Louisiana, which is the middle of the state.
Was it segregated at the time?
No. I was never in an integrated environment until my freshman year in college. My freshman year in college in 1964, LSU integrated at the undergraduate level. And I was actually sitting in a history class. And the history class was one of those seminar classes where 150 people probably in class, and almost as kind of a balcony type environment. And I happened to be sitting probably, I would think maybe in the middle, not in the back. But I didn't want to be up in the front. I didn't want to be in the back. I was probably in the middle of the class. And I remember all of a sudden there was this commotion in the back of the classroom. And I turned around and there was this young African-American boy. And I'll never forget, he was wearing a suit and he had a very narrow black tie. And there was I assume there were federal marshals, one in front of him, one behind him, and one on either side of him. And they walked this young man right up to the front of the class. And dead silence. The professor stopped because I don't think any of this had been scripted as far as the professor knew. And of course, then all of this conversation started and everybody started talking about this. I would think probably 3/4, if not more, of the class got up and walked out. I sat there. I said, you know, I come into the school to get an education. And I never had any apprehensions about, you know, race. My father's a doctor. I mean, there were people, black people that come to my house. They came to the back door. But I remember one time a fellow came to the front door and knocked on the door. And I asked my dad about that. I said, isn't he supposed to go to the back door, Dad? Well, he's black. And he was hurt. I could see that he and injured. Somehow I was bleeding. My dad took him back to the kitchen, took care and treated him, and I think he referred him to somebody else. And I asked my dad about that, and my dad said, let me tell you something, son. If somebody's hurt, there's no color. I never forgot that. So anyway, I sat there that day and watched. The professor could not control the class. He actually sat down, and we rated the rest of the class period. And then people got up and left. And that was my introduction to integration, because I had never seen it before. And of course, what I just described is not the kind of thing that I think that people had expected to happen, because there wasn't the fanfare and everything. It was done very, very quietly, but very effectively. And of course, about the same time as we were having all the difficulty in Mississippi, which was education state. And there was reprisals after that. I remember watching these big creosote crosses. I mean, I say creosote because they were coated with creosote on the levee and set on fire by the Ku Klux Klan. So there was a backlash to that, but it continued, and rightfully so. And then, of course, I came here same year, '64. My first experience at Quantico, Virginia. And of course, I had candidates that were going to become officers. In fact, there were black drill instructors. And that was my introduction to, I guess, race, was in the Marine Corps. And I'll expand on that once we get to the Vietnam portion, because it came back again in Vietnam. So I'd come up here, and my first introduction to Manassas was at that time. And I was always interested in the American Civil War, so I had gone out. I need to share something. I am a member of the Sons of Union Veterans, which is interesting from Louisiana. My ancestor fought for the North.
But they were from Louisiana.
He left Louisiana, actually went north. My family were vintners in France. Well, I think because Louisiana was French, there was this expectation that you could grow grapes in Louisiana, although the climate is not very conducive to grapes at all. And you can't grow grapes in that kind of environment. So the story was they got on a riverboat and started going north. Got off in a place called Cairo, Illinois. And unfortunately for him, Cairo, Illinois was the home of U.S. Grant. And I think when they got off the boat, they asked him, are you for rebellion or are you against rebellion? Well, I'm sure surrounded by all these people, the answer was, I'm against rebellion. Well, he immediately became a Union soldier. And so, my grandfather was very proud of that. Of course, that wasn't something you really talked about in the South when you had sons of the Confederate veterans and the daughters of the Confederacy and everything else. But, I became a member of the Sons of Union Veterans by virtue of my great-grandfather's involvement in the war. So, so you can see my family was probably not a typical Louisiana family in that regard.
Yeah. So did your dad have any military service?
No, my dad was totally against military. He asked me, he says, why would you want to do that? My dad had gone to school in Europe, as well as here in this country. In fact, my dad had actually been in Germany in 1939 in medical school at the University of Hamburg when the war started. And of course, he was given an ultimatum. I guess all the foreign students were given an ultimatum when the war started in 1939, either to become members of the German army and military or leave. And my dad said, they told him, you got 24 hours to leave. And I think my dad told him, I can be out of here in less than that. And left. He came back. But my dad was a very educated individual. He spoke French, obviously. He spoke Spanish. He spoke Italian. He spoke German, because he told me in Germany at that time, you had to actually defend what you did verbally as well as and writing. So what happened was he was sent to Illinois, where he met my mother. There was a nurse there in this hospital, and there was a defense plant there. And my dad was an older fellow. My dad was born in 1903, so he was in his 40s when he married my mom. There was a 20-year difference in their ages. More than that, I guess 21 years difference, I guess. So he ended up becoming the defense plant doctor for Caterpillar in the morning because he was exempt from military service because he was in one of those kind of careers that is considered a critical career. So he ended up holding sick call in the morning for people in the defense plant. Then he would come back, I guess, to the hospital, make his rounds, but then he was sent to a German prisoner of war camp and treated them. He never talked much about that. My guess is that there was probably also him, since he did speak German, and talking to the prisoners. They were probably interrogating my dad when he came back from these particular, sick calls.
Are you saying this is in the United States?
This is in the United States, in Illinois.
Okay.
Yeah, in Illinois. Peoria, Illinois, as a matter of fact. In fact, that's where I was born. And then we ended up back in Louisiana. But I was actually born there during the war. So he actually would hold sick call for the German and Italian prisoners of war. So he was totally exempt from military service.
Was that, that's kind of like a service in a way.
Well, it is. I guess, people talk about people who evade the draft. And of course, I guess you can look at that as an alternative service. It certainly wasn't military service, no. So how much his life was affected by that, I'm not really sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. My dad had had a tough life growing up. During the Depression, he'd lost all the money that his grandfather had given him to go to medical school. Well, he happened to be going to school in Chicago, finishing his degree there. But I guess on the south side of Chicago, where Al Capone was, they gave free food. They had soup kitchens. Mm. My dad would go down to the soup kitchens to eat. Well, I guess some of these guys found out that he was a doctor, or almost a doctor, and he ended up actually treating these guys on the side to get free food. And I remember asking him, I said, well, didn't you feel bad about that? He said, when you're hungry, he said, you'll do a lot. So he said, I took care of these guys. He said, the only thing was, he said, I never drank their coffee. And I said, why is that? He said, you had to pay a nickel for their coffee. And I said, why'd you have to pay a nickel for their coffee? He said, because Al Capone put booze in the coffee and they were actually paying for the bootleg booze. Oh. But after he became a doctor, he became an intern at a hospital there in Cook, I think it was Cook County General. I remember him talking about this. And he'd have to make these ambulance calls. And he always was really apprehensive about that because he was always afraid he was going to run into some of these guys with the police in their ambulance call. He said one time there was a shootout and this guy was shot off this building and actually fell off the building and hit on the concrete, and the police said, Doc, you need to go over there and pronounce the guy dead. My dad said, I didn't want to get anywhere near him, so I said, I just got up on one knee and said, he's dead. So, my dad, he was one of these kind of guys that did not want to take any more chances than he had to. But his lifestyle was totally different than what I wanted. And so I think that was, the military for me was kind of an escape from that. And I came here to Manassas for the first time.
Wait, one more question.
Sure.
Do you think your mom would have been a doctor if social conventions had allowed it?
No, I don't think so. I think she was very satisfied being a nurse. My grandfather was an engineer, a mechanical engineer, and he helped design the first diesel Zephyr locomotive in this country. And so she came from a family where education, her brother became a West Point soldier. Graduated from West Point and rose to the rank of colonel. In fact, he was in the class with Norman Schwarzkopf, my mother's younger brother. And her other brother was a chemist and had gone and gotten a degree in chemical engineering. So, you know, and she had, I think, 2 years of college before she became a nurse. So she was, you know, educated too, because nursing school at that time was probably the most education most nurses had. But my mother had more education than that. And she, like my father, always said education is important. You have to get educated. You have to have a degree. You've got to go to college. You know, had that not been impressed on me, I'm not even sure I would even have started at LSU. I might have just gone straight into the Marine Corps, but the expectation was I was going to college.
So was it a little bit of a rebellion to leave college after you got there?
Yeah, absolutely it was. Sure, no question. Yeah, it was. And I, quite honest with you, when you think of the services, the Marine Corps is one of those, if you're going to pick a service that's probably considered one of the toughest services, the Marine Corps is that. But you know, I think that's always been the appeal for the Marine Corps. I think you want to go in, if, you know, and I call this the frustrated varsity athlete mentality. If you're a varsity athlete, you always want to be on the first team. You want to play. And I think that was the motivation for me, was I wanted to be where things were happening. If there was going to be a war, then I wanted to be part of it. And that was probably the motivation for me. I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't know what communism was. You know, I'd heard about communism. You talked about it in school, and of course grew up, you know, with hiding under the desk in case they dropped the atomic bomb on you and everything. But, you know, in the back of my mind, I said, Alexandria, Louisiana is probably the last place they're going to drop an atomic bomb. Why am I under a desk? I'm not part of that Catholic school rebellion too, I think. But the bottom line was, yes, it was rebellion, no question. But coming here to Virginia, Virginia did not have any of what I call the social restrictions that we had in Louisiana. So I felt very comfortable here in Virginia.
So what do you mean by social restriction?
Well, I mean, first of all, there was no segregation. I didn't see any of that. I don't think there was the class differentiation that you saw in Louisiana. I mean, where I came from, you were either have or have not. You know, the main economy where I came from was cotton, plantation cotton. One of my best friends' fathers owned the gin, the cotton gin. But you know, if you weren't a doctor, you weren't a lawyer, there was an air base there, and I met a lot of the kids, in fact, dated girls, that their fathers were officers in the Air Force, pilots, because they came to the high school, and they busted them into the high school where I went. And so, you know, I felt very comfortable around the military because I could see that as an alternative to becoming a doctor or a lawyer or college professor. So yes, and Virginia didn't have those restrictions. I mean, the girl that I ended up marrying was from here in Manassas. Her father had an 8th grade education, and he was one of those self-made individuals. He grew up down in Christiansburg and talked about working 12 hours a day in Christiansburg for 50 cents, and would have to walk a mile just to get picked up to go work, lay brick, pour concrete, and only had 50 cents to bring home to his mother because his mother was a widow. And you know, he talked about how important education was. Well, my wife ended up going to college, and she was the first woman in the family to get my wife to get a college degree. And I met her at Mary Washington College when I was in the Marine Corps. And I came back a second time here to Manassas, and I said, you know, it's kind of a place that I could live. It's interesting because when I dated my wife, we talked about getting married, even though I knew that Vietnam was probably going to be one of those things that was in my future. And she kind of looked at me and she said, you know, I'm never going to leave Virginia. And I kind of smiled, you know. Well, guess what? But her family had been here since 1690. But they, you know, her father, ancestors had been farmers. Interestingly enough, they were Quakers. So as a Quaker,
I'm so sorry. Had 2 seconds left on Quakers.
So as a Quaker, their lifestyle was a lot different here in Virginia. In fact, her ancestor had been William Penn's carpenter when they came over to Pennsylvania. Well, he left Pennsylvania, and the family legend was that there had been some kind of falling out in the Quaker assembly. And he stood up and he says, I'm tired of this. I'm going someplace where they don't care if I smoke, drink, or play cards. I'm going to Virginia. So he came to Virginia, and their family had always been here. But they were farmers, Quaker farmers. And it's interesting because having come from a background where slavery was so much a part of the community that I had grown up in. In fact, the plantation, you may have seen a movie called 12 Years a Slave. That plantation was in my community.
Mm.
So, those stories of slavery were everywhere. And many of the people that I knew were family, descendants of plantation owners. And so when I told my wife, I said, I'll bet you that your family owned slaves. And it became a very heated argument over that. She says, we never owned slaves. And I said, I'll bet you did. So I spent probably several weeks at the library here talking to librarians, the research librarians, and I gave them the family name and I said, tell me, and I think there's a thing called a slave schedule that I'm not aware of or wasn't aware of at the time that lists everybody who owned slaves. No family by that name ever owned a slave in Virginia. And I asked her dad about that. I said, Pop, how did that happen? Because I know that your ancestors' papers are in Virginia Tech because they own quite a bit of land down in that. He said, we rented land. We never asked anybody to do anything for nothing. So, he was very proud of the fact, even as a Virginian, being that, for how many generations back to 1690 that they never owned slaves. And her mother's family were from the valley, and they were German Hessians, I think, and they did neither. In fact, it's interesting, both of her ancestors had been in the Confederate Army, in the cavalry, and I remember doing the genealogy on that, but they were reluctant soldiers. They didn't join the Confederacy until the last year of the war. And when I looked at their records, it said they were homesick most of the time. So they didn't really want to participate in the war either. So I think the expectation of me going into the military was not something my wife really welcomed. In fact, she every year would say, when are you getting out? When are you going to get out and get a job? When are you going to do something besides this? Well, I felt very comfortable in the Marine Corps, and there's probably a reason for that. I think my generation, a lot of the people who went into the military, when they came back from Vietnam, and I'm going to say that anybody who had combat experience, what I call real combat experience, where it's sustained combat experience, you do come back with PTSD, varying degrees of PTSD. You didn't really feel comfortable around people who had not shared that same experience. We never talked about it outside of our own little peer group, but within our peer group, we would always say, where were you? What did you do? And then...
Were you kind of judging the degrees?
Sure you did. Absolutely you did. Absolutely you did. Did you get a Purple Heart? Oh, really? You didn't get a Purple Heart. Well, that was in the back of our mind. Well, you really... In my platoon alone, out of 27 people, 25 of us had been wounded at least once. Most of them more than once. And I probably could have had a second one had I wanted, and I said no, because I was stupid. It happened the day that I got wounded the second time, and I said, I'm not gonna take a Purple Heart. I should have been court-martialed for what I did instead. So anyway.
But what about the two that didn't get injured? Were they considered lucky, or were they?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, the one who I remember specifically was Sergeant Bob Drew. And that was he was so proud of the fact that he had never been wounded, never gotten a Purple Heart. And then I started talking to the guys because Drew had been there before I got there. And they said, well, Drew should be dead. I said, what do you mean Drew should be dead? He said, he took a bullet right in the middle of his chest, but he had these if there's a picture, and I think of me with these cross bandoliers, the bullet hit the clip, popped the bullets out, and did not go through the clip or the one underneath it, or he would have been dead. So he was the one, and I can't remember who the other fellow was, but he had a similar story.
Can you spell that last name?
Drew?
Drew.
Bob Drew, D-R-E-W.
Okay.
Robert Drew.
Okay.
I think he lives in Maine or someplace like that. He has really been very reluctant to connect with us. Most of us who are still around, we do stay in touch and we talk to each other quite frequently. But Drew, for some reason, had been very withdrawn after he got out and came back. He didn't stay in the Marine Corps. In fact, I was told that he became a prison guard in one of the state penitentiaries. In fact, several of the guys did, which kind of surprised me that they would do that kind of work. One of the other guys that was with me, who was wounded twice, he became a state prison guard in Joliet, Illinois, in the state prison in Illinois. But Drew is the only one that I can think of, and I can't remember who the other guy was, but he had a very similar story. I think it's because he was with us and then got taken out and done something back in the rear, which wasn't uncommon for guys. But, you know, you talk about that hierarchy. If there was somebody that when you were actually with a unit that was a line unit, actually involved in fighting in the jungle and the mountains and that, and you saw a guy that you didn't think was going to hack it, or you couldn't trust, they didn't stay. We found ways to get in touch with whoever the company commander was. In fact, when I became a company commander, I was quick to make sure that I felt somebody wasn't going to fit in and watch what we called our backs. They didn't stay. And I think that's what happened to this other guy. He was with us for a while and then left.
So where did they get sent?
Well, they got back to do jobs in the rear. I mean, they'd work with supply or with a transport or, you know, they would actually on-job training as a cook. Those are some of the guys that are out there. And I'll share another story with you. I had a Indonesian lieutenant come to me. And I was really concerned because, I mean...
So is the Indonesian lieutenant like U.S. Army or is
U.S.
he...
Marine Corps.
U.S. Marine, I mean,
U.S. Marine Corps. No, he was an American citizen.
Okay, so he's American citizen.
American citizen, and I can't remember his name. But he was Asian, and he was short, a short Asian. And I said, oh my God, this guy's not going to last. I mean, if he's not killed by the North Vietnamese, one of our guys is going to shoot him by mistake. I got on the radio and I said, you got to send Van Zandt. His name was Van Zandt. I said, you got to send Lieutenant Van Zandt back. And they said, what are you talking about, Martin? You're short of lieutenants. I said, I may be short of lieutenants, but I don't want a dead lieutenant. I said, this guy is going to become a casualty one way or the other. During a firefight, somebody's going to see this guy was an Asian and he's going to get killed. And they said, oh, you're overacting. I said, hey, you come out here with us and you see what things are. I said, you just start shooting in every direction when you hear firing. And I said, Van Zandt jumps up trying to lead his men, he's going to get killed. And I said, I don't want that to happen. And so they took him back. Now what he did, I don't know. He might have become a special service officer. I mean, they would have found something for him to do. He would have worked with somebody who was in one of the staff positions.
Okay, I want to go back to you enlisting, then you took the test, then they said you need to stay in school.
I did.
So did you go to school in Virginia or did you stay at
Louisiana.
So you stayed at LSU and you graduated.
I graduated from LSU.
So that's like you're in 64, you enlist in 64 and then so you have 67?
I'm commissioned in 1967
Okay.
as a second lieutenant. And I come back to Quantico again. Well, I'd been to Quantico a second time, and I'd come back to Manassas a second time. So when I came to Quantico as a lieutenant, go ahead.
So in 64 you come to Manassas,
Right.
And you train,
Right.
So it was like boot.
Summer training
Yeah,
program. Yeah, but I'm a Marine.
You're a Marine. I know. I'm sorry.
And they're telling me, you don't graduate from college, you're going to go to the Marine Corps as an enlisted Marine.
Okay.
So all of a sudden I start, I guess, I don't know how to explain it. She started thinking in terms of dollars and cents. When you're a college kid, you never have a lot of money. And my dad was good about sending me money, but I was always better at spending more money than my dad sent me. So I actually left college for a month and worked on tugboats in the Gulf of Mississippi, pushing crude oil to pay some bills. And I just about flunked out of college doing that. But fortunately, I was able to pull my grades up and get through that year. So, money was now a thing that I was thinking about. Well, the money for a private was $88. The money for a second lieutenant was like $350. So now I decided it's better to stay in the Marine Corps and become a lieutenant. But I'll share something with you. The program that I was in, there were a lot of guys. I was in what initially was called a reserve program, a reserve commissioning program. If they decided not to take their commission, they could revert back to the rank that we held, which was a corporal by the time school was about to finish. And they would go to a reserve unit because the reserves were not being mobilized during the Vietnam War to go overseas. Well, see, the major never told me that. The major never told me anything about all of these limitations on what you're doing other than you're going to stay at school, Martin, and get a commission as a lieutenant. Obviously, because they're very short of lieutenants. I guess the lieutenant's lifespan in Vietnam is only like 2 or 3 weeks at the most for an infantry Marine lieutenant. I mean, we can look that up probably, but
They're dying.
of getting killed, yes, or wounded to the point where you're
They can't go
evacuated.
back.
That you can't go back. So the bottom line was these guys would refuse their commission and that they would take the non-commissioned officer rank and revert to the reserve unit. Well, about the time that I was getting ready to finish, the reserve unit that I was in became a truck company. It wasn't even an infantry company anymore. So these guys became motor transport guys. And I went to one of their meetings one time, and I was so disenchanted with these guys. I mean, they looked like a bunch of Hogan's Heroes that fell out. And I said, I want no part of this. I'd gotten into, I guess, the mindset of being a Marine and doing what Marines do, and that's being, squared away. And when I saw these guys in the reserve, I said, there's no way that I'm going to end up becoming one of these guys. And so I ended up finishing the program, got commissioned, and sent up here. Fortunately.
So when you at school, are you doing like summer training?
Yes.
Every summer?
Not every summer. One summer off.
Okay.
I had one summer off. Yeah.
Okay. And what are you doing to train? I mean, like, are you doing officers training?
Yeah, you're same thing. I mean, it's basically boot camp all over, physical fitness, but then as an officer, you're learning, things like tactics, you're learning discipline, you're learning military law, all those kinds of things.
Okay.
And during that time, they're trying to keep you from getting commissioned. They're testing you the whole time at Quantico, and I'm sure it's still the same way. Because if they don't feel that you're going to be up to being a Marine lieutenant, they don't want you there. Well, you see, if you're washed out, you don't have an obligation. Unless you were like I was and had enlisted. I would have had an obligation.
So you would have served because you.
Yeah, that's right. So I said, no, I'm going to finish this, for 2 reasons. One, the fact that I was now starting to say, okay, I want to be a Marine. The fact that I was also going to make money doing it.
But did they pay for your college when you were at LSU?
No, I was paid, but they didn't pay for my college.
Okay. And then, are you
I
feeling?
do pay, yeah.
But did you feel, how did your family and you feel as you got closer to being commissioned?
Well, by then
Because, the conflict was,
I didn't go home.
Oh, yeah.
No, I never went home anymore.
but the conflict's escalating from 64
Oh,
to
yeah,
67.
true.
So and you're sitting there, you're moving along, you're progressing, and some people would be like, oh, well, 3 years, it might be over by then.
Well, yeah, I probably kind of in the back of my mind thought that. And then I would have just had, time to spend.
You would have gone to Germany or something, what I mean?
Well, to be honest with you, I thought, as much as I didn't like it, I was going to probably do exactly what my mom and dad had wanted me to do. After my obligation for the military was up, I would go to law school. And that's a story in itself. I was accepted to law school because I was going to get out at first. But my wife, by that time I was married, and my wife had had a child. We'll talk about that later. In fact, my son was born when I was in Vietnam. I've been accepted to the school in Louisiana, law school in Louisiana, New Orleans. My wife went down there, and I made a mistake of taking her to the French Quarter rather than taking her to where the university was. And my wife said, I'm not taking our child or any part of my life and live in a city that smells like urine. I said, now wait a second. I said, that's the French Quarter. And I said, New Orleans isn't like that everywhere. She said, well, I don't care. You go by yourself. Well, I didn't. I'm French Catholic, Roman Catholic. Well, once you get married, you don't get divorced. So here I am. There's another dilemma that I'm dealing with, I'm dealing with that moral side of it too. I guess some people would say, well, fine, you stay here, I'm out of here, I'll go to law school. But that was the reason I didn't go to law school. And stayed, one of the other reasons I stayed in the Marine Corps.
What did you major in at LSU?
History. And I later became a history teacher right here in Manassas, and that's the story in itself.
Okay, so you're in Quantico for this. You graduate.
67, I'm at Quantico.
You go to once you graduate, you go to Quantico.
Right, for good.
For good. And so they're testing you to make sure that you're ready to go.
Right.
So you know that you're going to be.
Well, by this time, when you graduate from Quantico, there's a hierarchy again. We'll talk about that. You're either a reserve officer, lieutenant, or they make you a regular officer by how well you've done during your training. Well, like I go back to, testing well. I tested well enough and did well enough that the captain came in and said, Martin, we'd like you to be a regular Marine. I said, what does that mean? He said, that means you come in the Marine Corps, you stay in the Marine Corps as long as you want. And I said, well, is there any benefit for that? He said, sure. He says, a regular Marine is always going to be considered a Marine. The other guys are always going to be considered part civilian. I said, all right, I'll take the regular commission. So I took a regular commission at that point. So I then became a regular Marine officer, where a lot of these guys, spent they didn't even spend 3 years. A lot of them, when they come back from Vietnam with the phase down of the troops, were immediately discharged. They didn't even spend a full 3 or 4 years of obligated service. They were given an early out. Where when I got off the plane, they said, oh, you're a regular officer, execute your orders. So there's the difference there.
So you don't have an expiration date?
No expiration date, that's right. No expiration date.
No.
As a regular Marine officer.
You said that so when did you and your wife, you met when you were here the first time?
67. Got married 68. Because let's go back to testing. Instead of immediately being sent to Vietnam like a lot of the guys were, I took another test. And it was a language school test.
I noticed you took some Vietnamese.
Yeah, language school test. Well, I told you my father was very big on languages. Well, and he always impressed that on us. And so we had to take language and everything. And of course, growing up in Louisiana, there are people who speak French, and some of the kids that I knew, and so you pick things up. So I guess language was not something that was intimidating. So when I took the test, and I'd taken Latin, because as a Catholic school kid, you had to take Latin. So between Latin and French and, my dad and that, I scored well on the language test. And I got sent to language school. I happened to finish first in the class. So the bottom line was I was delayed going because I was in language school, where some of these guys would go over there. A lot of them were wounded or killed during the Tet Offensive. But I didn't get over there till later because of the language school.
So you were learning Vietnamese? I
was learning Vietnamese. And I still occasionally, when I go and see a Vietnamese person, it's funny because I get my hair cut, and I do get my hair cut. I'll go into the barber shop and I have a Vietnamese barber and I'll greet him in Vietnamese and, he'll always smile and that and respond to me in Vietnamese.
So what was the Marines' goal in teaching you Vietnamese? Was it more
To
about...
go to Vietnam.
Oh, but I mean, like, was it to be able to integrate with the South Vietnamese troops better? How, like, having...
I think about that time is when they started their pacification programs. And so they would encourage people to actually, I guess there's an old saying, if you speak somebody's language, it makes them feel more comfortable than if you're totally foreign in everything you do. So that was probably the motivation behind it. And of course, a lot of the fellows in my class would end up getting a job once they got over there that put them into the Vietnamese society more, where I was an infantry guy. And I'll share a story with you. We had wounded a Vietnamese, a North Vietnamese, and captured him. And so I felt very good. I'm going to go up and find out what this guy's unit is, where his weapons and everything are. And so in Vietnamese, I said, "Đơn vị của tôi ở đâu?" And he looks at me and I said, "Đơn vị của tôi ở đâu?" And he looks at me and he said, "Me don't get see," in English. And I said, "Well, so much for school." So yes, yeah.
They learned English and were able to, yeah. Okay, so you take the test and you learn. Did you feel good about was it 6 weeks or how long was it?
Longer than that. A couple of months.
A couple of months?
Yeah.
And you left where did you go to take the land?
Here, right here in Quantico.
Okay.
So my wife stayed here. Yeah, we got married on the 1st of May. My wife and I got married the 1st of May. Well, we weren't married yet. We were still dating. She was still at Mary Washington at that time. Another story. As soon as I finished language school, I said, when they said, fill out this form, and I don't know why they did this during the Vietnam War, but they asked you to fill out what you wanted to do, where you wanted to go. Well, I guess I was very flippant about the whole thing. I wrote down infantry, 03, which was the military designation, and I said ground. And they said, where? I said, Vietnam, Fleet Marine Force, Westpac, all of which equated to going to Vietnam, because I knew I was going there anyhow. So when I graduated from language school, because I had done well at language school, I got a delay. And the delay sent me to New Orleans, back where I originally had come from, to help recruit and to recruit lieutenants. And so I'm stuck there on this, what they call assistant officer selection duty. And I'm there in New Orleans. And there again, we talked about segregation and integration. One of the places they send me to try to recruit is Grambling University. So I got sent up to Grambling. And here I am, white guy walking into Grambling University. And of course, Grambling University is a premier
historically
black college. And in fact, I guess their coach, I can't remember what his name is probably the winningest football coach in college history. And so I'm trying to recruit there. And all these guys are coming and talking to me. I said, are you kidding me? Why the hell would I want to go into the Marine Corps? Why would I want to do that? I want to go on. I'm in college. I'm going to get a degree. I'm going to be able to go out and do things that other people aren't able to do. So that was a disaster when I go up there. But it was just a disaster as much when I go to places like Tulane. Because about this time, the anti-war sentiment is really starting to, build. And I remember I was actually in the student union in New Orleans. And I got all my stuff set up on the table, the A-frames with all the pictures and all the pamphlets. And of course, these college girls come up and they start engaging me in conversation. Well, being naive and single at the time, I'm really sucked into this whole thing. And the next thing I know that they've set my display on fire. Oh. They have actually started a fire in the student union. So instead of panicking, I just walked over there, pulled the fire alarm, and of course they evacuate the student union. So, you know, the stories that you hear about some of the anti-war demonstrations, you know, are real. And I remember this one guy who had come back from Vietnam had talked to me about, you know, he said, well, maybe now that I'm in college, when I finish college, I might want to think about going back. Well, I had heard that there had been a demonstration like that, and some guy was walking around with a banner or something, or a placard on a pole that said, I'd rather be dead than red, or red than dead. I guess red, I'd rather be red than dead. And this guy took it, beat the guy over the head with it, and the police took him down for, you know, assault. But he wanted to come back in the Marine Corps. But, you know, I never went back to Tulane after that. So then, you know, I said, finally I'm getting ready to go out, because they said, okay, your time's up here.
What kind of pitch are you making to people on college campuses?
Patriotism, obviously patriotism. You know, this is your opportunity to serve. You know, think about what your dad, think about what your uncles have done. You know, this is your opportunity to go out and stop this terrible blight communism, and to feel like you're actually doing something. You know, that you're going to become part of something. That was the primary pitch. And again, you appeal to what I call the frustrated varsity athlete, you know. Oh, did you play sports? Oh, really? Well, you know, there's a lot of opportunities to do things in the Marine Corps, you know, not that there really was, but you pitch that. And so, I'll be honest with you, I probably didn't bring more than 2 or 3 people in the whole time I was there, and I don't know what their expectations were, because then my time was up and I was getting ready to go back, hopefully this time sent to Vietnam. Well, sure enough, I get orders to go to Vietnam.
But so you marry your wife somewhere in there?
In between there, my wife and I had been dating. I'm in New Orleans, she's here in Manassas. I called her up at Mary Washington, and the girl who answered in the dorm said, well, she's not here. I said, well, can you take a message? She said, well, I don't know when she'll be back. She went out with this guy from Quantico. I said, what? You know, I'm sure that silence was deafening there for a while. And I called her back the next day, and I said, I understand you went out with a guy from Quantico. She said, I went out with this young captain. He's back from Vietnam. I said, why did you do that? She said, we don't have any permanent arrangement. So I said, okay, this is probably a chance to break this whole thing off if it's not going to work out. I said, well, all right, this is it. You come down, be on a plane tomorrow to New Orleans, we'll get married in New Orleans. And I said, when I hung up, I said, well, I'm sure that's it. You know,
that was your proposal.
That was my proposal. I said, that romance is over. 2 or 3 hours later, I get a call, says, my flight number is going to be, so here I am. I'm on the hook, what do I do? So, you know, and we've been dating, you know, for several months. I mean, it wasn't one of those spur of the moment kind of things. So I go in to see the captain, a guy by the name of Terry Terrebonne, who's one of his ancestors. There's actually a parish in Louisiana named after that, Terrebonne Parish. And I said, Captain Terrebonne, I said, I'm going to need some time off. And he said, for what? I said, I'm going to get married. He said, what do you mean get married? He said, you're going to Vietnam. I said, yeah, but I promised this girl that if she came down here tomorrow, I'd marry her. He said, well, that didn't mean anything. You don't have to keep your promise. I said, yeah, I probably do. I said, I really care about this girl. And I said, you know, I don't want to go to Vietnam and get killed or not know what's going to happen, you know, in this relationship. And I said, of course, you know, in the back of my mind, she's already going out with other people. So, you know, what do I do at this point? So he said, all right, I'll give you a few hours off. He said, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a day. Now he said, make it 2. I'll give you 2 days off. So I drive back up to Louisiana. My wife comes in, or my fiance comes in, pick her up, we drive back up to Alexandria. My mother and father are just, because I've never really said much about this. And they said, you're going to do what? I said, I'm going to get married. Well, of course, we go back to the French Catholic. No, my wife's Methodist.
Oh.
Methodist. And my mother and father said, no, you're not. I said, yes, I am. I said, I don't need your permission to get married. And they said, well, how are you going to get married? And I said, I'm going to go talk to the parish priest and see if he'll marry us tomorrow. Well, I don't know what happened. what they did. But I go see the parish priest, and the parish priest says, oh no, I can't marry you tomorrow. You have to go through all this premarital instruction and all this stuff. And I said, I'm leaving for Vietnam in a week. And the priest said, well, then he says, you're going to have to wait until you come back. And if that's what's meant for you, God's will, then you'll come back and get married. So again, the rebellion spirit, I said, well, fine. I'll do it my own way. And at that time, I'm very much sure what I'm going to do. But then I called my best friend who had been in the Marine Corps in Vietnam and come back, and he had been with me my senior year as a roommate. And he and I had grown up together, my best friend, all through school. And he said, well, why don't you get married by justice and peace? And so I don't know why I left there. I said, let's go get something to eat. So Jody Petty, who passed away from Agent Orange cancer last year, and my future wife, I get in my car and we drive. And I said, let's go get this famous place close to where we eat that serves these great pies and everything, and let's go there and eat. So on the way there, I see a sign that says justice and peace. So I go in and knock on the door, and the guy comes out to the door. He said, what can I do for you? I said, I'd like to get married. He said, well, do you have a license? Well, see, I've gotten a license. I'd done that the first thing before I even went to see my mom and dad. I'd gone to the courthouse, got the license and all that kind of stuff. And had to have the blood test and everything. And I'll share this with you. This is another reason why my wife said that she'll never live in Louisiana. When we filled out the marriage certificate, at that time, there were still racial marriage laws in Louisiana. And my wife's filling out this marriage certificate. And she said, what is this stuff? I don't understand. She said, what is mulatto, quadroon, octroon? And I said, don't worry about that. Just mark white. She said, no, I want to know what that is. And I said, it means that you're part black, different degrees of part black. It means your mom or dad was black, or your grandmother or grandfather was black, or your great-grandfather or grandmother was black. She says, why the, and I remember that's the first time I ever remember hearing my wife swear. She says, why the hell would anybody have something like that on a marriage certificate? I said, Sandy, I don't know. But I said, that's the way it is. And I think at that point, she had decided that, that was probably her first introduction to what she felt was always going to be an impediment to ever living in the South. And so we didn't. We never have. And so we ended up getting married by the justice of the peace. But that's the story in itself. It required 2 witnesses. I only had one, my best friend. And he said, well, I can't marry unless there's another witness. I said, can't you do that? And he said, no. He said, you have to have another witness. I can't be the officiating minister as well as the witness. And he said, well, he said, go over to the gas station over there. And he said, ask one of those guys if they'll come over here and witness your marriage. Go over there. And I said, hey, would you come over here and witness our marriage? He said, yeah, you fill your car up with gas, I'll come on over. So I had to get a full tank of gas before this guy would come over. So we got married. And we were together, I think, 2 days, and then I shipped out. Yeah, well, within those 2 days, unfortunately, my wife became pregnant. I guess.
You had a good time.
Yeah, I did. No question about that. But the bottom line was that I get sent to California. And I said, well, how long will I be here? And the guy looked at me once I get to California. I'm a young lieutenant. I'm married now. Call my wife on the payphone every night to talk to her. And he said, let me tell you something, Lieutenant. He said, you're not going to go right away. I said, what do you mean I'm not going to go right away?
I've been waiting.
I said, I've been waiting now for 5 months to get to Vietnam. He said, well, I'm afraid there's going to be a delay. He said, you're going to be a staging company commander. I said, what is that? He says, that means that you're going to have to train these guys for 2 weeks, to familiarize them with the weapons that they're going to be using over there, go through mine and booby trap training, and all these, also what they called, forget what they call it. It was dealing with people. There was a name for it. I can't remember what it was called. Almost like human relations, I guess, with the Vietnamese people. So I said, how long will that be? So it's going to be at least 2 weeks. So you're going to be here at least another 2 weeks. So I'm there, another 2 weeks training. And this is when I started realizing about the war and the effect it was having on us. We're out one day training with live fire at the rifle range. And all of a sudden, I hear this commotion. Of course, there was a shooting going on. And the guy who was the staff non-commissioned officer with me, who was a Vietnam veteran, he was getting ready to train other guys. He said, well, Lieutenant, we got a problem. And I said, what's that? He said, this GD maggot shot himself in the foot. I said, what are you talking about? I look over there, and here's this young guy with blood spurting out of his boot. He decided he wasn't going to go to Vietnam, so he shot himself in the foot. So this is my first experience of calling in an emergency medevac. So I get on the radio, and I call in a helicopter. They bring him up, take him to the hospital. And I said, oh my God, I can't believe somebody would do that. Well, next couple of days, I get all these guys that say, we're not going to Vietnam. And I said, what do you mean we're not going to Vietnam? We're queer. I said, you're what? We're queer. I said, what are you saying? He said, we're queer. We like guys. We're not going to Vietnam. And well, of course, I didn't know, I knew that you couldn't be a homosexual in the military, but I never actually had somebody come up and say something like that to me. I said, well, I said, how are you going to prove this? Well, these guys had gone to LA. And I guess there was a thriving business in LA at that time where they would take pictures with homosexuals in compromising positions, and they would pay to do that so they could actually get out of going to Vietnam. So what a lot of people don't realize, even though the Marine Corps was primarily volunteers, during the Vietnam War, there was a small percentage of guys who were actually drafted. They didn't have a choice. They were told they were going to go to the Marine Corps, the Air Force, Navy, or the Army, depending upon what the need was at the time. Now, I never knew who these guys were. We never did. But as soon as that guy told me that, I called up the guy who was the battalion commander, and those guys were gone within 24 hours. We never saw them again.
Do you know what they did to those people? Did they have to continue? Oh, so they didn't even continue their service.
Oh, no, they were discharged. They were immediately discharged.
But do you feel like these people were living their truths, or were they coming up with something?
And I'll never know that. But I do know that guys were going to extraordinary means at that point. I remember this other guy.
So this is like 60.
This is 68. The Tet Offensive has just occurred. In fact, the Tet Offensive was, probably not quite over yet, because this would have been April of 68, that I'm there. I think the Tet Offensive went from February to April, maybe. But the bottom line was there were guys who were doing all kinds of things. I didn't realize that you could take certain kinds of soap and shave your armpits and to rub this kind of stuff. I mean, that's something I never really knew, but they say it was true, that caused some kind of rash and reaction to where it delayed them from going over. And I guess it had to be a special kind of live soap, but there were people doing all these kinds of things just to keep from going to Vietnam. Well, to me, this is very disheartening. It's really disappointing to me. Here I'm this hard charging guy that can't wait to get over there, and I'm dealing with all these kind of guys. So when I finally get on the airplane, I said, finally, I'm here, on the airplane over. And this is May of 68.
So your wife, she was at Mary Washington.
Yep.
Did she continue her education?
Yep.
Did she graduate before she had your son?
No, she didn't. She did not. No, she did not.
Okay.
Because, we didn't even know she was pregnant until probably, I don't know, maybe 2 months after I was actually in Vietnam. Yeah, at least 2 months.
But did she eventually finish her degree?
Oh, yeah, she got a degree. She was a teacher here in Prince William County for 35 years. She got a degree, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure did.
How is she feeling about her life and what her future, after she's married? Because,
Well, see,
Seems
I
like
think-
people don't, I'm sorry, Jane.
No, I think the Marine Corps, she felt the Marine Corps had trapped her in a lot of ways into what this life was. My wife did not move around a lot with me in the Marine Corps. I stayed in the Marine Corps, but I was quick to take assignments that would allow my family to stay in this area, even though it meant that I may be going off by myself. Plus I took, I had 3 assignments right here within the immediate area, Quantico, either Quantico, headquarters of Marine Corps, or the Pentagon. So I spent probably, of my career, a third of my career was here. And then the last part of my career, I actually volunteered to go down to Camp Lejeune. I was at Camp Lejeune for 2.5 years. So more than probably 2/3 of my career, my wife did not have to leave. The only time she ever left was when I was sent to California, and I was sent to the 1st Marine Division in California. But then my job there was one that I was gone a lot. In fact, probably in my resume you saw that I had security for President Nixon's Casa Pacifica for a while. And that's where my daughter was born. My daughter was actually born in California, and the OBGYN that my wife had was the same one that Julie Nixon Eisenhower had. I mean, she would sit there. I remember her coming home one day and she said, "I met this really nice girl." And I said, "Really? What you talk about?" She said, "Well, you know, we're both there expecting and we're talking." And I said, "What was her name?" She said, "I don't know, Julie or something." And so I guess later on, when they had another appointment, I guess they kind of coincided. She said, "Do you know that's the president's daughter?" And I said, "No, but isn't that also General Eisenhower?" Of course, my wife had no clue about all of this. But then, then we got sent to the desert from there. And that was, I think, the nail that, decided my wife's, this is it. I'm never leaving again. We got sent to the high desert where the temperatures were like 120 degrees sometimes. No grass, no green trees. And of course, having grown up in Virginia, and you look at what the climate and the vegetation is like here, I mean, it was just horrible for her. So then I got sent to Japan from there. So I got to spend a year in Japan away from her. But she came back to Virginia and said, "That's it, I'm never going again." I mean, there probably wasn't a year that went by that my wife said, "When are you getting out of the Marine Corps?" And I kept stalling, but again.
So she didn't really
Never.
engage in the community of wives?
Never.
Okay.
She did one time. She did one time at Barstow when the general's wife grabbed her and said, kind of made her, as my wife says, her gopher. Go for this and go for that. And she said, "I'm not in the Marine Corps. Why does this woman feel like I'm her aide and I have to do all these things for her? Why can't she do it?" I said, "Sandy, please just do this, for us. It's good for us." She says, "I'm not doing this." She says, "I'm not that kind of person." And so, she didn't after that. I mean, I don't know how she got out of doing what she was doing. She basically went up to the general's wife and said, "You're going to have to find somebody else to do these kind of things." I mean, they had her polishing silver in the officers' club and, doing all these little things for the teas or whatever they had that they were going. She says, "That's not me." She said, "I'm not about that kind." She said, I'm not a pretense kind of person." And she's not. She really isn't.
Okay, so now we'll go back to you finally gotten your orders to go to Vietnam.
I get to Vietnam and I check into the 1st Marine Division because my orders are for the 1st Marine Division. And their area of responsibility is the southern part of I Corps. And so, that's where all the mines and booby traps and everything that you hear about guys getting hurt and all those kinds of things. So I'm there for maybe not even a day. I spent the night there because I remember that night they had given us a blanket and the guy who slept next to me actually stole my blanket. So I didn't even have a blanket. And then later on he writes back, an apology. He said, "But so I knew that blanket would be great when I got out of the Marine Corps. I could lay on the beach with it." So I said, "Well, that's good to know." So anyway, from there I get sent up to a place called Phu Bai. And I'm assigned to the 1st Marine Regiment. part of the 1st Marine Division, 1st Marine Regiment. And I'm taken in to meet this very distinguished looking, tall Marine colonel. And I'm there, and he says, well, Lieutenant, he says, you have the opportunity of serving in any one of the battalions that you want to in the 1st Marine Regiment. He said, you can go to 1-1, 2-1, or 2-3. Well, part of the training at the basic school that we talked about learning was to know which battalions were in each regiment. Well, theoretically, it should have been 1-1, 1st Battalion, 1st Marines, 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines, and 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines. Well, what I didn't know is they had taken certain battalions out and put them on what they call special operation, kind of like what you hear now with the special operations guys, and they put them aboard ship, and they were called the SLS, Special Landing Force. Well, they had taken 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines out of the 1st Marines and put it on board this Quick Reaction Special Landing Force. Well, they had taken a unit from the 3rd Marine Division because they were up there fighting right after the Way Sea incident, and actually put them under the operational and administrative control of the 1st Marine Regiment. So when he says 1-1, 2-1, or 2-3, I remember I said, well, that sounds odd to me, 2-3. I said, 2-3, sir? And I said, fine, Lieutenant, 2-3 it is. Sergeant Major, take him out and introduce him to the battalion. So here I am, I was there maybe 10 minutes at the most in this greeting. So I immediately get taken down to this battalion, and they told me I needed to draw all my gear and everything, you know, brand new uniforms, brand new equipment and everything.
Did you get another blanket?
Yes, I did. I got another blanket. So anyway, I'm there and I check into this guy who was the executive officer in the rear. And the executive officer said, well, Lieutenant, he says, you're not going to be here long. He said, you know, we had a big fight outside of Quezon. And he said, there are no lieutenants left in the company. He says, except for a temporary guy who's over there until the other company commander comes back. So I get on a helicopter and I'm immediately sent right up to the Quezon area, where you probably heard about all of the things that happened during the siege of Quezon. And that's where my unit was, Fox Company, 2nd Battalion, 3rd Marines. So I find out that the 2 days before I had gotten there, they had this fight with a battalion of North Vietnamese regulars who had come down through the DMZ, and they tried to destroy this company. They had killed over 330 North Vietnamese soldiers, and they had suffered about 60-something casualties themselves. And so when I land there, I'm landing in this little landing zone, and all of a sudden this guy comes up out of a hole in the ground, literally a hole in the ground, because they built these command centers where they were dug down into the ground, and the COC Combat Operations Center was this, you had to take a tunnel down in there. So this guy comes out, and his name was Vic Noriega, and I'll never forget it. My first introduction to a Cuban refugee, really. And his parents had been Cuban refugees, and he had joined the Marine Corps, again, for the same reason that we talked about, this opportunity of upward mobility. But he's got this really hairy back. And so this guy comes out of the hole, and I see this black hairy back come out, and it looks like a bear. Oh my God, you know, I'm sure my eyes got even bigger than that. And he said, who are you? And I said, I'm Lieutenant Martin. I'm here to report to Fox Company. He says, well, good. They don't have any lieutenants. He said, you know, the other two got wounded, and Jim Jones, and although Jim Jones, you may have heard that name, he became President Obama's National Security Advisor because he actually became a 4-star general later on. He was the first commanding officer that I had in Vietnam. But anyway, Noriega says, well, you're going to have to get rid of all that crap you got on. I said, what are you talking about? He said, well, you're not going to need a gas mask up here. Throw that gas mask away. He said, you only got one canteen. He said, go over there and get a couple more canteens. And so I said, where? He said, over there in that pile. Well, I walk over to this pile, and there's all this equipment that they had taken from guys who had been killed and wounded. So it was all covered with dried blood, and was partially burned up because they'd had to run napalm on the side of this ridge that they were on to keep the enemy from actually coming over the top of them. So I'm sorting through all of this stuff, that's burned up and full of blood and that, trying to pick something that I feel is usable to put on. And then he sticks this mail bag in my hand. He said, here, they haven't had mail for a while. Make sure they get mail. And he said, and good luck to you. He said, listen to what they tell you. Good luck. And so I get on the helicopter. So that was my introduction to the bush. Well, I land in the helicopter and I get off and I see this tall lieutenant, and all he's wearing is a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. And in fact, he didn't even have a t-shirt, just a pair of shorts and boots, and the shoelaces had broken out of him. And I looked at him and he said, salute. He said, no, we don't salute here. Don't salute me. Don't ever salute anybody here, because that identifies you as an officer. And he said, what's your name? I said, my name's Jerry Martin. He said, well, welcome, Martin. And he said, I'm Jim Jones. He said, I'm not going to be here long. He said, I just got sent up here. And he said, unfortunately, he said, I got sent up at the wrong time because we just had this horrendous firefight with these guys. And he said, I'm afraid they're pretty shaken up. And you could see all these guys. I mean, they all had this, what I call a 40-yard stare, and I walk up to them. And he said, I don't know, where do you want to go? And I said, well, I'll go wherever you want, sir. He said, you're going to have opportunity to be in any platoon you want here. So he called these sergeants up. And so the sergeants kind of go off by themselves after he introduced them. He said, this is Lieutenant Martin. He's going to be a new platoon commander. But he never said which platoon. He said, new platoon commander. So these guys go down and they have a little conference, I guess. And I come back and then I guess one of them talks to Lieutenant Jones, and he says, you're going to go to 2nd Platoon, Jerry. And I said, well, thank you, sir. And he said, Martin. He didn't call me by my first name. In fact, they very seldom ever called you by your first name. Always your last name or a nickname. And so I went down to 2nd Platoon, and I found out that what these guys had done, nobody really wanted the new lieutenant. I guess they had all flipped a coin, and the odd guy is the one that got the lieutenant. So I became the lieutenant for 2nd Platoon. So I go down there and they show me where I'm going to be, and there's a hole that's partially dug, and they parted, and somebody coming up there. And a lot of them, they were very small.
Is that where you're sleeping?
Oh yeah, you slept in a hole. Yeah, I mean, you dug a hole in the ground. Yeah, that's where you slept, or you slept on top of the hole. Mostly we slept on top of the hole, because when it rained, the hole would fill up with water. So anyway, going back to segregation, this black Marine comes up to me, and of course I'm startled, and he's greeting me, and he's eating. I never will forget, he was eating out of his can of sea rats, and this white plastic spoon, and he's eating, and he said, Lieutenant, do you have anything to eat today? And I said, no. He said, well, here, you might, and he dishes some food out and sticks the spoon towards me. And I was hungry, so I took the spoon and I ate it. But then I realized later on it was probably a test, because they'd heard that I had a Southern accent and they wanted to see what kind of guy I was going to be as far as reacting. So I guess I passed that test too. And he was a great Marine later on. And there's a funny story about it later on that I'll share. His name was Clarence Asby. He later became one of the security guards, I'm told, up at Camp David, because he stayed in the Marine Corps. But he was a great, funny guy.
Where was he from?
I'm not sure. Somewhere in the South. I mean, most of the black Marines we had were from the South, except for Jones, who was from Detroit, and I'll talk about Jones later on. But Asby later on became a corporal, non-commissioned officer. And we had to wade through a lot of the streams and that. One of the problems we had, and I'm sure you've heard about leeches in Vietnam, Asby actually filled his canteen in one of these streams, and I guess swallowed a leech. and he came and he said, I got to get out of here with him. I can't stay here. I swallowed a leech. And I said, Asby, how do you know you swallowed a leech? She said, I'm sure it was a leech. I swallowed it. I said, well, look, it's going to go down to your stomach. Stomach acid is going to kill it. I said, you've been complaining about diarrhea. I said, that's going to stop. So he accepted that. But later on, he would walk point a lot. And one time we were going someplace and I thought we were just going too slow. Well, you had to hack through the jungle to get there. And I said, give me that damn machete and I'll show you how you're supposed to walk point. And so we're walking point and I'm cutting through with this machete. Well, what I didn't realize is we were walking right to this little ridge that had a drop. Well, I cut through and I actually go over the side, fall about 15 feet into this little ravine down there, and I never forget, Asby said, "Hey, Lieutenant, if you don't mind, we're not going to go that way." So he and I had this great relationship. And then my right guide was a guy named Chapman, Clarence Chapman, who was black from South Carolina. And he said, Lieutenant, he said, I know you're from Louisiana. He said, you going to have a problem with me sleeping with you? I said, what are you talking about, sleeping with me? He said, well, you know, he said, we dig two-man holes. He said, I'm your right guide and radio operator. He said, I'm supposed to be with you all the time. I said, well, just as long as I have half of the hole, I'm okay with that, chap. So yeah, you know, I think that's the one thing from the Marine Corps that probably I value as much as anything. Having grown up in the segregated South, I never really had much interaction with other people other than white people. But the Marine Corps, you know, maybe forced it. But the bottom line is I realized, you know, that we're all part of this great society. And the thing that always impressed me is that blood, when it dries, no matter what color you are, dries brown. So, you know, to me, the war was the great equalizing, level playing field for everybody, regardless of what your race or your beliefs were. And I never saw any racists in combat. I'm sure they were before. I'm sure many of them became afterwards, but not in combat. Because there's no question in my mind, like we talked about before, if you couldn't trust a guy and you felt that he was not somebody that was going to take care of you, you weren't going to take care of him, and he was gone. And one of the things that I still have, and I don't know why I kept it, a lot of the guys from the South had these Confederate flags. And I have one at home because all these guys, but everybody that was in that platoon signed that Confederate flag. Every black Marine, and I have pictures of all of us standing there signing this thing. And I didn't think that I'd even sign it because and then one of them, they gave the flag to me later on. One of them was getting ready to die. His name was Hillbilly Croft from Tennessee. In fact, he came from 4th generation moonshiners. In fact, he used to always send me moonshine whenever we got together. He'd always bring me a quart of moonshine. But he died again when Agent Orange 2 years ago. He said, Lieutenant, your name's on that flag. I said, Hillbilly, I don't think I would have signed a Confederate flag. He said, oh yeah, you did, Lieutenant. He said, there's your name right there. And believe it or not, right next to my name is Chapman. Chapman. So, you know, I think the Confederate flag in my generation back then was one that symbolized you were from the South, where it's been hijacked since then. You know, now it's become something that I can understand why it's become such a hateful symbol for African Americans. But it wasn't then. And nobody displayed it. You know, they had it. And I don't know why they had it. I guess because every now and then a guy would have a flag from his state or something, and I can't remember whose flag it really was. But I remember, you know, we talked about South. I mean, I love grits, and I remember talking to this one guy from Alabama, and I can't remember what his name was now. I'll have to think about it. You know, we never knew people really by their full names, and there was a reason for that. You never really wanted to become too close. As a lieutenant, I had to have all their names written down in case they got hurt and that. But normally they had nicknames, you know, like Hillbilly, Hillbilly Croft, and I'm trying to think what some of the other guys. There was a guy named Canada because he was a Canadian, and I'll never forget, there was another guy that we called him Tiger, and I could never figure out why they started calling him Tiger till one day I saw him without his shirt. He had this huge tiger tattoo on the back of his back, and it was this tiger digging into his shoulders. So, you know, and we did that, I'm sure, out of respect, and not wanting to get too close. But there again, you know, we did lots of dehumanizing things over there, and I think a lot of people don't realize that. You know, we had names for the enemy that were derogatory names. They were gooks, and we had other, or dinks. And I know that that was done so in your mind you dehumanized them. You didn't look at them as a human being. And
So you could keep doing your job.
yeah, until you killed one. And I remember going through this one guy's belongings we'd killed. And you'd find a picture of their wife and their kids in their wallet, just like we had pictures of our wives and girlfriends in our wallets. And then all of a sudden it comes home to you that, hey, this is another human being, but you just kind of put that behind you.
Did you, I wanted to back up a little bit and talk about your first impressions of, had you been out of the country when you arrived in Vietnam before?
Oh yeah, I'd gone, my folks had gone down to Mexico a couple of times to Acapulco. I guess that was a place back in the 60s that a lot of people went, in the 50s. So yes, I've been out of the country. But, you know, really, as a kid, I never really left Louisiana very much. Like I'm saying, you know, you became a captive of your society. And I'm sure that was probably true. I remember I went through airborne training. And I remember sitting on the airplane getting ready to make our first jump. And this kid was sitting next to me, a young soldier, and he was crying. I said, why are you crying? I said, there's nothing to be afraid of. I said, we've gone to all this training, you're going to be all right. He said, no, he says, I'm crying because he said, you know, he says, I've only ever taken one airplane trip, and this is it. He said, I took a bus to come into the Army, and he says, I'm getting ready to jump out of an airplane, I've never landed in one. So, you know, that tells you, you know, how small of an environment we sometimes grow up in, that we don't have any appreciation. You know, dealing with other people. You know, I'll be honest with you, my wife talked to me about Jewish people. My daughter ended up marrying a fellow who was, his mother was Jewish. His father was Methodist, but his mother was Jewish. And I asked my wife, I said, you know, is there a temple in Manassas? And she said, no. She says, there's no Jewish temple. I don't think there is one. I mean, maybe Mary Helen knows. But to my knowledge, there was never a Jewish temple here in Manassas that the people who were Jewish had to go someplace else to worship. So that was really foreign to my wife, to think that here she's dating, getting ready to marry somebody who was part Jewish. So, you know, I don't think it was just me in the little town I came from in Louisiana. And Alexandria was, like I say, it was a very closed society. It really was. You know, but, you know, I guess the Marine Corps is really what brought this attention to me. I mean, I went to Southern University also as a recruiter. Of course, and I wasn't more successful at Southern, which is a traditionally black college, also like Grambling. And watch these guys, you know, running track and that. And this was right before the 1968 Olympics. And, you know, I was blown away by the athletic ability these guys had. You know, LSU had been a segregated school. Now it's one of the dominant sports schools in the nation. But back then, you know, an all-white athletic environment, I mean, we were probably much better than a lot of the high schools are as far as athletic ability. I mean, the real athletes, guys who were becoming professional athletes, were going to places like Grambling and Southern. You know, so I mean, to me, this was the Marine Corps was, I guess, bringing what is reality home to me more so than, and I like to think that it was the same for other people like me. But then I never went back either. I never went back south, except, you know, I would visit my parents occasionally, but I didn't go back that often. I was never very close to my mother and my father. Mm-hmm. I never went back even after we were married because my wife was never really accepted by them because they felt that my wife had tricked me into marrying her and all that stuff. We're not going there. So, you know, I accepted the fact that they want to be that way, they can be that way, but that's not me. So I would go back maybe once every 5 years. As the kids, as my children, you know, reach certain marker events like 6th grade or 5 or 6 years old, getting out of kindergarten, going into elementary school, they'd see them. But I don't think I did that more than twice. I think maybe my daughter would say that she's only seen my mother maybe once or twice in her life before she died. And then my father would come up here. My father was a forensic pathologist before that was a big deal. And he would come up to this FBI academy because forensics was something that they would teach, and he would occasionally actually give a lecture up here in forensics to the people at the FBI academy. So he would come up and spend time with me. But my dad, I'm not saying my mom was narrow-minded. I'm just saying that she was just not a very nourishing person at all. In fact, I'll be honest with you, when she passed away, my one sister didn't even come to her funeral, which tells you something. Yeah. Of course, my sister, both of my sisters were very well educated. One was about to get her PhD. She was a speech pathologist. She's the one that didn't come to my mother's funeral, and I've lost touch with her. I don't know where my one sister is. My other sister was a Harvard Business School graduate, master's degree in economics and that, and was one of the first executives at IBM. And I remember when she used to take this white dye or whatever that bleaches her hair so it looked like her hair had a skunk stripe. And I said, why are you doing that, Mary? She says, you know, I'm in here with all these men. And she says, I've got to look like I'm older so that I have some experience in what I'm doing. I said, doesn't your education qualify that? She says, I'm a woman, remember that. So, I mean, you know, you saw that throughout our society in the 60s and even early 70s when because my sister, the sister that went to Harvard Business School is 12 years younger than I am. So if I graduated in 67, she didn't graduate until 74, 75, somewhere around there. And of course she went to a private school too. She went to Millsaps in Mississippi where she got her degree. She's married to a doctor. They live in San Antonio and they're very well off, but you know, I wasn't that way. And I don't think she is either. Now, the other sister, I don't know, it's a speech pathologist. I don't know what she's done. But she, you know, just kind of walked away from the family. So that kind of gives you an idea that there wasn't a lot of that, what I call parental nourishment in the family. But sometimes I think when people are too intelligent, that's part of it, you know. I remember my dad, you know, felt that, you know, sports was a waste of time for me. And he never came to any of my games. You know, he never really wanted to get involved in that. All he wanted to do was see me go on to become some kind of professional, as he said. And I was a lieutenant colonel in the Marine Corps, and he would say, like my wife, when are you going to get out and get a job? You know, I said, well, I kind of thought I did. Anyway.
That's all very interesting and
But they're really not about Vietnam.
no, but it's all important.
Yeah.
You know, but sometimes you
No.
shifting gears in oral history, and you
No.
kind of want to acknowledge
Yeah.
that you're saying something that's
Yeah.
very. But what was your impressions of Vietnam as a place when you first arrived? Like hot
And smells. All this different smells. You know, they, like the Japanese, I'm sure their sewage and garbage disposal was not anything at all like we're used to. So you were constantly bombarded by this feeling of heat and the different smells. In fact, Mary Helen was talking today. She said, I figured they talked about a dead animal or something that they had to get out from underneath one of their properties here. And how difficult it was for even the exterminator to deal with the smell. And I said, well, I said, of all of the smells, that to me, were probably the ones that I remember the strongest are the smells of the decaying body. I said, I don't think I've ever smelled, and I was a hunter for a long, and still am a hunter. I said, I've smelled dead animals, but I said, to smell a rotting human being is something that you will never forget, ever forget. And of course, you know, the battlefield was one of those kind of things that not everybody was picked up, especially the North Vietnamese and the VC. I mean, we did a great job of bringing everybody back that was ours. But I can tell you that we killed the Vietnamese. We buried them, but it was a hasty burial. I don't know what kind of animals they had. I saw a tiger once over there when I was there, but I'm sure that there were other animals, and that would dig things up. And I remember one time I had to actually dig a grave up. In fact, there were 7 graves we found. And one of the things that you had to do was to dig these graves up if we thought they were North Vietnamese, to see if there was any kind of intelligence purpose to them, to see if there was any kind of documents or anything. So I remember we dug these graves up, and I'm not sure what they were, because their hands had been cut off and their heads had been removed. And it was close to the DMZ, so I don't know if they were Russian, if they were Chinese, if they were prisoners of war. We never really knew, because I mean, you didn't send bodies back. You just said, hey, we got nothing here except a bunch of bodies that don't have heads and hands. But I remember that smell. I remember this guy who was this big, strapping kind of guy. It's the first time I ever saw him actually break down. He fell to his knees and was actually throwing up because the smell was that bad. It became human. So, you know, those are kind of the things that, you know, you really suddenly never want to experience again. But it's the kind of things that you never forget either.
Oh. When you finished, this is more of a logistical question in the vein of what you're talking about.
Sure.
When you finished a battle, and I guess, you know, like people are
Firefights.
they're not fighting anymore.
Never really battles, they were firefights. I mean, they lasted, you know, I think the longest firefight I was ever in, unlike the ones that the guys that I had been with had been with one for, lasted something like, I think, 28 hours. Yeah, and that's where it was a horrendous battle. In fact, there's a book called The Battle of Foxtrot Ridge that's about that particular battle. And I think they mentioned me in there because I said that I made this comment that I'd even forgot that I'd made. This guy actually wrote it down in the preface. He said, basically, I said, this is where I realized is the maddening place, Vietnam. Because I think you did kind of go mad over there at times. I think that you lost touch with humanity in a lot of ways. We used to call the United States the world. We called it the world, going back to the world, man. You know, I'm going back to the world next month. And we call it the world because where we were was so unreal to us. I mean, there was no semblance to what we call the United States or America. So we called it the world. You know, and that's why I think some of the stories you hear about Vietnam are probably stories that really happened, especially the parts about inhumanity. You know, when I heard about My Lai massacre, I could never really understand how anybody could kill civilians, because that was one of the things that, you know, was one of my commandments. We don't shoot unarmed people. Unless that person is carrying a weapon or you have reason to believe that they have weapons, we don't engage them. And later on, I'll share, well, later on after I left the infantry, I had 2 parts to my time in Vietnam. One strictly with the infantry fighting on the ground in the jungle and the mountains. And the other part, I was flying in a little unarmed observation airplane. And then transitioned into what they called an armed reconnaissance airplane. And we were flying one day, and I looked down, and my job was to locate the enemy soldiers as an aerial observer. And I looked down, and I saw this soldier with a rifle on his shoulder. But he was holding the hand of a woman and a little child in the other hand. Technically, he was an enemy soldier. Technically, I could have said, okay, let's take him out. And I said, is me killing 3 people going to make a difference in this war? To myself. I didn't say this to the pilot because I don't know what his reaction would have been. He'd have probably rolled in hot with machine guns. And I just said, no, I don't see anything. And so I just watched them hide under a tree while we flew over. So, you know, there's a part of us that I think, even though we lose our humanity, there are things that bring back our humanity to us, even in war. You know, that you just can't divorce yourself from, you know, being who we are. Now, maybe that was my Catholic guilt. I don't know. Call it what you want. But the bottom line was I was not going to have that on my conscience that I killed a man. For no reason. Just to say we got 3 confirmed kills. And I'm sure a lot of times that body count that people talked about, and I think in the case of Callie and those guys, was true. In fact, one of the guys that was one of my captains later on when I was a major had been the guy who was whatever they call the cell monitor for Callie at Leavenworth, Kansas. And I asked him about Callie. I said, what kind of person is he? He says, well, he said, to me, he was kind of a jerk. I mean, he was one of these kind of guys that just didn't seem like he had it all together. But yet, and a lot of people don't know this, he was actually allowed to make interviews and that outside of the prison when, you know, he'd been involved in something like that. When in my mind, should have never been let out and should have been given more than a 20-year sentence. I mean, for killing an entire village like that, massacring the village. Mm-hmm. But, you know, I'll honestly say that my guys, the guys that I was with, I can't speak that for everybody. I can't say that. But for the people that I led and was led by, we never did anything like that. It's something that I could not stand up and say, you know, yeah, I did that and not have any guilt about saying it.
So, but back to the firefight question.
Okay, sure.
So when you go to the firefight, it's over. So you have to take an account. You have to take an accounting of who's there.
Oh, yeah.
So how do you take care of the men who have perished in battle? You're out in the jungle. Are you calling like helicopters? And
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine that's like a very.
Why do you say that? I guess it was in May. I was asked, you know, and I guess the Vietnam War, even though it went on for a long time, depending upon where you were and when you were there, was smaller than it really is, you know, in the grand scheme of things. I was asked to speak at Memorial Day down in Culpeper, Virginia. No, it wasn't Memorial Day. It was that Vietnam Day, the Vietnam Remembrance Day. I was asked to speak to it at the National Cemetery down in Culpeper, Virginia. And I went there, and one of the fellows that was there said, I see you were a Marine. Who are you with? And I said, well, I was with 2nd Battalion, 3rd Marines. I said, who were you with? And he said, well, I was in 1-4. And I said, gosh, one of my best friends was in 1-4. And he said, you know, I said, where were you in 1-4? And I said, when? He said, 68. And I said, were you there in June, July, August? I said, well, yeah. He said, in fact, June, I forget, he gave me the date. I should remember it too. Because it was the first time that we're talking about exactly what you're talking about. Killed. We landed on a place called Mutter's Ridge, and I guess you don't have to use your imagination to know why it was called Mutter's Ridge, because it was a terrible place. No matter when you went there, you knew you were going to be in contact with the enemy. So we were sent there to relieve this company, and it was pouring down rain. I'll never forget that. The helicopters landed, we got off, and we went to relieve these guys in place where, I mean, we actually filled in their holes, and they came out, got on the helicopter, took them out. But they left 7 bodies in the landing zone, wrapped up in ponchos. And I still remember watching the raindrops just bounce off of these ponchos and these guys' bodies. And they left them there, which is something that normally wasn't done. You normally never left a dead person. But they said because of the fact that they'd gotten shot up, And I don't know why they had to get out so quick that they didn't evacuate. Maybe it was because the helicopters couldn't come in to get them. And that was the kind of place Mother's Ridge was like that. I mean, you always had intense small arms fire directed at the helicopters when they came in. They left them for us to evacuate. So yes, I mean, you tagged them, you wrapped them in a poncho, and then you put them on a helicopter and they sent them back to the morgue. And the morgue was either in Da Nang or in Quang Tri. In my case, it was at Quang Tri. And that's a story in itself, the morgue at Quang Tri. Some of the memories that I have that are my worst memories are dealt with exactly what you're talking about, guys getting killed. My radio operator was actually blown in half. My command detonated mine. I wasn't there. I had just been relieved as the company commander and a new guy had taken over. This guy, Max Grooms, Muriel Grooms was his name, from Maryland. We used to laugh about the fact that, you know, he'd say, well, we're not going to get any Maryland crabs over here, Lieutenant. And I said, no, I guess we won't, Max. And his name was Muriel, but he went by the name Max. And I asked him one time, I said, how did you get the nickname Max? Because, you know, I had a nickname. And he said, you know, going through life with a name like Muriel, I came into the Marine Corps and I said, I wasn't going to tell anybody my name was Muriel. I said, I understand, Max. You don't have to tell me anything more. But anyway, he was killed that way. And the guy who was later one of my best friends, who also died of Agent Orange cancer in Texas about 4 years ago, came back with him. He would not leave Max. He was wounded. And he says, Max, I'll be with Max until they take him. And it's funny because he made the helicopter land where I was so he could say goodbye to me. And I didn't go to see Max because he told me, he said, Lieutenant, you don't want to see Max. But he said, I just wanted to say goodbye to you. Well, the helicopter's about ready to leave. This was his third Purple Heart. And I said, if you don't get out of here, his name was Bubba Perry, James Bubba Perry, James Amons, but he went by Bubba. The only Bubba I really knew until I watched that show, you know, what was the thing with
Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump. When I saw that, I said, well, that's not the Bubba that I knew. Because he was this big 6'2" Texan, just this robust kind of guy, but it was his third Purple Heart. But he almost missed the helicopter because he had to get off to say goodbye to me before they left. But no, normally we made sure that the guys who were killed were taken care of. And bodies. I'll share this. This is something I've never shared with anybody. This is one of the things that I told you I wouldn't hold back on. As an aerial observer, I guess it must have been February or March. I guess you could probably I can look up the exact date. I was flying in an operation in the Ashaw Valley, which is a bad place. Anybody you've ever talked to about the Ashaw Valley, they'll tell you it was a haven for the Vietnamese, and it was part of the terminus on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. And this operation was really to interdict the Ho Chi Minh Trail, and it was the 9th Marines that were involved in it, and I was detailed to fly that day. Well, as we were flying, we always took fire from that area, and different degrees of small arms or anti-aircraft fire. Helicopter was shot down, and all the guys were lost on it, and we knew they were lost because of the fact that it just crashed and exploded, and you can't survive those kind of explosions, and you learned that. And they couldn't just send guys in; they had to actually send a special forces team in, a special forces reconnaissance team. And interestingly enough, one of the guys, talk about the small wars I said before, one of the guys that was involved with that mission, I've gone to high school with, and he was a special forces captain at that time. He was promoted to captain. I was still a first lieutenant. He was a year ahead of me in school. We were good friends all through high school. And he said, you can't get these guys out. I said, what do you mean you can't get them out? He said, that's why we sent you there, to get their bodies so we could evacuate. He said, they're so tangled up in the wreckage, we can't get them out. And he says, you got to remember, he said, it's just 5 of us. And he says, we don't know how long we can stay here without them finding us. Probably one of the more difficult things I've ever done. I said, you got to bring them back. He said, I can't do it. He said, what do you want me to do? I said, cut their heads off. And he said, are you shitting me, Martin? I said, cut their heads off, Randy. I said, well, I knew that the one guy was married with kids. And I said, I don't want their families not knowing what happened to them. Make sure that those guys are accounted for and they're not just burned up in that helicopter. And he said, all right. So they cut their heads off, put them in a pack. Years later, I was at a reunion down in Texas, and it was a Marine reunion. And these guys, thank you. These guys were talking about things that were odd to them, things that they had never thought they'd ever experienced. And he said, I worked at Quang Tree Morgue. I said, you worked at Quang Tree Morgue? And I said, when did you work there? He said, well, 69. I said, were you working there in the spring of 69? He said, yeah. I said, did you have 3 heads come in one time? He said, yeah. He said, we spent days trying to find bodies to fit those heads to, and we couldn't, so we knew that there were no bodies. But I knew that the dental records would confirm who those people were so that their families would not have to go through. And I guess the reason I was so concerned about stuff like that was we had people who were lost that we didn't know. In fact, later on, one of my roommates was in MIA for 8 years. A guy named John Robert Hagan from Savannah, Georgia, and was shot down in Laos. And it was 8 years before they found their remains. And we had another incident when we were controlling an airstrike where a pilot of a jet never pulled up out of the run and actually crashed into the side of the mountain, just exploded. And so I knew his family. And I later found out that his family would never accept the fact that this guy was not accounted for because there was nothing left.
No remains.
No remains, nothing. And so I always, that decision was something I always labored over. But then I never regretted doing it. The only thing I regretted was the memorial service that they had for these guys. We had a chaplain, and I was with the airman part of it, that decided they were going to have one of those celebration of life services for these guys that were killed. And he stood up, and his whole sermon was he read the lyrics to the song, What's It All About, Alfie? And I remember I shook my head and just turned around and walked away. I said, those guys deserve more than the lyrics to a song.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, those are some of the bad memories you talk about. Max Green was getting killed. Jacobs Guard, Keeble, those guys that were pilot and co-pilot in the helicopter. And the crew chief, I don't think I ever really knew the crew chief's name. I knew those guys because I used to play ping pong with them there in the ready room before we'd go out on missions and that. So, and I remember seeing pictures of Jacobs Guard's kids, and they were little kids. I mean, like 1 and 2 year old toddlers. So, you made decisions that
You had to make.
any other time would have been no, would never do something like that. But you did that. Okay, let's get back to your.
Yeah. 1 second.
A little.
Do you want some water?
Yeah. I knew that eventually a memorial I think one of those guys is actually wearing his dog tags in his shoes. So it's not something that probably I was unique in doing. I'm sure a lot of us that were combat infantry guys, there were guys who were out in the jungle and that did, for that reason.
I'm just going to reiterate for the recording that you're saying that you would wear 2 dog tags on your feet, in your shoes.
Yeah,
and then one on your neck.
One on each boot, and then a pair around my neck. So I had 4 dog tags with my name and blood type on it. And then, of course, a lot of guys who would actually put their blood type, believe it or not, on their side of their helmet. That didn't make any difference because whenever they gave blood in the field, sometimes they did bring plasma out. I never remember them asking you what your blood type was.
You just got what you got.
I guess maybe
or it was all
O positive, and O positive, the universal donor. My guess is they probably did that, but
Okay, well I'm interested that we kind of talk about, if you feel fully talking about your time in the infantry.
Yeah.
If there's more things you want to address as that part of that before we move to how you got in a plane.
Oh yeah. Sure.
So but I can ask you, I think one thing might be interesting to ask you is, when did you first encounter the enemy? What was your first encounter?
A week after I got there. Yeah. Maybe not even a week. These guys were jumpy, as I'd said before, because of that big battle they'd been in. Well, we actually had to evacuate the Quezon area. I guess it was maybe June of '68. The siege was over, I think, around April or so. I think it ended. They actually considered the siege ended in April of '68. So they were pulling these guys out and then taking part of that 1st Marine Regiment that I was still part of and actually putting them into Quezon Combat Base. Well, we were 2-3, as I said before. So we were really part of the 3rd Marine Division, but we were kind of on loan. In fact, we used to have a little sign that said 2-3, rent a battalion. 3rd Marine Regiment, 3rd Marine Division. So we were getting ready to get sent back to the 3rd Marine Division. So one night we had to set up, and somebody had seen what they thought was movement up on this ridge line. And so we ended up having to go up there to check it out. And it was the first time I ever threw a grenade. They had all these holes like tunnels. And you'd heard about tunnel rats and all those kind of things. I mean, even though I didn't get there till '68, you'd met guys who had come back from Vietnam who had been there in '65, '66, and '67 that, we'd have conversations with in the different places, in the mess halls or something like that. So that's the thing about PTSD. I've always thought the greatest remedy for people initially from PTSD was to be able to sit down and talk to other guys about their experience. Well, you can't talk to somebody who doesn't have that reference point, kind of like you and I talk. I would never share this with somebody that was just casual conversation. Even if they said, "Oh, you're a Vietnam veteran," I'd say, "Yeah, I'm a Vietnam veteran." But you just don't. I mean, they would always say, "Well, who are you with? What did you do? What was your job?" So I'd heard about that, and I said, well, I'm not going to have somebody crawl into those places. So I would just take a grenade, pull the pin, throw the grenade in the hole, and it would explode. So that night, we had to set up. And, of course, these guys were all still a little jumpy from their experience. And they heard movement. And this one guy swore that he heard canteens being clanked together and everything. So being the new guy, I immediately put him on 100% alert, which means nobody out of your holes, out of your fighting holes. Nobody move. Anybody that's upright is considered the enemy and shoot him. And there was a shot. I don't know where the shot came from. And then all of a sudden, this guy, Tony Flores, who was a character himself, said, "Don't shoot, MF, don't shoot. It's me, Flores." And I said, "Flores, what the hell are you doing out of your hole?" He said, "I had to take a leak." So, But then it turned out that they weren't there. So we ended up, going back down to get evacuated out. Well, we no sooner had gotten down to this place, which was called Calais, that they put us on helicopters and they sent us up to a place on the Quaviet River. And you may have heard about a battle called Dido. There were several Medal of Honor recipients at Dido. So we were sent in to sweep after they had come out. And this was the first time that I actually saw enemy soldiers, and we ended up fighting enemy soldiers. They had us sweep up through this area that we call the sand dunes. And as we're doing that, we suddenly start taking artillery fire. Well, you normally didn't have artillery fire from the North Vietnamese, but we were so close to the line, the Ben Hai River, which was the demarcation line between North and South Vietnam, that they were actually able to shoot artillery on us. So they started shooting artillery on us. And of course, sand, you can't dig into the sand. So all you could do was lay down in the sand. But there were these huge bomb craters around there. And so for some reason I got up and ran, and I didn't realize how deep these bomb craters were, and they were partially filled with water. Well, I jumped in and I went belly flat, and I'm like this, and I'm stranded in that. I never will forget this one Marine, Chris Gentry, who later I ended up in my citation as the guy who I pulled out of the river. Chris kind of peered over the rim of this bomb crater and says, "Lieutenant, what are you doing down there?" He said, we're being serious here. Well, he was just having some fun with me, so he actually pulled me out before I drowned in this bomb crater. But about this time, I see this other Marine, another artillery shell comes in, and all of a sudden, this Marine just goes flat. Well, he was killed. So that was probably one of the first times I saw a Marine get killed. Well, we moved from there up to this ridge line, getting ready to, it really wasn't a ridge line, it was more of like a sand dune. In fact, that's why we call it the dunes, because they were almost like you would see down on the Outer Banks or someplace where the dunes are built up. And so we came up to that, and all of a sudden we hear all this machine gun fire. And I look over there, and the first time I actually see two enemy soldiers manning a machine gun. Well, I wanted to immediately take them under fire. Well, the company commander wouldn't let me. I said, I see him. We got to knock these guys out. He said, "Martin, we can't do it. We got to wait because other people are sweeping in." What they had done is they put other Marines up there. And so they were going to actually come down and push them towards us, which means they thought that the enemy would get up and run towards us and we'd be able to take them under fire. Well, I'm watching these North Vietnamese soldiers. Well, they're shooting. And all of a sudden I see these three guys who are running, three Marines. And I don't know if you've ever seen a picture of a gazelle or something where they just jump up in the air. I see this one Marine, two of the Marines just get knocked down. This other guy actually just leaps up into the air. I guess when he's hit, that last gasp of life. He leaps up into the air and falls flat down. And I'll never forget that sight. This guy just leaping up, almost like a high jumper would. And then these guys pull out, and I never did get a chance to bring them under fire. But yet I watched them actually kill these three Marines. And then, of course, we brought their bodies back and put them on a tank and took them out. So, yeah, that was probably my first experience of actually seeing that kind of fighting take place. Now, later on, we had battles where we killed guys. In fact, I told you about the guy that wouldn't speak Vietnamese to me. We killed some guys that day, and I'd thrown a grenade out. In fact, that's how we got him as a prisoner, because, you hear all these stories about brutality, and he was walking down the trail when we first saw him. Of course, we had had other encounters. One of my guys had been wounded by him earlier, and as we went up, we got hit, and we came under contact, and it was the company that was ahead of us. And my platoon was actually sent up to bring their casualties back because they had casualties. And this kid, Chris Gentry, I was telling you about, I shouldn't say kid, I mean this Marine, Chris Gentry, I was telling you about, who pulled me out of the bomb crater, was my radio operator at that time. And we had to go up and get their bodies. And I remember this black Marine was killed. And, you know, people I don't think understand how devastating some of these assault rifles are. And this black Marine had been shot in the back. I don't know why, maybe he turned when he saw the enemy. But the bullet had actually blown his intestines out the front. And I remember Chris and I sitting there trying to push his guts back in the hole. And Chris, you know, just sobbing. I said, Chris, what's wrong? He said, I went through machine gun school with that guy. And he said, he was a friend. So, you know, those kind of things, and I never talked about that, you know, but I'll never forget. That's the first time I knew that a human being's intestines were blue, you know, was that time when that happened. So we go up, and of course we get in a firefight. And I see this Vietnamese coming down the trail. Well, at the same time I saw it, Chris saw it too. Well, I spun around, and I shot him in the knee. Now, I intended, I wanted to shoot him someplace else, and that shows you how you know, I guess not alarmed, you know, just a quick reaction. I just spun around and fired, and I hit him in the knee, and Chris had shot and hit him in the shoulder. But then he ran. How he ran, having been shot in the knee, I don't know. He didn't run far. But I didn't know anything about what had happened to him. But I knew that he was back about maybe 15, 20 feet away from us. And I said, nobody stand up. So I took a grenade, threw a grenade, and the grenade went off, and this guy screamed when the grenade went off. So I figured I'd either killed him or seriously wounded him. Well, I'd seriously wounded him. And we pulled him out, and he had a piece of grenade fragment in his gut, bullet in his shoulder, bullet in his knee. But then they sent a Vietnamese, I don't know what it was, a scout or an intel scout or something up from one of the other, maybe the battalion headquarters, to interview this guy. They wanted to question him. Well, when he was laying there, I guess it's humorous now when I think about it, when he was laying there, his legs were crossed. And I was afraid that he might have a grenade that he had between his legs, and that was suppressing the grenade from going off. So I told this kid, Tony Flores, what I was telling you about, had to get up and take a leak. I said, Flores, check and make sure you didn't have a grenade down there in his crotch. Well, the guy had wet his pants, the North Vietnamese, obviously, when he was wounded, you know.
Stressful time.
That's right, absolutely. And Flores said, hey, Lieutenant Marty, pee his pants. I'm not going to do that. And I said, Flores, check to make sure he doesn't have a grenade down there. So Flores reaches down there and says, there's no grenade. Of course, what does Flores do? He's got to squeeze his scrotum and that, so the guy screams again. I said, Flores, that wasn't necessary. He said, yeah, it was. He said, that guy peed himself, and you made me check him out. I said, okay, back off. So anyway, the interpreter comes up, and he starts questioning. Well, the guy's not talking. You know, I don't know why, but he's not talking. Well, I watched this Vietnamese sergeant take this piece of stick, and he just started whittling the stick. And he kept questioning, and the guy wasn't going to answer his questions. Before I knew it, he took that stick, stuck it in the hole in the guy's stomach, twisted the stick, and then the guy started screaming and talking. And I grabbed the Vietnamese and I said, we're not doing that anymore. And he said, but okay. So, you know.
So he was from the South Vietnamese.
He's a South Vietnamese. This is a North Vietnamese soldier. And that's a North Vietnamese soldier. So those kind of things, no doubt, went on. There's no question. Because I don't know why this guy would have felt comfortable doing something like that unless he'd done something similar in the past. But, you know, it stopped there. Now, I'm sure this guy died. I'm sure the North Vietnamese guy died. I don't know. I put him on a helicopter. I put a sandbag over his head so he wouldn't know much about us, so kind of like a blindfold. I mean, I didn't tie it, but I just put it over his head so he could still breathe and put him on a helicopter. But that night, we got mortared very badly. And I had this kid, and I can't remember what his name is either now. He was a new kid. He'd only been with us a day or two. And he took a piece of shrapnel in the head. And he screamed all night long, screaming for his mother all night long. And I finally told the corpsman to go over. I said, give him some morphine, shut him up. He said, Lieutenant, I can't. I gave him morphine earlier. I said, give him some more. He's got to shut up. I said, we're not going to, anybody is going to get through tonight with that guy screaming for his mother, plus they're going to know where we are. Well, another mortar came in. Two of my guys got badly wounded. A guy named Gentry and another guy named Near. And they sent a helicopter in. I called it an emergency medevac because this guy that had been wounded in the head. And Jones, another funny story. Before all this happened, we were clearing the LZ, so a helicopter, we had to cut down brush and trees and that so helicopters could actually land. And there was this black Marine by the name of Jones. And believe it or not, there were transistor radios that people had. And I know you saw, Good Morning Vietnam and all that, and they had that Armed Forces Vietnam. Well, if you were way up in the mountains where we were, you could actually get reception on the little transistors, but you couldn't get it if you were down in the jungle area. So Jones had his transistor out and he had an earplug in, and he's actually dancing up on the LZ listening to music. Well, a sniper shot Jones. And I was the first one up there because I was actually monitoring how they were clearing the LZ. So I was the first one to get to Jones. Well, I knew it was a sniper because it was a single shot when he fell. So I got over there and he wanted to get up, and I actually laid on top of him. And I'll never forget this. People say, well, why did you become a teacher, Martin? And this is probably one of the motivations that I never forgot. Jones is laying there, and of course, transistor radio is still in his ear. I can't hear it, but he can, and I'm sure, he's sitting there, and he starts asking them different questions. And he said, am I all right? I said, you're going to be all right, Jones. You're all right. He got shot in the thigh. And I said, no, you're going to be all right. He said, where are we? I said, you know where we are. We're on Mudder's Ridge. He said, where are we? I said, Jones, we're on Mudder's Ridge. He said, we're in Vietnam. He looked at me and said, where is Vietnam? And I said, here's a guy maybe going to bleed to death and may die in a country where he doesn't even know where he is in the world. And I said, that's wrong. Absolutely wrong. So as a teacher, and I happened to be there after 9/11 as a teacher, and I said, I wanted to make sure that every kid that I taught, every student that I taught knew where Iraq and those places are, so if they have to go over there and fight, they'll know exactly where they are in the world and why they're doing it. But that's another story. Those are some of the stories about firemen. To continue the story, the helicopter that I called in for these guys came in, and all of a sudden, the sky just lights up with green and red tracers. Helicopter gets shot down. I actually see the helicopter just roll down, explode off the side of the hill as they're shot down. And I see these guys, and I said, guys, you're going to have to hang in there tonight. And I told the corpsman, I said, whatever you got to do to keep the guy who's screaming quiet. I said, you need to do it. D'Angelo was the corpsman's name. I can't remember this kid's name. He'd only been there, and I didn't think he was even old enough to be in the Marine Corps. And here he was, with his head when he was screaming for his mother. And I said, you've got to keep this guy quiet. I said, they're all around us. And they were. They had thrown that night, they threw these satchel charges in on top of us too, which are these, really there were tin cans filled with explosives and that. So, but they didn't attack us because I brought in a gunship. I don't know if you ever heard about these ships they call Spooky. that are these C-130s with Gatling guns that it looks like a stream of fire, but they're really 50 caliber bullets that are just, up and down. So I had them come in after the helicopter shot down because I knew they were closing in on us. If they were close enough to throw satchel charges in, I knew they were that close. And of course, they were firing. One of my machine gunners said he killed somebody. I don't know whether he did or not because we never went to look because it was a very steep part of the hill where they had to climb up. So I called in another medevac, and the guy said, "Is the zone hot?" And I said, "Yeah, the zone's hot." And I said, "Regardless what anybody tells you, don't come in tonight," because I knew that other people probably were calling in medevacs for us besides myself. And I said, "The zone's too hot," after watching that one helicopter get shot down and explode. So I told the two guys that were conscious. The other guy was not conscious, at least if he was. It was incoherent if he was conscious. I said, "I can't get you out tonight. It's not going to happen." And they said, "Well, okay, we understand, but we can stick it out." And they did. They stuck it out for the next day. It wasn't until the next day in the afternoon that I was able to get a helicopter in. But then we had to walk out because the weather got so bad, they couldn't bring any helicopters in to evacuate us. It took us 5 days to walk from the mountains where we were down to where we had to be. And during that time, we had totally run out of food. So we had no food. Water wasn't a problem because of the rain. I mean, we would take, puddles of water. People talk about Agent Orange. And there was no way that we could not have been exposed to Agent Orange because it was everywhere. I mean, the trees were dead. It was in the water. And we filled our canteens with the water that whatever we could find. If it was in a puddle, we filled it with water in the puddle. I remember one time we filled our canteens and the guy said, "Hey, Martin, there are 3 dead, gooks," what they call the dead NBA. There are 3 dead guys over here. And we just filled our canteens in that same stream. And I said, "What do we do? We die of thirst. We'll hope that nothing happens." So anyway, we had no food. I remember right the day before we got out, we had gone through, other people had come to Mudder's Ridge. If you do any research on Mudder's Ridge, you'll see that it was a place that was constantly being involved in enemy action because they were so close to the DMZ. I mean, they just come across that ridge and then they were able to traverse down into the villages and that. We actually would look to where people had buried trash or they had thrown trash out. So we literally scrounged everything that we could eat that was probably days, weeks old, that somebody hadn't opened a can or we saw a cracker there, we eat it. And I remember we had 1 pack of coffee and 1 cigarette left. And I smoked at that time. I quit when I came back from Vietnam, but I still smoked then. We had 1 cigarette and 1 pack of coffee, and I still have the little C-rat can that was given to me as kind of a souvenir. This one guy hung on to it for a long time. And we filled it with water, made coffee with it, and it wasn't even hot coffee. It was just coffee stirred in this instant coffee and this cold water. And there were 5 of us. And we looked at each other and said, "1 sip, 1 puff, that's it." So we ended up taking 1 puff and 1 sip until it was all gone. And then we ended up walking back down to this place called the Rock Pile, which is where we finally got evacuated from. But I mean, we couldn't get out. And, now we did get those 2 guys and the guy that was wounded in the head out, but everybody else walked out.
You said the corpsman.
Yeah.
Is that like the nurse?
Well, he's like a medic. We call him corpsman in the Marine Corps because they're Navy people and they're called corpsmen, the Navy. Army calls them medics. And he was with us, Doc D'Angelo, Angelo D'Angelo. And there's a story there with him too. I mean, he was something else. They always wanted to experiment. I guess they'd gone through field medical school and all that. And I remember this guy wanted to do on a dead NBA soldier. He said, "Let me do a tracheotomy." I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "What if I ever have to do an emergency tracheotomy on somebody?" He said, I need to do a tracheotomy on this guy. I said, he's a dead body. I said, we're not going to be starting cutting up dead people out here. It's like the guys who wanted to take gold teeth. You know, there's another story. I had a guy that did take gold teeth out of the dead soldiers. I'm not going to name his name because it's obviously a crime to do something like that. And I remember we had this new lieutenant that guys didn't like him. He didn't stick around very long because he was just this guy that was just not a lot of common sense, I guess is the best way to phrase it. And he saw that this guy had all these gold teeth. And I guess to kind of get a rise out of this lieutenant, the guy with gold teeth went up to him and said, Lieutenant, he said, do you know different kinds of gold? And of course, this kind of gives you the impression of what kind it was. He went into this dissertation. Well, yes, there's 10 karat gold. That's not very good gold. There's 14 karat gold. There's 18 karat gold. And then there's pure gold, which is, 22 karat gold. So this guy takes his little bag and he says, what is this? Well, this guy goes crazy. He goes absolutely crazy. He runs up to me and says, Lieutenant, I want to bring so-and-so up on charges. Well, charges means he wanted court-martial. I said, what are you talking about, Lieutenant? He said, no, I want to bring him up on charges for war crimes. I said, war crimes? What the hell are you talking about? He said, so-and-so's got this bag of gold teeth. I said, he's what? He's got this bag of gold teeth. Well, remember I told you they killed about 300 guys. And so this guy had gone around and extracted the teeth out of them. And Asians were a lot like, I guess, the Hispanic people. They prided themselves, maybe that was their level of dentistry, where they used gold in teeth. So a lot of them did have gold teeth. So anyway, he wanted him court-martialed for that. And I said, Lieutenant, I said, if that's the worst thing that ever happens to us over here, I said, we'll get over it. And I said, I hope you do too. I said, I'll take care of it for him. So I went back, talked to the guy, and I said, that's it. I don't want to hear any more things about gold teeth. I don't want you screwing around with the lieutenant anymore. Leave him alone. Well, it wasn't too long after that there was all this story about elephants in Vietnam. Now here we are, on ridge lines. Well, during the rainy season, these guys were taking their helmets off and making imprints in the mud, and told this lieutenant that there were elephants, that they'd seen an elephant. The lieutenant comes to me and says, Lieutenant Martin, we got elephants up here. I said, what are you talking about, Lieutenant? And he said, he's a second lieutenant, I'm a first lieutenant. But I still call him lieutenant because I wanted the men to kind of give him that kind of respect. He said, yeah, I've seen their footprints. I said, you've seen elephant footprints up here? He said, yeah. I said, okay, I'll look into it, because I knew what was going on. I knew they were screwing with him again. Well, he eventually gets sent back and becomes the special services officer because he just couldn't hack it with us. Mm-hmm. And I just didn't want, I knew that it was going to be a source of ridicule as long as he was with us. And so I called the battalion commander and I said, can I get somebody to replace this guy? I said, he's a nice guy, but I said, I really need somebody up here that's, the guys are going to get along with a little bit better. And so they did. But I had a lieutenant that I had to relieve from command, which means that killed his career in the Marine Corps. We were getting ready to go out on an operation and we were picked up. And he calls me up on the radio and says, I need to be evacuated. I said, we're getting ready to go on an operation, Lieutenant. I'm not going to use his name because I don't want these guys' names to show up anywhere, because I don't want to embarrass them later on if they're still around. I said, what are you talking about? He says, I can't go. I can't think. I said, what do you mean you can't go when you can't think? He says, I've been bit by a spider. I said, you've been bit by a spider? I said, how bad is the bite? He said, I don't know. I've been bit by a spider. He says, I can't go out with these guys. I just can't do my job. And I said, Lieutenant, if you're not on that helicopter when your platoon lifts out of this zone, you don't have a place in my company, and my guess is you won't have a place in this battalion. Well, platoon lifted out, and he was still sitting in the zone when he sent his platoon off onto the combat mission. So as soon as I got to our destination, I got on the hook, and I said, I want this guy gone. And the guy that I had as a battalion commander at that time was a Korean War veteran as well as a Vietnam veteran. And he was gone. Yeah, I never saw him again after that radio call. So, you know, you had people over there that shouldn't have been over there, even though they were Marines, and even though they had gone through all of the training and all of the
Testing.
You know, that's right, all of the testing and all of the, you know, things that they do to kind of wash guys out that they don't think are going to be able to handle the job. They still were able, guys were able to get through. But that was the nature of Vietnam. I mean, you know, we were sending people to Vietnam in such a hurry. You know, right now, I think what we went through in probably 30-something weeks is now like a 6-month thing at Quantico, where they just wanted us out as quick as they could get us into the battlefield because of the fact that the lieutenants had such a short time frame before they became casualties. And that was a good example of that. You know, they had taken out, in fact, in my class, they had taken out what they call fighting in a built-up area. Because they said, you're not going to be fighting in any built-up areas. It's because you're going to Vietnam. It's all jungle. Well, where did some of my classmates end up as soon as they got to the country of Vietnam? They fought in the Battle of Hue City. And what was Hue? Built-up area. That's right. One house just like you see in Iraq and Afghanistan, you know. Homes and that where they had to break down doors and blow buildings up, but yet my class never had the experience of doing that. Fortunately, I was never involved in any of that kind of fighting, but I'm sure that some of my classmates were, and some of them were killed. We had 10% of my class was killed in Vietnam that I worked in Quantico. I don't know how many had Purple Hearts, but I know we had 10 Silver Stars and I think 12 killed in action.
How many people?
200. 200.
So how were you injured? Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I'll talk about it. It was one of those stupid things again. Not on my part, it was the company commander's part. We had a battalion commander who was this, you know, hell-bent for leather kind of guy. And he was the Korean War veteran. And I'll use his name because I'm sure he'd want his name out there. His name was Jack Davis. Black Jack Davis is what we called him. And he was just this hell on wheels. He was about 5'7", but you know, you would think he was 7 foot tall the way he treated people. And you know, he cut no slack for anybody. And for some reason, I happened to have been at that point, I happened to be his favorite lieutenant. I think only because I was probably the one who had been in the company and in the battalion the longest. The other guys were all gone. So he told the company commander, who was the guy that I talked about that looked like the bear, he had been made the company commander, but he wasn't with us that day. He said, Martin, we got to reconnoiter this area. We're going to move into this place. And I think it was called Helicopter Valley is what the nickname was for it. And we got to get there right away. He says, you're going to have the lead platoon. He says, I want you to try to find a way for us to get there as quick as we can. I said, Roger. I said, do you have anything? He said, yeah, I want you to go right between this draw. And I said, wait a second. I said, why can't I go up over the ridge line? Why do I have to go through the draw? He said, Blackjack says we got to get there as quick as we can. You're going to have the lead. I want to make sure that we can get through there and get there. I said, I don't really want to do that. I said, let me take my time. Let me send some people out on the flanks. Let me go over the ridge. He said, we don't have time. We got to get there. He told us he wants us there by this afternoon. This is early in the morning. Well, as I'm going out, these little kids start running up because there's a village close by. And they've got all these cookies. So they're actually selling these cookies to the Marines. And the Marines are giving them chocolate and that kind of thing. There's pictures that you see in some of the pictures where the Marines are taking care of kids and that kind of stuff and treating them. And so some of them are actually buying these. And I said, guys, we got to knock this off. Well, we hadn't gone probably more than 100 yards towards a stream bed. And all of a sudden, bam, shot, sniper. And he hit this guy. And I crawl over to this guy because as soon as people firing, you hear about people when they hear a shot immediately falling. Well, that's because that was a learned response. You weren't standing up looking around to see where it was for fear you weren't going to be the next guy shot. So I crawl over to this guy. Rowdy was his name. I can't remember what it was. Rowdy was his nickname because I think there was a cowboy star or something by the name of Rowdy something or other back then. He was kind of a cowboy character. So I get over to Rowdy, and he's been shot right above the groin. And first thing he asked me, he says, "Lieutenant, is everything still there?" I said, "Rowdy, you're all right. You're going to be okay. You're going to be all right." And I said, "Just stay down." And so we waited. I sent some people out. No more snipers. No more sniper fire, at least. So I said, "Okay, we're getting ready to cross the stream." And I was really apprehensive after that happened because we got him medevaced out. And I never asked somebody to do something I didn't feel that I could do too. Maybe some lieutenants did, but I knew that I couldn't have the respect of my platoon if I was asking them to do things that I really wasn't willing to do. That's true about respect because there was a lieutenant with us who was considered this really good lieutenant, but the Marines never had that respect for him. And I asked them one time after we'd come back out of Vietnam, in fact, many after they'd all been out of service, and I said, "Why is that?" And they said, "Because you would go out on ambushes with us, you would go out on our patrols, you would be up there in the front where so-and-so would send us out. We'd report to him by radio, and he never was out there where we were." And I said, "Okay." Well, I said, "That's just his leadership style." I said, "Mine maybe would come into question too, because I probably put myself in harm's way when I shouldn't. I was supposed to be the leader." So I said, there are two sides to that argument. But anyway, that day I wanted to be up front with my lead fire team. And I told these guys, I said, "All right, I'm going to be up front with you guys." And we had this Marine, Jimmy Harris, great guy, talking about black Marines and where they were from. Jimmy was from, I think, Detroit, if I'm not mistaken, someplace, or Philadelphia, one of those two places, a big city, but just a great guy. We used to call him Brother Jimmy because he was always this happy-go-lucky guy. In fact, there is a book out about black veterans in Vietnam. You've seen it called Bloods? It's called Bloods. Find that book. Jimmy's picture is on the front of that cover. He was one of them, and I think he and this other guy were actually throwing a grenade in that picture. And it's on the cover of this book, Bloods.
What was his last name?
His name, Jimmy Harris. James Harris.
Okay.
So anyway, Brother Jimmy, I called him Brother Jimmy, but Jimmy's up Walking Point. And we get into the river. The five of us, we were the first ones across. All of a sudden, everything just explodes. I mean, there are bullets flying everywhere. If you've seen the movies where you see bullets hitting in the water, splashing up, that's exactly how it was. Well,
And you can't really get cover.
and there is no cover. There is no cover. And so that's what happened to me. I'm right in the middle of the stream. Harris had gotten to the other bank, but he shot. He shot. The other guy behind him is shot. I'm in the middle, I get shot, but I'm carrying my rifle across my chest. So literally my rifle explodes as I'm carrying. I told you about the guy who took the rounds in his bandolier and magazines. My rifle exploded. My rifle was hit and it literally exploded. And I had pieces of shrapnel in my arm, in my chest, and in my, I don't know if there's maybe still a scar there, maybe a little scar, but not big. And exactly what you said, I got no place to run. So what do? I dug down under the water, I crawl until I get to the bank, and the water's probably only about a foot or so above me. I think it was like waist deep as we were coming across. But that's why I had my rifle up to keep it from getting hit, not
Wet.
wet, keep it from getting wet, and that's how it got hit. So, you know, I crawl over to the other side, and Corman is with us, Doc. Chris Gentry, this guy who was my radio operator, pulled me out, and the guy who had shot the other guy up on the ridge line on Muttered Ridge, he's with me. And then I had one other guy, and I think the other guys are on the friendly side of the river. We're on the enemy side of the river. And Jimmy is screaming. He's been shot in the knee and in the ankle, so he's been shot twice. So the corpsman didn't want to go get him. Chris, again, this is how you're talking about making sure nobody's left behind. Chris looked at this doc, and I'm not going to use his name either, and said, "Doc, we got to go get Jimmy." And he said, "I can't do it." Well, the doc had been wounded once before, so I guess the idea of being wounded a second time is not something he wanted to deal with. And he said, I can't do it. I'm not doing it." Chris pulls out his .45, same one he shot that NBA soldier with, cocked it, stuck it right next to the corpsman's head, and said, "Doc, you're going with me, or you're not going at all. Make your choice." So Chris and the doc went out and drove Jimmy back, and we gave Jimmy morphine. And later on, I ended up giving him a second shot of morphine. And it was, you know, it's funny because Jimmy started singing after the second shot, because he said, "Am I going to be able to dance again, Lieutenant?" And I said, "Jimmy, you're going to be fine." And he started singing. I never knew what happened to Jimmy after that, because he never came back to us. Somebody said they thought they had to amputate his leg, but I'm not sure. You know, you lose track of guys after the war was over, or after some of them got out of the Marine Corps, and you never saw them again, or heard from them. You know, they just went on and lived their lives. Some of them committed suicide, I have to tell you that too. And I had one of the guys that was with me, was just last year, he committed suicide, and it was because he just didn't want to deal with life. But the bottom line is, we're on the bad side. And so, heavy fire, and I won't let them shoot they're behind us for fear they're going to hit us. And so I told them, I said, you know, cease fire. Let me see what we can do.
You're still like, what kind of pain are you in?
Well, I think adrenaline takes over, and you really don't feel pain until it's all over. And that's when you feel it, when it's all over. Because when the adrenaline's pumping, I've seen guys get shot, and they'll sit down, and then after it's over, then they say, "Oh my God, I'm shot." And I'll share that with you in just a second. And that's coming up in this story. I see these 3 NBA soldiers starting to come down towards us, and I shot those 3 guys. And there was a machine gun up there still. And I knew that we had to get out of there, but I knew that I had to get that machine gun marked. So I was going to take a smoke grenade. We had these colored smoke grenades of different colors, red, yellow, green. I was going to go throw this grenade in the direction of that machine gun. But Chris Gentry, literally knocks me down, takes the grenade, and he runs up and throws the grenade in the direction. Well, as he's coming back, he gets shot in the back. Didn't know that he was shot in the back. But he's shot in the back, and he's still running. And so we actually get down to the river. By this time, I told them, you know, put your fire where you see the smoke. So then the good guys start putting fire on the bad guys. And they start, you know, taking care of us till we can withdraw. So we withdraw back across the river. Well, Chris, I was the second last one back, because I wanted to stay there to cover these guys until I knew my other guys were back on the other side. So Chris says, "Go ahead, Lieutenant, I'll follow you." And so I go back, and I get back to the other side, and then Chris gets in the water, but I see him stumbling. And then the same thing about the bullets bouncing again. I see him stumble a second time, and I yelled to him, I said, "Chris, are you hit?" And he said, yeah, kind of nonchalantly. He said, "Yeah, I'm hit." Kind of like that. I could see, yeah, I'm hit. And I said, "Christ." And I jumped in the river and pulled him out and brought him back to the other side. So that's the day that I got wounded. And then, of course, he got a medal that day, too, for what he'd done. But it's interesting
But he
because,
was okay.
well, he lived with a bullet next to his spine for the rest of his life. Yeah, they never took, when they sent him to the hospital and they found that the bullet was so close to the spine that they couldn't operate on. So the doctor said that eventually what would happen is that would be encapsulated. And he said it would be safer to live with that than to try to do it. He said if it becomes a problem, then they may have to. But all his life, and he lived, up until about 6 or 7 years ago with that bullet next to him when he died. So he died with that bullet still in him. One of them, they took one out, but the other one they couldn't. So interesting because we got back to the other side. The other guys had pulled back even farther. He and I were the last two, and a tank had come up, had moved up, and this tank started blasting all of the area where we knew the bad guys were. Well, he and I, for safety, had literally crawled under the tank, and I guess the concussion from the tank firing literally deafened both of us. So we couldn't hear each other. He's trying to talk to me, and I'm trying to talk to him. And you see his mouth is moving. What are you? I don't know what the heck he's saying. So it took me probably a day or so before I realized what had happened. But for a day, he and I were both literally deaf because the concussion from the blast had deafened us. Maybe even longer than that. At least a day we couldn't hear, because I remember going back and having people write everything down because I got it back, but it was one of those kind of evacuations where it's interesting. I didn't think I was wounded that bad, and they treated me. But then, I guess probably maybe 4 or 5 days later, I started running a high fever, and the fragments that are still in me, and I didn't realize it, they're still in me because I had a chest x-ray not too long after I came back, and they said, you got all kind of stuff still in you. That it got infected. And so then they had to go back and do a bullet debridement later on where they actually cut me open and tried to take stuff out and take out the infection and that. Because a lot of people don't realize that gangrene sets in very quickly in that kind of environment, and the infection gets worse. So you had guys that might have been minimally wounded or thought they were minimally wounded, and maybe during previous wars might not have been evacuated, but because of the fact that it was so dirty and filthy and humid down over there, we actually got infection that required, to go back in a second time to be evacuated.
So how long were you away from the...
Well, I was in the hospital, I guess 3 days, 4 days.
Where did you go to the hospital?
Pubach. It was you saw that show MASH. It was one of those kind of places. I remember it was funny. It was what I called the rubber hospital because it was inflatable. And you could actually push on the wall and feel that it was inflated. And it was funny because this is something a lot of guys will probably tell you later on as you interview them. You sometimes kind of look forward to getting wounded, hoping it wasn't going to be serious, so you could go to the hospital and get good food. Yeah. Because you got ice cream and stuff like that you didn't anywhere else. So I'm back there and I said, hey, I'm going to get good food. Well, it just so happened that year, a typhoon hit. Well, everything, all the power was lost. And so there was no hot food. So I'm eating sea rats just like I did out in the field there in this hospital. So I couldn't wait to get out of there. I said, hey, why am I? Because they made your own bed up and all that stuff there. And I said, hey, I don't have to do that out in the bush. I just dig a hole and walk away. So.
What was your favorite sea ration food? Was there anything that you...
I never ate any Vietnamese food.
Oh, I meant in your rations.
Oh.
Was there anything?
Chicken, probably. They had chicken and dumplings, which was good. Turkey. People ate turkey. Believe it or not, everybody hated fruitcake. I liked it. So I would ask for everybody, I would trade stuff for fruitcake.
Did you spend any holidays out in the field?
Oh, yeah, my birthday. Thanksgiving. God, I lost my voice. Give me a second.
Yeah, we can get
Yeah. Food like that for long periods of time, you get diarrhea.
Oh.
So even though we look forward to it, there was a payback later on.
Uh-huh.
So, you know, it was kind of a double-edged sword. You look forward to things like Thanksgiving and Easter and that because you did get special food, especially if it was someplace that could either fly hot food into you or you were brought back for a short period of time. My battalion went, I think, 96 straight days without hot food. We were constantly on, you know, operation after operation. And so we would get, you know, extra rations, but it was still canned. It was never hot. I mean, I forget what they called them. We had C-rats, which were the little packaged rations. But every now and then they would send us these big cans of things in, like fruit cocktail and stuff like that, that everybody looked forward to.
It was a morale booster.
Well, yeah, probably, yeah. I guess they figured that was a way of supplementing our diet too. But the problem with fruitcake, it was so dry that you had to put water on it or waste your coffee by pouring your coffee water on it. But I liked fruitcake as a kid growing up, so I always looked forward to that.
Mm-hmm.
And as a lieutenant, I can't speak about this for other people. There was an unwritten rule in the Marine Corps: officers always ate last. Everybody else would eat first. So even though I guess as a lieutenant I could have gone over and picked out whatever I wanted, I would let everybody go get their chow first, and then what was left I would take and eat. And I think some of the guys kind of felt sorry for me at times because every now and then I would get something that they would leave there, you know, that they normally wouldn't, you know, like it was pound cake or something they all loved. Pound cake and peaches was one of the things that everybody loved. And I never saw pound cake or peaches unless they actually went to the effort of saying, hey, Lieutenant, there's some pound cake and peaches here. But, you know, I would eat, you know, whatever was left. So I didn't really have a favorite other than what I was saying, you know. But then that was by choice, too. I'm sure there were some lieutenants, and I think this one lieutenant that I told you about that was really considered a very good lieutenant, but they didn't have a lot of respect for him. Was one of those kind of guys that he would tell them what he wanted and they would bring it to him. And I never did that.
Mm-hmm. So, did you ever have any USO kind of
No.
entertainment?
No, that's a funny story. You should ask that. Chris Gentry, there was a rule in Vietnam that if you captured somebody, you were given 3 days of rest and recovery in Da Nang. Well, the fellow that we shot, even though I had shot him too, Chris said, Lieutenant, he says, I'm invoking my 3 days R&R. I said, for what? He said, that NBA we captured. I said, Chris, I don't know whatever happened to the NBA. He said, doesn't make any difference. We captured him. He said, I want to go on R&R. Well, he was a good Marine. I mean, a great, in fact, ended up with two Bronze Stars for heroism. I said, okay, you need a break, because some of those guys never got out at all, ever. I mean, they were there. In fact, a guy named Tex Labonte, I'll never forget Tex. In fact, he's related to that race car driver, Labonte, somehow. I remember, I think his name is Gary, is it Gary Labonte that's the race car driver? Oh, you looked that up. Anyway, Tex was from Texas, and it's Tex Labonte. He stayed right up until the very end of his tour, but he didn't make it. We got hit by friendly artillery fire 4 days before he was supposed to go. And one of the rounds, direct hit, killed him and 2 other guys. In fact, it literally blew the side of his head off. And I always said, you know, whenever I found a chance to send my guys home or out, I did. And I wouldn't listen to that, well, I want to stay till it's time for me to rotate. I'd always try to find an excuse for guys who had been out there and had been wounded and done something. I felt that was the break that they needed. And, you know, people ask me why I've never gone back to Vietnam. I said, you know, I made a promise to every one of the guys that was in my platoon, in my company later, that I would do everything I could to bring them back to the world. I said I'd be a hypocrite to go back over there now when they didn't come home and give communists money and as entertainment when they never had the opportunity to do what I've been able to do after I came home. So, you know, that's, but I'm sure there are a lot of people like me like that have felt the same way, you know, that you're going to give guys a break as much as you could. And I think that's probably why they kind of had an unwritten rule for lieutenants, and that's where you asked me about flying. They took you out after about 6 months of actually being out there in a close combat situation. I got pulled out. They had a captain come in, a new captain, never been to Vietnam. So, you know, if he's a career officer, then that's got to be something he's got to have on his resume for promotion later on. Although I'm not thinking about that at this point. I'm not thinking about making a Marine Corps career while I'm in Vietnam, I'll be honest with you. So anyway, I got pulled out. And of course, you know, the battalion commander was very apologetic about it. He says, Martin, you've done a good job. He says, I can't leave you here as a first lieutenant when we've got a captain here. We've got to let him have the experience and everything, which didn't turn out very well for this captain at first, I'll be honest, because Grooms, he was with Grooms the day Max was killed. And then he had another similar experience. And he didn't quite, in fact, I remember talking to him after Grooms was killed. He said, I just can't believe that kid was killed. I can't believe he was killed. I said, you know, you're going to have to get over it, Captain. He's dead. You can't do anything to bring him back. But anyway, I got pulled in and they made me the operations assistant. Well, the operations assistant meant that I was down in that hole in the ground I told you about, the bunker, putting little pins on maps and listening to the radio, what they called situation reports, writing all that stuff down and giving it to the operations officer. But then besides that, since I was an infantry officer and had the experience, I was tasked with having ambushes go out to provide security for the perimeter around their command post. Well, that was the thing that really drove me to being an aerial observer. I took the ambushes out, but like I said, I had a bad habit of wanting to always be where I sent people. Well, I would go out on these ambushes, and they were just cooks and bakers, guys who had no combat experience at all. And I guess it was the second or third ambush I took out. All of a sudden, I get this tug, because we had a signal that if you saw an enemy walk into the ambush site, you know, you pass that tug down the line, and I was the one that gave the order to spring the ambush. And I get this tug finally, and I look up, and there's this figure standing straight up, kind of just looking around, you know, and it's a guy who's actually relieving himself, taking a leak, who had gotten up from the end of the ambush, got disoriented. Instead of walking backwards, he walked in the front of the ambush. And I said, that's it. This is it. We're going home. We're going home. I said, pass the word. We're out of here. Well, that ambush, you know, never happened. I did have an ambush where there were 3 NBA killed later, but not then. Back when I was down still with the company, we had a very successful ambush. But I said, that's it. I went in and talked to the colonel. I said, I want out of here, sir. He said, why? I said, sir, I didn't spend my time in the Marine Corps to be a gopher or a rat in a hole. I said, if I'm going to be here, I want to do something where I'm contributing to what this war is all about. And he said, well, I can't help you there, Jerry. And I said, well, sir, then I'm going to request to go see the commanding general. Well, you're not supposed to ever go above your boss's head. But I said, I can't do this, because I was afraid I was going to take some of these guys out and end up killing a friendly guy like that. I mean, that night we could have very easily killed this guy. And I said, I'm not going to sit here and do that. So he said, okay, so go see the old battalion commander, see what he can do for you. So the old battalion commander, guy, Blackjack Davis, was now up at the division headquarters. So I went in to see Colonel Davis, and like I said, he liked me, and we had a great relationship. And he was the guy who recommended me for the Silver Star. So I went.
What year is this?
1968.
Okay.
So I go in to see, 68, December 68, as a matter of fact, early part of December, right before Christmas, as a matter of fact. So I go in to see him, and I said, sir, I went out. I said, I don't want to spend the rest of my time in Vietnam in a bunker and not see daylight. He said, well, he says, I don't know what to do, Jared. I said, well, I want to go to recon. I want to go to reconnaissance, which are the guys that go out in small groups, and kind of like the guys that I'd sent to get the people out of the helicopter. And he says, well, I can't do that for you. He said, let me send you to Colonel Sparks. Colonel Sparks later was killed in Vietnam. He was a full colonel. And he was then in the G2, which is in charge of intelligence, the intelligence section. And I go in and I meet Colonel Sparks. Colonel Mike Sparks was his name. And I said, Colonel, I'd like to go to recon. And he says, why do you want to go to recon? He said, you've already had a tour with the infantry. He said, why do you want to do that? I said, sir, and I told him the same story. I said, I don't want to spend the rest of my time during a hole in the ground putting pins on a map or listening to a radio. He says, well, listening to a radio is exactly what you would do as a first lieutenant in reconnaissance, because they said the lieutenants don't go out. He said they send sergeants out with team members and they report back to you. So he said, your idea of getting out of the bunker probably isn't going to happen. But he said, have you ever thought about being an air observer? Well, I had no idea what an air observer was. I said, well, what's that, Colonel? He says, well, Colonel Davis probably didn't tell you this. He said, but what we're doing, Colonel Davis was the guy who sent me in to see Colonel Sparks. He says, we are setting up a system where we're taking guys who have experience in the infantry on the ground and putting them in the back seats of airplanes so they can look for the enemy in these low-level reconnaissance planes. He said General Davis, who was the commander of the division, the 3rd Marine Division that I was now part of, wants to have people who know how close you can drop bombs, how close you can shoot artillery, and what you can't do when it comes to supporting guys on the ground when they're in firefights and in contact. He says, we're going to take 2 guys from every regiment. He said, would you be interested in doing that? I said, well, are there any benefits to it? He said, well, yeah. He said, about $100 a month more flight pay. Got to remember what I said earlier.
Like the money.
Back in my mind, I now have a wife and a child. No, I don't have a child at this point. No, I don't have a child yet. I said, I have a wife, but I got a child on the way.
Mm-hmm.
I said, that sounds pretty good. He said, what do I have to do? He said, do what you always do. Sit in the back seat of an airplane, look for bad guys. And when you find them, you tell people. I said, I can do that. So that's how I got into the AOs. Well, I go back and I tell the colonel, and he's not really excited about that. He said, well, Jerry, he said, I don't think you understand the position I was in. He says, it's not that I want to keep you down there. He says, I can't send captains to do the job that they're sent over here as company commanders when they don't have the chance, and there are people like you who have been doing it and have shown that you can do it. He said, you know that you can do this job. We don't know about them. Well, you got to remember back the stories of people getting sent back. Mm-hmm. So they don't want captains in that situation, because then they go back and they get promoted to a next higher rank. But to share a story, this captain, I had told him because I had been down in this village area where Grooms was eventually killed. And I told him, I said, you don't want to put yourself in one of the houses down there. There was this old villa that had belonged to one of the presidents of Vietnam that had been, I guess, the villa for this French coffee plantation. Well, it was luxurious compared to digging a hole and sleeping on the ground, even though it didn't have electricity, it didn't have anything other than these walls around it. I said, you don't want to stay there. And I said, you don't want to stay anywhere more than 2 or 3 days at a time before you move somewhere else. I said, because this is a village. I said, you got to remember, they're VC. And I said, who do you think are helping the NBA, the VC? I mean, those guys that ended up ambushing us, I'm sure were coming down to the village probably to get food or recruit people to go with them. So anyway, this guy didn't listen to me. Sure enough, 3 days later, they were hit on 3 different sides with rocket-propelled grenades, and the guy was killed with them. So, you know, I guess you learn things by experience. And of course, in his defense, he wouldn't have known any better, and I'm sure he was looking for whatever creature comforts he could find coming from the States, and this is a brand new experience to him, and he probably felt that this was a relatively secure area, but it wasn't, because that's how Grooms was killed. Grooms was killed by an explosive device that was detonated by somebody, just like you saw in Iraq and Afghanistan in this generation. But anyway, so I ended up staying there till the 31st of December. I talked about Christmas. I got to eat my Christmas turkey. And I didn't get any diarrhea this time, because I've been around for a while. Before that I had. But, so anyway.
What did you, how did you communicate with your wife?
By letter. And that's another story. There was no cell phones. There were no, you couldn't get on the radio and call, you know, on the radio. Later on you could, but not at first. Everything was strictly done by mail. And of course, because we were operating, you'd be out on operation for days, and the weather sometimes was so bad that helicopters couldn't get in. So you'd get mail that was batched. You literally got, you know, maybe 3 weeks worth of mail at one time. And when you got it, if it was raining, I remember times when you tried to read your mail in the rain, and, well, it becomes paper mache. So you just say, well, I wonder what she had to say, and just throw it away. And then wait till you actually could get a letter. I tried to write as much as I could. In fact, my wife still has a whole stack of the letters that I sent that she saved. But I don't think in my letters I did anything other than say, I love you, I want to come home. You know, I never talked about the stuff that we're talking about now. You just couldn't do that.
Did she tell you that she was pregnant with your first child in a letter?
I got that in a letter, yes. I got that in a letter. And I went, oh my gosh, and that's another story in itself. And I did go on R&R. And I guess she was probably maybe 3 months. I went on R&R, let's see, I left in May. She must have been 3 months, 2 or 3 months pregnant. Wasn't showing. And I got the letter saying you were pregnant. I said, well, you don't look pregnant. She said, well, I'm not that pregnant. So hey, that's another story in itself. But anyway.
Where did you guys meet on R&R?
In Hawaii.
Okay.
Hawaii. I went to Hawaii, yeah.
How long, was it a week? Or?
5 days. 5 days in Hawaii, a day traveling, getting to the airport from where you were, and a day coming back. And it's interesting, one of my today best friends was one of those guys that came back late. He was a young sergeant, and he and I still correspond. In fact, weekly we talk to each other, and have for 55 years. He came back late, and the first sergeant wanted to court-martial him for being away without permission. And I looked at him and I said, First Sergeant, I said, we're going to send Woodruff. His name's Mark Woodruff. He wrote a book called, in fact, it was a best-selling book on the New York Times bestseller. It's called Unheralded Victory. He also wrote that book, Foxtrot Ridge, that I told you about. So he's written 2 books, but Unheralded Victory was a bestseller on New York Times nonfiction. He gave up his American citizenship and became an Australian. Married a girl from Australia, because a lot of guys met girls on, on R&R. Married a girl from Australia, became a commander in the Australian Navy, a full commander, and was the guy who was part of their PTSD program because he became a clinical psychologist. But he came back to this country. Regrettably, he and his wife divorced. So he and his son came back to this country. His son works in Texas doing something with the Red Cross in Texas. But he and I stay in touch all the time. Well, he came back late from R&R, a day or 2 days. And the first sergeant wanted to court-martial him. I said, we're not doing that, First Sergeant. I said, Woodruff's a good man. In fact, he was our rocket guy, bazooka man. And I said, we need him out in the field with us. And he said, well, he said, we got to punish him somehow. I said, let me ask you a question first, Sergeant. Don't you think sending him back out to the bush is punishment enough? I said, we keep him back here, waiting a court martial. He's going to be eating hot chow every day. He's going to be sleeping in a rack every day rather than on the ground. I said, gosh, I said, that's kind of like going to heaven, isn't it? I said, we'll send him back out to the bush when I go, because I had to come back in to sign some record books or something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I got sent back for an afternoon out of the bush just to fill out some paperwork and that. See, a lot of people don't realize that we paid people in cash in Vietnam. I don't know if you ever knew that or not. So periodically, we'd have to send a responsible person back to bring as much as $20,000 out and actually give money. Why we did that, I don't know. You had no place to spend it where we were, but that was just the policy. And I guess they had money then. When it was time for them to go on R&R, they would have money to go on R&R with. But you know, I think some of the guys actually refused to take the money, which means they had to take the money all the way back. And I remember this one lieutenant came out, helicopter got shot down. He forgot when they evacuated him that he left all the money on the helicopter. Well, they sent him back out to go get all the money. So, you know, to me, it was, you know, stupid that they did that, but that's the way it was. So anyway, I knew that sending Woodward back to the bush was probably as much a punishment as taking a stripe away from him was. So, you know, he ended up keeping his sergeant stripe and ended up, you know, getting out of the Marine Corps as a sergeant. And then going back to Australia and getting married and raising a family.
Did you ever hear, we had a veteran that told us that they actually marketed like payment plans for muscle cars?
Oh yeah, oh absolutely. Oh sure, yeah. But you couldn't do it where we were.
Oh.
You had to get down to Da Nang or Saigon or someplace like that. And yes, you could. In fact, it's funny. I sent money home. If you were married, you could have an allotment made out to your wife. Or anybody you wanted to. I mean, anybody in the family could have an allotment made out to them. So I had an allotment made out to my wife, and my wife bought one of those kind of cars. Not through me. I said, if you're going to buy this Chevelle Super Sport, why didn't you tell me that? But she bought it right here in Manassas at the old Southern, whatever that Chevrolet place used to be out there, you know, and paid full price. I said, I could have gotten a great deal. You know, let me know that's what you wanted. But that's the story itself. And I'll tell you why she bought it.
Okay.
I told you my dad and I had kind of a strained relationship. My senior year in college, my dad had bought me a Ford convertible. And it was called a Falcon Sprint. There were Mustangs and then there were these Falcons that were popular in the late 60s. Well, this was, 67, my senior year. He bought me this car. Of course, he bought it. His name and my name are the same. I'm Justin M. Martin II. He's Justin M. Martin. So I left the car at home. And I'm getting ready to come back to the States. And I tell Sandy, I said, well, we don't have to worry about a car because, you know, I have that 67 car. This is 69. It's only 2 years old. Hadn't been driven that much because I left it with my mom and dad. So I get in touch with my dad by letter, and I said, you know, when I come home, I'm going to drive the car back to Virginia. And I get this letter back saying, well, son, I sold your car. And I think to myself, you know, sold my car, so I write him back. What do you mean sold my car? Well, I get another letter back and said, son, after you got wounded, I didn't know if you were coming home at all. I didn't want to see that car sit around and depreciate. So my dad had also taken out an insurance policy on me when I was in Vietnam. And I didn't know that until many years later when the policy matured. And my dad had since passed away when it had matured. And my mother got in touch with me and she said, Jerry, this policy has matured. What do you want to do with it? Do you want to take that money and reinvest it, open up another insurance policy? I said, no, send me the money. And First thing I did is I went out and bought a BMW Z3 convertible with the money. And I looked up and I said, Dad, we're even. And that's a true story. So anyway, that's why my wife bought the Chevelle Super Sport.
Because you didn't have a car.
I didn't have a car. We didn't have a car. And she wasn't going to, you know, she was depending upon her mom and dad because she was living here in Manassas with her mom and dad. In fact, when I was wounded, you're talking about corresponding, they didn't have, you know, if you saw that show Saving Private Ryan and that, where the actual come and deliver the telegram and that, Manassas had a system where the florist is the one that actually delivered telegrams for those people who were wounded, not the people who were killed. I think that if you were killed, they still sent a chaplain or something. But if you were wounded, they didn't. So the floral shop drives up into their driveway here in Manassas, and my wife told me later, she said, you know, I said, how thoughtful, Jerry's sending me flowers. And then it was one of those, not so fast. This is a telegram that said your husband's been wounded. Yeah. So yeah, that's why she ended up buying a car here. But you know, you're right. You could have bought one of those muscle cars at a lot cheaper without paying any tax, and you could pay for it on payment plan. A lot of guys bought those Pontiac GTOs and all those cars for that reason. But you had to be around places where there was a big PX. And no, big PXs were only in Saigon and in Da Nang for. Marines was Da Nang. So that was the only place you could actually get them. You know, but no, I didn't think about it. But I had no reason to think about it. That's true. I was very happy with the car that I had.
We had another veteran that told us that all of his pay was going into an account in San Francisco.
Could have been.
And that like when he got out, he went to San Francisco and they gave him a briefcase of cash.
Yeah, I can believe that.
And then and I was like, well, were people just waiting to mug you? Like, I mean.
Well, one of the things was you didn't pay taxes. And I think that was one of the ways they did it. Had he been sending that home and whoever it was cashing that check, they would have had to pay taxes on everything. Mm-hmm. Plus you didn't pay income tax. So when he got that satchel of money, and I'll talk to you about that when we talk about the resettlement camp. Mm-hmm. When you got that satchel, it was money, exactly how you earned it, dollar for dollar. There was no tax on it at all.
No Social Security.
No Social Security, nothing.
Wow.
So that was straight money, yeah. Mm-hmm. But, you know, I didn't take advantage of that and that wasn't something that was very well publicized, to be quite honest, as far as those there were lots of schemes. You know, one of the schemes, have you talked to any of the guys who were prisoners of war?
No, not yet.
I hope you will. Mm-hmm. Do you know Bob Shoemaker? Mm-mm. I would suggest you reach out to Shoemaker. If you remember Galante?
Yeah.
Okay, he was the best friend of Galante's. And I remember meeting Galante, I think, with Shoemaker. And he talked about these schemes where the POWs, when they came back, they were given all their back pay. And there was some place in Florida that actually asked them to invest money in these resorts and all that. And they ended up, when they went to get...
It was like a Ponzi thing?
It was a Ponzi scheme. And they were fleeced for everything that they had.
That's awful.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Bob Shoemaker, he's a retired 2-star admiral. I have his contact information. It's a long story. We talked about Mutter's Ridge. On the cover of Life magazine, there was a picture of a POW on the cover of Life magazine with an NVA soldier behind him with a rifle. I don't remember. It was a very iconic picture of the POWs.
Is that with a nurse too?
No, it's just the NVA soldier and this American prisoner of war in his striped uniform. We killed some guys up on the ridge lines up there by the DMZ, and in one of their packs, there was an actual watercolor of that same photograph. Well, see, the photograph was taken in '65 because I think Shoemaker spent like 6 or 7 years as a POW, and they didn't get out till 73, so you could back it off 7 years. And I gave that, I met him, and I didn't know who it was. But then I saw this Life magazine photograph of that. We were at some event, and I was invited to that event. And this picture was up there. And I said, damn, I said, that's that same watercolor that I took out of that pack. There was some flags. I think it was probably propaganda that these guys were going to share with some of these villages that they probably went into. So look, here's the people we're capturing and all that. So anyway, I gave that to him, and he still has that watercolor. But it's of him.
Huh.
Yeah, it's of him in this. It's a Life magazine picture. Probably, I'm sure you can find it.
Okay, so you go to the
Air observers.
air and observers, and is that different than when you become a
Oh, yeah.
forward air?
Well, I was a forward air controller airborne.
Okay.
I did the same thing the guys does on the ground, but I have a much better view because I'm in the air. So I did the same thing.
So, but I mean, like, are airborne observers different than forward air control?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and is it a progression, or
No,
is it just
no.
a choice?
It was a choice. What we did is what drones do today. We were the drones of our era, which is better that they have drones because guys were shot down and killed.
Yeah,
Bob Hagan, I told you about the guy that was shot down that we looked for months, and they never found him until they finally declared him dead. And you know, he was shot down as a first lieutenant, but he's listed as a major on the Vietnam Wall because that's what his rank was when they finally declared him dead. Was a major. So yeah, we were in the little observation airplanes, but I mean, we took ground fire. And the good thing about the Bird Dog, there were two different kinds of airplanes that we flew. One was called the Bird Dog, the other one's called the Bronco, which is an OB-10. Now the OB-10 had an ejection seat. The Bird Dog didn't. So I mean, there was no use for us to have a parachute. You just crashed and you were burned or died, or you crashed and walked away. I mean, those are the two options. But and then the OB-10, you could actually punch out. In fact, my wingman, I was flying with my wingman one day when we were both shot down. We were able to land, but he and the pilot had to eject. So we had to go help them, find them before the NBA did after they ejected. We didn't, but we sent guys back, told us where we were shot down. And that was another, you know, there's a lot of stupid things that happen in war. And sometimes our hubris, our own hubris, I think overcomes us. And that story, we'll talk about that later, is one of those instances of hubris. So yeah, there were two different kinds. One was unarmed, totally unarmed. And then the other one was armed with rockets and machine guns. Now, I spent 100 missions in the unarmed and 62 in the armed. I had 162 combat missions as an air observer. Yeah.
So which one did you enjoy more?
Well, I felt safer in the armed one because I could eject. But to be honest, as an observer, you were more efficient in the small unarmed one because you could literally fly at treetop level. In fact, I remember coming back one time and one of the pilots flew so low there was actually branches in the undercarriage of the airplane. He flew that low at treetop because you know you want to see. I mean, guys aren't standing out there, the bad guys waving at you, and you got to find them, and they're hiding. You know, like I told you about the story about the fellow with his wife and child. I mean, the first thing they went to was get under a tree so they wouldn't be seen.
The camouflage.
Yeah, the camouflage. But that didn't always work because sometimes the camouflage they cut. And I think, I didn't send you that citation where I blew up the trucks and that. Yeah, I blew up 2 trucks and an armored personnel carrier and an ammunition dump for that very reason, because they had cut foliage and camouflage their position with the cut foliage. Well, you have to remember it's such a hot climate
That it dies.
that it dies, so you could see the color difference. And when I told the pilot, I said, something doesn't look right down there to me. It's a different color green. And as we flew down there, then all of a sudden I see 2 trucks down there. And this was in that Ashaw Valley area because they were coming down the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Yeah, I blew up a total of 4 trucks, I think, which back then was unusual for guys in bird dogs in ground combat. You know, I'm sure the guys that were flying up north of North Vietnam, it wasn't unusual for them to blow up trucks in their roads up there. But for us, it was. You didn't see trucks, but they were using the Ho Chi Minh Trail to bring supplies to a certain point. And then you ended up having them carried by hand to wherever their bad guys were held up. When we got into Laos, one of the things that I regret, I killed an elephant in Laos because they were using elephants to transport stuff. And when we were flying, I saw these 2 elephants with stuff all over them and bad guys around them. And, you know, you think about how you do things sometimes, and you have to be imaginative, because I called in an airstrike to drop bombs on these guys, and they weren't going to clear it because I told them the target was 2 elephants with NVA. And I don't know if there was an unwritten rule that you didn't kill elephants or something. They wouldn't clear it because of the elephants. So I thought about it, and then I went back and I said, targets 2 NVA pack animals. And as soon as I changed it to animals rather than elephants, they called in the airstrike, and we dropped 250-pound bombs on it. And one of the elephants was killed, I'm sure. The other one kind of ran off. I don't know if it was wounded mortally or not, but one was definitely killed. I know, I felt bad about that. You know, all your life as a kid, you grow up, you know, loving elephants and caring about them. It's just like tigers. You know, they had tigers over there. I remember watching this tiger chasing a peacock when I was flying. You didn't see them that often when you were walking on the ground because you made so much noise. But in the airplane, you know, at 100 feet above the ground, I mean, I'm sure the elephants, tigers aren't afraid of you when you're flying. And I remember watching this tiger chasing this peacock, and the peacock flew across the road, this little road, and this tiger, I didn't realize how powerful they were, literally leaped from one side of the road to the other side of the road, chasing this peacock. And I said, wow, I'll never see anything like that again in my life.
So what was, you went from being on the ground and, you know, lieutenants are being lost left and right, either to, you know, battle or just, you know, they're not cutting it. And what is this airplane, you know, like the flight survival rate of people in? Very good, very good. The Bird Dog had a tremendous glide ratio. It was almost like a glider in capable pilots. And in fact, one of my pilots, I think, is only the 4th guy in the world to ever flown under the Eiffel Tower. He prides himself, man. He was this crazy guy that did stuff like that. He wanted to fly under a bridge one time, and I said, you know, I'll shoot you if you try to do that. But that's the way he was. I mean, you could glide if you were, you know, it didn't just fall out of the air normally, unless there was a catastrophic damage to the airplane. And I think that's what happened to this guy, Bob Hagan. We were sent to help some guys up in the very northwest corner of Vietnam, up in the corner, which is a very mountainous area. Well, the clouds, a lot of times, I guess you have to be, you've been in airplanes and you see how you actually are in the clouds sometimes, and they drop. And so that day, the clouds actually dropped down, and we kept having to go down, you know, farther and farther to try to observe, to stay under the cloud cover. And we got into this area, and I was busy reading my map, or the pilot, you know, I would basically, and I think most people did the same thing, they would figure out how far our target was, who we were supposed to help, and they would try to mathematically figure out how long it would take and what direction it would be based on the map. So I would give him a map heading, and I'd give him an estimated time based on its airspeed. And we had to figure those kind of things. That's one of the things that we had to do. So you didn't have to be a math expert, but you at least had to be able to do some simple math like that. And of course, they didn't pay attention to the map. I don't think many of those guys could read a map. They just called it vectoring, you know. So far, vector such and such, so much flight time. So we're flying, and all of a sudden we drop down under the clouds, and all of a sudden I see this camp, huts. I mean, not tents, but huts that are actually like little cottages
with these red flags on top of them, which was the communist flag, the red flag with the yellow star in it. And I said, holy Christ, where are we? And I said, we got to get out of here quick. Well, about this time, if you've seen the old World War II movies where the anti-aircraft fire comes and explodes up in here, and I guess they called it flak. That's what was happening. It was like these big grapefruit cans of tracers were coming up and literally blowing up into these explosions. And I said, get the hell out of here. As quick as you can, dive to the ground. And so he dove to the ground as quick, as close as he could to the ground, because they can't really see you when you're closer to the ground than when you're up there. Plus, they can't adjust their anti-aircraft that quick. So that's what we did. We got out. But my guess is, since they found Hagen later on in that area of Laos, when Laos started cooperating with the United States, that's probably what happened to them. They probably got lost like we were. And then they got hit by something like that. And that kind of a catastrophic hit on one of those airplanes would have knocked it out of the air. I mean, you couldn't glide like that, especially if the pilot was killed too. And Norm Billett was the guy's pilot, Bob's pilot, Norm, because we looked for him for weeks and could never find him. And we did a lot of, what we call low-level search and rescue, and we just never were able to find him. That's the only thing I can think of. The pilot was killed and the plane just nosed over, and he couldn't glide, or it was literally knocked out of the air, one of the two.
So when you did the forward air control, was that, did someone ask you to do that?
Yeah. Normally what we would do, we only launched, we didn't really do just visual reconnaissance, very seldom. We would launch, we flew 2 flights a day, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. Early flights, like 5 o'clock in the morning, we'd have to be there, and we'd spend 2.5 hours. The Bird Dog had 2.5 hours on station. You could fly for 2 hours. So you spent 2 hours just basically looking for stuff if it was straight VR. But as soon as we launched, we would always turn on to what we called the Dong Ha Direct Air Support Center. And if somebody got into trouble, if they were in a firefight or something was happening, emergency medical evacuation, for example, and I'll share a story about the emergency medical evacuation. Then we immediately went to where they were. They told us their coordinates. We'd figure out where it was on the map. We'd fly directly to them. And if they were in contact, we'd start running airstrikes or shoot artillery, depending on what was appropriate at the time. It normally depended upon the size of the fight. I always like to drop bombs and napalm. Bombs and napalm, no matter how big the force was, if it was a small force or a big force, that always helped bring things back to a level playing field for the guys who were fighting. So that was my preference. It was napalm. We call it nape and snake. And so I would always ask for nape and snake. But anyway, so we would always be vectored to wherever somebody needed help, or if there was an emergency medevac, we would be there so we could actually circle the area. We found it first, and then the helicopters would come in. We'd make sure that the area was safe for the helicopters to land. And if not, we would find an appropriate place close by where they could actually take their casualties. And I know you know who Jimmy Stewart is, the actor Jimmy Stewart, and you know his son was killed in Vietnam. I was flying the day he was killed, and myself and several others were sent to try to get him out. We didn't know he was dead at the time. In fact, we didn't know who it was at the time, to tell you the truth. All we knew was that it was a reconnaissance unit. Now, he was the first lieutenant. Normally, first lieutenants don't go out with the reconnaissance teams, but I guess his name was McLean. I'm not sure what his first name is. I'm sure you can look it up. He wanted to go out to see what his guys were doing, so I have to respect him for that. He probably had maybe some of the same mentality I did. He wanted to be with his guys if they were out there in the bush. But he was shot in the stomach. And I think it took us about 3 days to actually get him out. And the name of the team, I'll never forget the name of the team, I think was called American Beauty. I can look that up because I wrote some of those notes down. And we worked with them for 3 days. We could not find an appropriate place for them to safely get out. and they literally carried his body the whole time. And we were talking about, and maybe I shouldn't say this, but I will, and you can decide if you want to edit it. I guess when they finally got him out, we talked about how corpses tend to deteriorate and flesh starts to slough off and change colors and that. By the time they finally got him out, that happened to him. I mean, the flesh had started to slough. It started to turn black. And his father, the actor, actually came and retrieved his son from Vietnam. His father was a brigadier general in the Air Force, so I guess he pulled in some of the, what he considers the friends that he had to actually go over there to bring his own son's body back. But see, there's an example of not being able to get him out in time. That's why we were there. And we worked, like I say, for over 3 days trying to get in. And we'd fly whenever we could. And normally how it worked is I think there were a total of, 8 of us all together at the end, before I left. We would fly 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon, so that's 4 hours. Then somebody else would fly 2 hours. So until we're covered, it was 24/7. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We didn't take off as a air observer. As long as the weather was capable, we launched. And we got into a lot of criticism from the Army. Our pilots sometimes, whoever were the people who decided to launch people, if the weather was bad, they would refuse to launch aircraft. The Army helicopter pilots, especially these young warrant officers, only had high school. I think their only requirement was to have a high school degree. Those guys would fly rain or shine, storm or clear. I mean, they took unbelievable chances. So I remember working with them and talking to guys, and they say, "Well, are you Marines or are you Army?" And I said, "Well, we're Marines." And they would tell me later on how the Army had come in under some of the most extreme circumstances and conditions and evacuated people, to include even explosions taking place around them, and the helicopters would come in, and you couldn't get a Marine pilot to do it. Well, I take that back. The majority of the Marine pilots wouldn't do it. There were exceptions to it, but not many. So yes, that's what we did.
Was your the time when you're not flying, is it more, you must have had more
Reading.
Okay, more recreational time?
Well, you read, you maybe played volleyball, kind of like you saw in the war movies. I mean, there were, the club, we had a club, but our club was very primitive compared to the ones you had down around the big air bases in Da Nang and down in Saigon. Ours was a very primitive club.
What's the base called that you're based at?
Quang Tri.
Okay.
Yeah, our club was just a small little club where they served beer. They did have mixed drinks. In fact, this one guy, God bless him, he's passed away too. They would every now and then have some specialty, I don't know why. I guess it's to make us feel like we were, not where we really were. They were having strawberry daiquiris one night. Well, there was always a limited number that they had as far as the ingredients for a strawberry daiquiri, because you had to have strawberries first of all, and of course they were frozen strawberries. I mean, they weren't fresh strawberries that we got, and they were having them that night. And I remember they ran out, and this guy, Lynn Porzio, God bless him, demanded a strawberry daiquiri, and the poor sergeant who was acting as the bartender that night said, "Captain," he says, "we don't have any strawberries." He said, "Damn it, I want a daiquiri." He said, "Sir, we don't have any daiquiris. We don't have anything left." He said, "What do you got back there?" He said, "All I got is a jar of Polish sausages." He said, "I want a Polish sausage daiquiri." So he made this, sorry. Of course, he went out and threw up later, but he drank his Polish sausage daiquiris. So, there were some humorous times, more humorous in the air wing. We had a mascot, the AOs did, and we were kind of the stepchildren because we were with these guys who were aviators. Now, the aviators actually had these portable air conditioners in their hooch. We didn't. We were the guys that were the stepchildren because we were the grunts. We were the infantry guys. So they had literally had us away from all of these guys. We didn't even occupy the same barracks and quarters that they did. But we ended up having, our own little area of cantonment, if you want to call it that. So one night, we went in there, and on the way there, a chicken had fallen off one of the what you call them. I guess they were vendors.
Farmer.
Yeah, they were farmers, but I mean, they were the local
Market.
people, Vietnamese people. Yeah, they were going to market, obviously, not for us, but for the Vietnamese. And I remember this one guy grabbed this chicken that had fallen off the truck and ran away with it. And so we adopted the chicken, and we called him Charlie after the VC, since he was Vietnamese, Charlie the chicken. And he became kind of our mascot. And we would go into the club, and a lot of times, this one guy, Jeff Stack, who was a developer out in California now, good guy, and Jeff would take the chicken with us into the club. And of course, they wouldn't let us come into the club with the chicken. And as soon as we get to the door, they'd tell us, you guys can't come in with the damn chicken. So Jeff would go back, put the chicken in this little makeshift cage that he had. One night we said, we're taking Charlie into the club because they were going to have a movie that night. So we're going in. So we all go in with Charlie. Charlie gets flustered. Charlie's flying all over the club. And of course we had this colonel who was the squadron commander and the group commander there, because they're all eating their popcorn and that and drinking their beer. They probably had mixed drinks too, because those guys tended to somehow end up with liquor that we never saw, but they did. And Charlie ended up flying right into their table, and then Charlie defecated into their into their popcorn. So when that happened, it was just pandemonium. We were barred from the club, I think probably for maybe at least 2 weeks before we could go back in there.
Would Charlie survive?
Oh, no, Charlie didn't survive, unfortunately. Unfortunately, Charlie did not survive that episode. That was Charlie's demise, I'm afraid.
Did you adopt any other pets while you were in Vietnam?
Yeah. When I was in the bush, we went through a village that had been destroyed by fire. And we found a puppy, a little puppy. I may have a picture of that somewhere. I'm going to have to look. And I had a sergeant who later became a police sergeant in the San Diego police force. And he was kind of the protector for the puppy. And I don't know if it ever had a name, because I didn't have it up with me in the CP, but they had it. And they fed it and had the sea rations and that. But then one day, the Vietnamese, we had these Vietnamese interpreters, I told you, that would go with us every now and then to include the intelligence scouts. And we never really had food, hot food. I was normally sea rats. And of course, we'd maybe find some of these hot peppers in the villages or out when we were out on patrol, and we'd pick the hot pepper. One time we found some pineapples, and of course, we'd pick those and that, and we kind of add stuff to our sea rats. Well, one day they came up to me and said, "Hey, Lieutenant, I want you to try this." And you're right, you already guessed it. And this Vietnamese had some rice, because the North Vietnamese carried rice with them everywhere they went. And so a lot of times we would find their rice caches. And of course we would take that if we were going to be around water, because we could boil water and make rice. And so they served rice and this meal with meat in it. And I ate it, and I said, "Hey, that's pretty good," because it had the little red peppers, hot peppers, and the meat and the rice in it. And then all of a sudden, the sergeant said, "Where's the dog?" And the Vietnamese, got really, really sheepish and looked away from us. And then, of course, the sergeant pressed me and said, "Where's the dog?" And he told us that he had killed and butchered the dog, and we were eating the little puppy. So yes, but not often. In fact, to be honest with you, dogs, even though you hear about dogs, especially the ones that you see now in Iraq and Afghanistan, the canine, to us, they were more of a liability. I remember they sent us a German Shepherd one time with one of the dog handlers. But see, a lot of times water was a commodity that we didn't have a lot of. And when you were in the mountains, there weren't many streams, so you had to have, we actually carried 4 or 5 canteens of water with us once we were on some of those operations. And I always carried 4 American canteens and a North Vietnamese canteen that I still have that I kept as a souvenir because I carried it everywhere. It was a commodity. Well, dogs have to drink more than humans do, I think. And this poor dog, collapsed on us. Well, I wouldn't let him kill the dog. So I had to watch my guys because we literally were carrying this German Shepherd everywhere until we could get evacuated. And of course, my Marines said, "Why are we doing this, Lieutenant? Why don't we just kill the dog or just leave it here and walk off?" I said, "No, we're not doing that." So, but I'm sure there were times that happened, but they did end up killing the dog. So, it was a liability. I would prefer not to have dogs out with us for that very reason, because then you had to care for another thing besides your men. You had to deal with the animal.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there were people who had, I don't remember many. That was the only instance I remember. I remember one time we had a monkey. We had a monkey, Charlemagne, and it was the colonel's monkey, this guy, Blackjack Davis, I was telling you about. And the monkey went everywhere. It was set on his shoulder almost like a parrot. Sometimes when we were back in the rear and that, he would take him in. And he wasn't caged. I mean, he was fairly tame. But we went into a briefing one time with this general, and Charlemagne literally leaped off the colonel's shoulder onto the map board and pulled all the pins off the map. So the general really got upset. He said, "Well, I guess that concludes the briefing, doesn't it?" And the colonel said, "Yeah, I think it does." And then Charlemagne disappeared not too long after that. I don't know what they gave it. No, they didn't kill it. I think they probably gave it to one of the villages or something.
So now your firstborn child, we keep talking about.
January 69.
And
I'm getting ready to go on a mission. January 20th, 1969 is when my son was born. And I'm getting an early morning flight, and I get a call in the ready room because the good thing about the aviators, they slept in cots. So we had cots, we had pillows, we had a roof over our head, we had fans, electrical fans and that. So, and we had, even though our toilets were still like the old kind of toilets you saw, back in the day when I was talking to you about
like
maybe, like the outside outhouses. Our toilets were pretty much like the old outhouse kind of things. We had a lot of the creature comforts that we never would have had in the military, to include the club. A good example of that. So, we were talking about the club. I'll share this story with you. The club got rocketed, even though we were banned from the club. It got rocketed, and one of the rockets actually hit the club and hit, I think it was the paymaster's office next to the club. And this guy, Jeff Stack, the guy, Charlie's custodian, decided that he was going to crawl all the way to the club from where our little hooch was. During this rocket attack, and he literally brought back a case of beer. And so we were all going to write him up for a Bronze Star for heroism when we did it. And of course, the guy that we gave it to, the captain that we gave the paper to, said, "I don't think this is funny, and they're not going to think it's funny either." I said, "Well, we didn't have to go to the club, did we? The club came to us."
There's kind of like looting.
Well, it was looting. Yeah, we actually stole the case of beer. Yeah. Anyway, you look at it, we did. Yeah.
So your son was born, and
January 20th.
And you were still in Vietnam.
Still in Vietnam. I'm getting ready to fly. And you can do the math. We got married in May. He was born in January. It's 9 months. But anyway, Because I did the math. But anyway, I get a call and it's the chaplain on the phone. Like it was from the preacher conference I was telling you about. I was sitting there in the ready room. I can't remember, just sitting around waiting for the other pilot to come in to go out. And the chaplain said, this is the same chaplain that gave the sermon about what's it all about, Alfie. He called me up and he said, hey, Lieutenant Martin, he said, your wife's had a baby. And I said, chaplain, how do you know? He says, well, I got a message from the message center, because they got messages in, especially things that pertain to orders and stuff like that. And so somebody had said that, Martin's wife had had their baby. And I said, gosh, what is it? He said, well, I'll tell you when you come back. I said, what? I said, tell me now, chaplain. He said, no, it's going to be a surprise. I'll tell you when you come back. Well, I'm getting ready to fly a mission, 2.5 hours looking for bad guys shooting at us. And I said, chaplain, what happens if I don't come back? He said, well, then you'll never know. And then hung up. So I ended up flying 2.5 hours, coming back, and that's when he tells me that, my wife's had a little boy. So normally, what happened in a situation like that, guys would have to depend upon letters. Well, because I told you I was back now with a creature companies, they have radios and all that. Well, so there are these ham radio operators in the United States during that time that would actually end up patching in special calls, especially when you got out of the hospital, if you were wounded or a situation like that. So I got what they call a MARS call. I don't know what MARS stands for even to this day, but it's something, some kind of radio system, military amateur radio system maybe, or military and amateur radio system. I'm not sure what it is. You can probably Google that to find out what MARS actually stood for. So I got to make the MARS call. And that's my wife. But of course, they're not like today when the guys can pick up a cell phone and talk. We couldn't do anything except through this formal protocol. You would say hello, and the person would talk, and then they'd have to say over, and then they talk, and then over, talk, and then over. So you have this interrupted conversation, and it's not very intimate conversation at all. Did you tell me what's the little boy's name? Jay, over. So that's what you're going through. That was the only time that I really ever talked to my wife, other than when I got wounded and got out of the hospital, and I got to make a MARS call when I got out of the hospital there. But that was from the hospital.
And did she have any feelings about being on her own?
Oh yeah, I'm sure she did. And I know because her dad would get upset. Her dad, I think, got upset the fact that I was even in Vietnam. And I remember I wrote one time to her when I had some guys. I said, we lost, it may have been when I lost Grooms. And that was, Grooms was killed November 2nd, 1968. So that was like 2 months before my little boy was born. And I'd said something about how that upset me, because Grooms was this guy that was just this, this kid from Hampstead, Maryland. And he was probably an unlikely Marine. He didn't look like a Marine, but yet every time there was something that somebody needed done, Grooms was there to step up and do it. We were out on a patrol one time, and this guy said he couldn't carry the machine gun anymore. He said he was on the verge of collapsing. Grooms had active dysentery, which a lot of us had over there because of the diet and the environment and the fact that we were drinking water and everything else. And here's Grooms, suffering from dysentery like he was, and probably maybe at most weighed 115, 120 pounds. And he said, Lieutenant, I'll take the machine gun. And he carried the machine gun for this guy. And this other guy was probably twice his size. And, but that's the way it was. And the day he got killed, the radio operator wasn't there. He volunteered to take the radio that day. You'll hear from other guys telling you the first thing the enemy tries to do is to knock out the leadership and the communications. So they saw him with the radio and the big whip antenna, so he was their target that day. But that's the way he was, that kind of guy.
We talked to a person that he was a medic.
Yeah.
Well, he was a dental.
Dental tech.
Yeah, like a surgeon. He worked in the but he was like, he just could not get enough of Marines. Like he was like, the Marines are the people that did everything, and they, like he basically was like, I would do anything for a Marine. Like even now to this day.
Good for him.
So-
God bless him. I can be honest with you. I never saw a dentist when I was over there, and I don't think no, I don't know if anybody ever had any dental problems. Guys would have glasses that would break, but the docs all had tape. So their glasses would break, they would just tape it up. So saw these guys walking
Duct
around
tape.
with 3 or 4 balls of tape holding their glasses together. The guys that wore glasses, those black horn rim glasses, not like your cool glasses. We didn't have anything like that. They did give us sunglasses once we got to the air wing.
Oh.
Well, we had to because of the glare.
Uh-huh.
You got glare from the sun. And so those polarized glasses would at least give you the opportunity to look down on the ground and without that glare coming in on.
Did you ever have the desire to learn how to fly a plane after being in the back?
Well, I did. I could fly the airplane, and they wanted to teach me how to land it because the pilot got wounded. That was what. And I think I probably could have landed the Bird Dog. I could not have landed the OB-10 Bronco because of the fact that it was such a sophisticated airplane and it flew twice as fast. So there was no glide ratio to the OB-10 Bronco. But I had gone out with these guys flying a lot, 162 missions were. Some of them were great pilots. Some of them were kind of these guys that, say, God, do I have to go up with him again today? But I'm sure they felt that way about us too. And I'll share a story like that about that. This one pilot decided that we were going to fly. I don't know if he lost control of the airplane or what. We ended up dropping literally 100 feet. He hit a pocket or something and the plane just dropped. Well, of course, when the plane drops, you're going up.
Yeah.
The plane's going down, you're going up. So I'm banging my head against the top of the canopy. And I said, what the hell was that? And he said, well, sometimes that happens when you're flying. You hit an air pocket and that's what happens.
Turbulence.
Yeah, turbulence. And I said, well, no. And after that, I said, no more ideas of flying. And one night I almost crashed the plane. I did the same thing. I got too confident. Because we flew at night as well. We call it what they call mortar watch, which means you flew around until you saw a flash of light to see if that's where the bad guys were shooting at you. So the pilot told me, this was in the OB-10 Bronco, the one that had the ejection seat. And he said, all right, Martin, he said, I'm going to get some sleep. You got the plane. Well,
You did that?
Yeah, he did. I mean, they were confident enough that I could fly it straight and level. And I could turn and all those kind of things. And I could probably, go up and go down, but I just, not to the point where I could land the airplane. So we're flying around, and, I decided, like you said, it'd be nice to learn how to fly. Why don't I experiment a little bit while he's sleeping up front? So he's sound asleep, and I'm flying, the airplane, and I said, I wonder what happens if I pull back on the rudder. Pull back on the stick. So I pull back on the stick, and the plane goes up. I said, okay, that's kind of cool. And I level off. And I said, what happens if I push the stick forward? Well, what happens is I didn't realize when you push the stick forward, you also have to increase the gas. I didn't do that. So I told you about the plane dropping. The plane dropped to the point where he woke up and he said, you're never going to do that again. You're never going to take control of this airplane again.
So but you guys kind of called that a wash and let's not talk about this because he was napping and you were experimenting?
Well, yeah. Well, we had a plane that crashed one time.
Oh.
And the guy crashed the plane. And I always thought it was pilot error. And he actually flipped the plane up. And I think what he did is he flew the plane. This is the Bird Dog, not the OB-10 Bronco. He flew it into a crosswind. Mm-hmm. He landed the wrong way. And the wind actually flipped the plane up. He got out, took out his .38 pistol, and shot the airplane twice. And said, anybody asked if it was ground fire? I said, yeah, you think they're going to believe me? So yeah, you had some pilots that were, just like we were. I mean, they were, goof-offs. I mean, they really were. And the day that we talked about my wingman getting shot down, when I talked about hubris, and I'm sure that caused a lot of problems in Vietnam. People becoming overconfident, let their guard down, and that. We were flying right next to the Laotian border, and there was a river that separated Laos from Vietnam. And what had happened was they had taken a barge, they being the bad guys, the North Vietnamese, and they had taken, looked like bags of rice, and had it stacked up on these barges, and actually sitting in this little, I can say it really wasn't a river, but it wasn't a stream, it was more like a canal, I guess. And they had actually camouflaged some of these bags and put on a uniform and a pith helmet to where it looked like it was an enemy soldier sitting there with the rice. Well, as soon as the first pilot made a pass and saw that, he said, "We got one in the open." Now we're in a flight of two airplanes, because that's normally the way the OV-10 worked. You had one to back you up.
So when you say your wingman, the wingman that got shot down.
Yeah, he was in the other airplane.
So, but you two are partners, and then the pilots are partners.
Right. Yes. We're feeding each other information. We're looking at different. Plus, normally we got sent out when there were people in trouble. So you always flew with two, because normally one was not enough to suppress with the munitions that we had. We had rockets and we had machine guns. We didn't have the big bombs and we didn't have napalm. So we had to do whatever we could use at that time. So anyway.
Okay, so you got the soldier, the fake soldier.
The fake soldier, the dummy.
And someone's gone by it and said, "It's out in the open."
We're in hot. He said, I'll take the lead. So he rolls in. And as soon as he rolls in, they had set up machine guns on 3 different approaches. Big caliber machine guns, not the little ones like we had on the ground, the bigger anti-aircraft guns. And they literally shot the hell out of him. Well, we were so close behind him that we couldn't pull out. So they ended up shooting us too. But he said that we're hit, and then my pilot, a major by the name of Byer, says we're hit as well. He says we're RTB and we're returning to base. Well, so we're side by side and we're getting ready to return to base. And all of a sudden, the wing on the plane next to us, the OV-10 next to us that had Tim Moriarty, my counterpart in it, just burned straight back up. You could actually see the wing just kind of burn straight up. And he says, "We're out of here." And then he punches Tim out, and then he punches out because, Tim went first because, Tim had to go first, because if Tim had gone first, he would have gotten burned up. I remember that was always the thing we had to be aware of. If we had to punch, remember, AO goes first, pilot goes next. Unless the pilot is incapacitated and couldn't do it. So we watched them punch out. Well, my pilot says, "What do you want to do, Mark?" I said, "I really don't want to punch. I mean, I'm on the hook." I said, "How bad are we?" He said, "Well," he says, "they hit the hydraulics." He says, "I'm not sure I can get the landing gear down when we get back to base." I said, "Well, let's do what you think you can do." So he worked on it, kept working, and finally the landing gear came down. Well, they quit shooting at us when those guys punched out and our landing gear came down, because I think they thought we were going to land or try to land somewhere. I don't know how we would have, but they thought that. And so what happened was we were able to limp back to base. But in the back of my mind, he kept saying, he says, "Yeah, I have problems." He says, "We're going to have to go feet wet." Well, feet wet means they flew over the ocean, punched out over the ocean. Well, I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to drown.
Right.
I'd heard too many stories about guys getting caught in their parachutes when they come down and they can't get out of their parachutes to free themselves.
And so it
they
sinks
drown.
them.
So, we made it back, but then we had to send the helicopters back to pick up Tim and his pilot.
So that was probably one of your most dangerous missions that you went.
Yeah, I guess that would be considered the most dangerous. Yeah, the fact that we got shot down, yeah. Well, we got shot up a lot. I mean, we got shot up other times, but did I send you a picture of the bullet hole that was right behind my head? I think I did. Probably about 3 feet from me. That one was one where we got shot up pretty bad too. But that wasn't due to hubris. That was just due to ground fire. Although I felt bad, I was responsible for getting a helicopter shot down that day. We had guys that were in contact, and we finally broke the contact, or we thought we had broke the contact, and we thought they'd quit shooting and moved on. So that's the thing people don't realize, that the NBA only attacked you when they really thought they had the advantage. And when they thought they were losing the advantage, then they would withdraw. So that's where you were constantly on these searching patrols and that, and looking for them, because they never stuck around. I mean, it wasn't like Korea, where they had a main line of resistance in World War II. And I'm sure a lot like there is in Iraq and Afghanistan too. I mean, same way. I mean, they'd hit you when they thought they had the advantage and then disappeared. So we were up there flying close to the DMZ, a place called Cantien, and this unit was in contact. And I could see what was going on because they were talking about getting mortars, but I could tell by the trajectory of the explosion that it wasn't mortars, that it was really these rocket-propelled grenades. And these guys were in these armored personnel carriers. And I said, guys, you're going to have to stop right now. I said, you're going to run right into these rocket-propelled grenade ambushes if you keep that up, and you're going to get people killed. So they stopped. And when they stopped, the firing and everything stopped, but they had casualties already. And so I called in the emergency medevac, but they said there was nobody close by except an unarmed helicopter, which we called slicks. And they were the guys that did carried messages back and forth. They did things that did not require them to actually be armed. And this, I'll never forget, Greenbird Alpha was the guy's call sign as long as I live. And he said, is the zone secure? And I said, Roger, the zone is secure. He said, are you sure the zone is secure? I said, Roger. He said, I'm slick. I got nothing. I got no guns. He said, he didn't have a door gunner. He said, I'm coming in, but he said, I'm not going to come in if I see any fire. I said, Roger, you're cleared. You're cleared to come in. It's not a hot zone. It's a cold zone. As soon as he came into the zone, landed, they let him land. As soon as he started to pull up, everything on every side of him just opened up. Just bullets, these green and red tracers everywhere. He was able to pick up the casualties. He picked up the 3 guys that were emergency medevacs, able to get to the actual base at Cantien, but crash landed. And I heard later on, the guy said, if I ever find out who that son of a bitch is I'm going to kill him. Because I thought it was absolutely a cold zone, but we got shot too. That's where that bullet was. It missed my head by about that much. It was a 50 caliber machine gun. We saw it's a pretty big hole.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me get to some of the questions that I'm actually supposed to ask you. What do you think were the weaknesses, the strengths and the weaknesses of the enemy forces?
Well, I think their strength was their determination. I don't think there's any question on that. You know, anybody who did not respect them as an enemy and says differently, I would question that. They did things that we would never have thought of asking an American GI to do, Marine or soldier. I mean, their missions, of course, they weren't the kind of suicide missions that you see in Iraq and Afghanistan, but there's no question that some of the attacks that they made, they knew that they were not coming back from. Their weakness, I think, was the fact they didn't have any air support except in North Vietnam where they had air. I remember one time some of the pilots we had, and this is the thing we didn't realize, the pilots we had in the bird dogs had all been former jet pilots. But the Marine Corps had a policy that after 6 months, if you were a jet pilot, you either had a choice. You came to a unit like we were and you continued flying little bird dogs and enjoying some of the comforts of being a pilot, their quarters and the meals and that. Or you went out with the infantry and you were a forward air controller on the ground living with them just like they did on the ground. Well, guess what? Not many of those guys said, I want to go to the ground. I'll go fly. So they were all guys who flew with us. And I remember we were flying in the Ashaw Valley one day. And there was an airplane that was called SPAD. I think it's an A1 Sky Raider is what the actual nomenclature for the airplane is. And I was, watching in the distance. And I remember, I can't remember, I think it was Jim Lawrence who was the pilot that day. And I said, hey, Lawrence, I said, what does a MiG look like? As soon as I said MiG, this guy had flown missions up in North Vietnam, so he was used to all the evasive maneuvers and that for MiGs and that. He immediately takes the stick, takes the airplane, and, we go over to the right and lose altitude and that. And then when he recovers and sees that it's one of these A1 SPADs, he said, what the hell was that MiG shit all about? I said, well, I didn't know what a MiG looked like. I never seen one. And so, the fact that they didn't have air superiority, the fact that they did not have the supply routes and communications that we did as far as being able to supply their forces, and that's why they utilized the Ho Chi Minh Trail, and why so many of us had to fly the Ho Chi Minh Trail so much, was to interdict that and to blow up their trucks and stop that. And the fact that they, like us, believe it or not, they depended upon the goodwill of the people. They didn't know South Vietnam any better than we did because they were from North Vietnam. And I think that was one of the weaknesses that we had. We tended to, I think, underestimate their ability to sway sentiment within villages. The village where Max Grooms was killed, we found out later on, after the war, as a matter of fact, from people who had gone back. I, as I said, never opted to go back. Some of the guys did, just to see some of those places. And they said that it was over 70% VC as far as VC sympathy. So, it was a no-win situation for us. But yet they were at a disadvantage because they didn't have that kind of support. They couldn't have done what they did. I think numbers, we literally look at what, I think at one time there was, 1 million people in Vietnam, more than, I think, close to 1 million people in different capacities, although I think only 20% of, somebody once told me that only 1 out of every 5 people actually were in combat. There were guys that were sent to Vietnam. I had my wife had an uncle that was in Vietnam. He's, spent the whole time in Saigon, living in a hotel, air conditioning, eating in, probably 3- and 4-star restaurants, end up marrying a woman from over there. So, we never saw anything like that. So I think numbers, sheer numbers, American numbers, our air power, our ability to supply people. But I think our weakness was that we tended to underestimate them. And I think when we stop and think about it, one of my roommates, you may know of, his name is Carl Marlantis. If you saw that series that was done on Vietnam, the one that, what's his name, the big documentary guy.
Ken Burns.
Ken Burns did it on Vietnam. Carl was the talking head. Carl was my hooch mate. We slept, just cots apart from each other. He says that we, as the American people, were responsible for much of the negative outcome of Vietnam. That we not only underestimated it, we tended to not be absolutely honest with the American public on what was happening. And the fact that we continued to do that for prolonged periods of time when there may have been some way, the fact that we supported a corrupt system of government. When I saw Cao Ki, he got off that bus after coming from Saigon wearing a solid gold Rolex presidential wristwatch, and I know what one of those looks like, and a silk scarf and flight boots made out of alligator skin. I thought to myself, how many people in Vietnam have presidential gold Rolexes and alligator boots? I think we, as an American people, probably did as much to undermine what was going on. And I'm not saying that we were wrong in going there. People ask me, would I go again? Given what I know now, I might have hesitated. knowing what I knew then, absolutely. Would I go now? Probably, but more so out of the memory for the guys that I was with than anything else. Because I think so many of them were so naive. I told you about Jones, not knowing where he was in the world. You know, that's the kind of thing that I think would cause any of us to say what we did was right. I can't speak for everybody. I know Carl, for example, you know, he wrote that best-selling book, Matterhorn. It was on the bestsellers list. It's, I guess, what is it? Is it fiction? It's historical nonfiction or whatever it is. He feels differently. He feels that, you know, what we did was wrong. How do I look at the people who didn't go? I know that's always a question that comes up. I don't have a lot of respect for those people, no matter who they were, whether they were the President of the United States or not. I think if you were drafted, that was an obligation that we had as far as being an American citizen. Was there an alternative to going into the military? I think there was. I told you my dad, for example, during World War II, never wore a uniform, but I think he contributed. I've known people here in this country, my generation, who said that they wouldn't go because of conscientious objection, but they did volunteer to work in hospitals and receive no pay. So, you know, there were ways that you could have supported what was going on as the American people. That said, they still were, I think, deceived in a lot of ways. We were deceived. And that's a tragedy that I hope never happens again, to do that. Was it prolonged? I think it was prolonged beyond what it should have been. I think that there would have been some way of terminating that war earlier than the 10 years that we spent there. And we saw that at the end, because when it did collapse, who supported the invaders? The people themselves.
Yeah.
So that tells you that we totally underestimated them, both the North and the South, as far as their political sentiments. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. You know, the guy who did the Pentagon Papers, he just died recently. Did that, when that came out, the Pentagon report, I think
that bothered me more than that, because like I said, I was there at California when all that happened, because I had security for Nixon's Casa Pacifica, his summer house. I wasn't upset with that as much as I was when Jimmy Carter probably pardoned all of the people, gave them amnesty. I thought that there should have been some kind, for somebody who actually had been drafted and then left our country. I think, me personally, and I'm sure other people said no, that was their personal conviction and their right to that. There should have been something besides just amnesty. Again, maybe the idea of public service. You know, you decided not to spend 2 years in the military like other guys did and went, you know. We talk about me being a combat veteran. So many guys did not have a choice on what they were. I volunteered. You know, I got more than what I asked for, I can tell you that. And I'm sure many people would say the thing. So the old adage, be careful what you ask for, I think is something that young people should listen to. The bottom line is there should have been some consequence for that. And maybe the consequence of some kind of public service for a year or 2 years, I think would have set better with Vietnam veterans, guys who are actually boots on the ground, than just to give them total amnesty. But that's my opinion. Other people are going to disagree with that. I respect what they did, but I think that they could have done other things in this country at that time, but actually leaving in this country. You know, we talked about Mark Woodruff, my sergeant. Mark, I guess like many people, you got a little disenfranchised with our country there for a while in the 60s and the 70s, I think. And so he opted to stay there in Australia, primarily probably because he was married to an Australian girl. Kind of like my wife not wanting to leave Virginia. I'm sure she was the same way. That says, look, I'm not leaving Australia, so what are you going to do? Although Mark's not Catholic, so he didn't have that issue. He could have gone. But of course he had a son too, which is almost the same age as my son. I think he did the right thing. If you feel that this is not the place that you feel that you want to make your life in, then find out where you think someplace better. I've seen a lot of the world. Regardless of all of the issues that we have in this country, and even the stuff, I listen to all of the rhetoric going on right now in our country. I still think this is the greatest place in the world to be. And if it weren't the greatest place in the world, why do so many people want to be here? That whole issue of immigration, to me, is something that tells you who we are and why people want to come here. And I've always felt that way. I really have. I can't say everybody does. I mean, there are people, that want to riot and civil war and all that. Having gone through one civil war, I don't think we ever need another one like that. I mean, we've never gotten over the last one. Do you think we'd ever get over another one?
Yeah. Did you, so you, after you left Vietnam,
Came back to the States.
came back to the States, and then where were you
Volunteered to
stationed?
go overseas again. I did. I was home 11 months. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't live here. And
How was your reception when you returned from the
well,
first?
it's funny you say that. People have asked me a lot about reception, negative reception. Here in Manassas, I came back very quickly. I flew out of Vietnam, got on an airplane in LAX, Los Angeles, flew straight from Los Angeles, straight to, I guess it was national then. We didn't have, well, maybe it was Dulles. I think we had Dulles then. Yeah, we had Dulles. So it was at Dulles. I came into Dulles and came straight here to Manassas.
Is it still in 69?
This is 69.
Okay.
Yeah, 69. Yeah, 69. It's interesting. I had gotten orders to be one of the Marines at Marine Barracks, Las Vegas, Nevada. There was a Marine Barracks, a lot of people don't know about that, actually at Las Vegas. Well, what they did, I'm not sure. But I'm sure it would have been a lot better than a lot of other places. And I had orders there. And I guess primarily because of the recommendations I'd gotten from some of the guys that were my bosses in Vietnam.
Like, would they give you a nice, once you leave Vietnam, was it kind of like, oh, do some time in Vietnam, and then you get a really cushy?
Well, no, not necessarily. It depends on who you were and what you've done.
Okay.
And again, it depends upon your record. I mean, a lot of guys just got out. I told you that, if you were a reserve officer, a lot of guys got off the airplane and they look at their papers and say, okay, you're a reserve officer. Do you want to continue or do you want to get out? And they say, well, I want to get out. And they say, okay, go home. They still had reserve obligation. They had to, I think,
Go.
on paper. I don't know if they actually went to drill them. I've never really talked to any of them. Some of them I know did. They stayed in the reserves. I think I was talking to Mary Helen about this friend of mine who died. Was going to be buried in Arlington Monday. And he was a 3-star general, but he was a reserve. He never really became a regular officer. He was always a reserve general. So Dennis, did very well by staying in the reserves. A lot of guys just wanted to get on with their lives, go to law school, go to graduate school, whatever they want, or even go to school. A lot of them, that's how they end up getting college degrees. Mark Woodruff, the guy I was telling you about, who was a psychologist, started at, I'm trying to think where it is, Pepperdine University in California, got an undergraduate, and then went to Australia. Got his master's degree in Australia and that in psychology, and that's when he ended up giving up his citizenship. But, as far as the reception, there was none of the negative things here. Now, when
Did you come back in your uniform?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. In fact, I was carrying a North Vietnamese rifle with me when I did. I brought that home to Super. I didn't keep it very long. A guy taught me how, and I said, I've seen enough of those. I don't need one of those things anymore. I'm not a big fan of assault rifles, believe me. But the bottom line is, I came back here, not a problem. Well, they canceled my orders when I got here because they sent me straight back here in anticipation of me getting my wife ready to go to Las Vegas. Well, for some reason, they closed that base down. I'm sure some politician said, do we really need a Marine barracks at Las Vegas, Nevada? What do they do there? Watch showgirls? But anyway, the bottom line is, I didn't go. And I got immediate orders to go to report to headquarters Marine Corps. So here I am, a first lieutenant at headquarters Marine Corps. I don't know any other lieutenants there except this guy, Carl Marlanus, comes later on. Well, see, Carl Marlanus was a Rhodes Scholar. So he was an exceptional guy. Plus, Carl was given the Navy Cross, which is the nation's second highest medal for heroism. The Silver Star is the third, the Navy Cross or the Service Cross is the second, and then the Medal of Honor. So he was sent there probably for that reason, because he had an exceptional career and had exceptional, background as well. So we get there, and we have to wear uniforms I think that's when Carter, as I recall, was trying to downplay the military presence in Washington. He didn't want it to look like it was an armed camp. So we had to wear uniforms I think it was 2 days a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, as I recall. So one Tuesday, I was living there on Columbia Pike, and I'd walk to work. And a car literally drove, this was a rainy day, or it had been a rainy day, and there were puddles of water still in the road. And I watched this car cross 2 lanes of traffic, just drive through water, splash water. And that was really the first and really only real negative that I saw, because like I said, I stayed in the military. So I wasn't exposed to the civilian population. I know guys that said that they never told anybody they were a Vietnam veteran for years. Guys who would always say that they would apologize for being a Vietnam veteran when people asked them about it. So, well, I was drafted, I didn't have a choice. But, no, I didn't feel that. And, the military to me, as I said, to me was the thing that really made me a better person. Have you seen the movie Devotion? It's a great movie. It's about the first black naval aviator. I happened to work for the first black Marine aviator as a first lieutenant from Vietnam. His name was Frank Peterson. He was then a Major Frank Peterson, and I became his assistant. Total gentleman, everywhere. And here's a guy who, I remember he used to laugh at me because of my southern accent, which I think I've lost by now, but he knew that I was from Louisiana. And he would play these little games with me and all that, I think really just to kind of get a rise out of me. But of course, he was a major, and I was a lieutenant, so it was always yes, sir, no, sir. And he would ask me questions like, well, what do you say to a black man with a gun? And I said, please. And he laughed. He said, right answer. So, those are the kind of things that, I think the Marine Corps, in my mind, kept me from lapsing into some of the dark places. Not that I don't have some dark places every now and then. My wife will tell you I lose my temper, and she says, that's certainly. She says, has there ever been a day in your life you've never thought about Vietnam? And I'll say, no, there hasn't been. But that's because of all the experiences that you have. You cram a lifetime of, I guess, good and bad, because you saw good things too. But you cram it into a year of your life, and that's not normal. Mm-hmm. It's all compressed. And so it is compressed, and I think over the years it just kind of starts to filter out. And really, your invitation to do this was that, and I regret that the other guys that I talked to didn't, because I think in some ways it is a catharsis. It's one in which things that we've never talked about to other people gives you an opportunity, and whether it ever airs or not, you've at least said it, and maybe when we're all gone, kind of like the Civil War veterans, it'll be there, and people will say, well, maybe I understand that period of our history a little bit better because of some of those things. But I don't know that for a fact. That's my personal thoughts. And that was my motivation for doing this, because at some point, maybe my grandsons are going to want to know some of these things and hear that they never heard. And it won't be one of those kind of things, well, I never really knew what Granddad did or what that was like. When I talked to my grandfather about the First World War, he would talk about the funny things, but I knew that there were times that they weren't funny. You only have to watch some of those World War I movies to know what life must have been like back then, without any of the antibiotics that we had, without the medical evacuation that we had, how difficult it must have been for them. So, the regrets are there, but the regrets are maybe that some of the things that people experience have not been spoken of sooner. And maybe that's what Ken Burns' intention was. I know there were a lot of people who were critical of that documentary, Vietnam Veterans, because it says that it portrayed us as losing a war. When I think if you talk to most veterans who were in combat, We never felt that we lost the war from a military perspective, from a fighting perspective, because, as I said, we always had the advantage, it seemed, for the most part, not always. I mean, the day I got wounded, certainly they had the advantage with us, 5 of us, because we ended up killing 34 people that day.
Mm-hmm.
There were 34 enemy soldiers that were killed, so, and a lot of them got away. So you can tell that we definitely were at a disadvantage then, for that point in time. As I said before, they didn't engage us unless they knew that they had that advantage. I think that those are the kind of things that people have to know, and people have to make their own decisions. You know, my wife will say right now, she says, don't ever talk to your grandsons about going into the military. And my son, who was born when I was in Vietnam, when I asked him, when Desert Storm and all that stuff, because he was of age to the military, I said, Jay, are you going to go into the military? I said, you know, I did. Your grandfather on his mother's side was in World War II. My grandfather was in the First World War, and you know, our family has fought in wars in America since the Civil War. He said, no, Dad. He said, I'll be honest with you. He said, I think you and everybody else has done more than enough. I don't need to. That kind of bothered me. And that bothered me because that was part of what I was talking about earlier. I said, you know, you can't abandon what I consider to be the responsibilities that we have with citizenship. And I always thought that doing away with the draft was an issue. I always thought that some of the racial problems we've had in this country, had we not abandoned the draft, it forces you to live with people and to know people and feel comfortable with people who you might normally not have had that experience with, and see that they had the same aspirations, the same dreams, and the same goals. I go to Georgia, where my daughter is a lawyer and practices, and I see my grandsons play with African American kids in their playground. I remember seeing one, I guess they were, my one grandson was like 2 years old, and this African American couple were there with a 2 or 3 year old child, about the same age as Martin is. He was named after me, which was probably a mistake. And they were on the merry-go-round, and the little boy got off and tried to get back up, and the merry-go-round was going around and knocked him down, and he started crying. My grandson went over, hugged the little guy, and said, don't cry. My generation would have never done that, not where I grew up. So that's what I'm saying, let's get it from in emotion. Those are the things that I think the military did for me, made me a better human being. And I did not lapse into some of the stuff, things that you still hear about going on in our country. Those are the kind of things that I think the military forced you to deal with. You know, and if you couldn't deal with it, then there was a way that was going to take care of it. You know, and I appreciate that. And you see that now. You really do. So those are my thoughts. You know.
Yeah, I mean, that's important.
And like I say, Jimmy Harris, the young guy that I told you from Philadelphia, that got shot in the knee and got shot in the ankle, was the point. You know, he was the guy who, had he not been wounded and not been where he was, we would have all been probably killed too, because he's the guy that sprung that ambush. And you know, you saw that over and over again. And, you know, you never thought about race in war, because there is no race in war. It's survival. Everything you do is to make sure you live, and hopefully the guy next to you does too. You become very selfish in war. There's no question about that. And you're able to play God in war, which a lot of people don't understand. And I think that's, as much as I hate to think about it, is the attraction. I think when you have the ability over life and death, you're putting yourself on a plane that nobody else is. And when people talk about the excitement of war, that excitement is generated because of those kinds of things. The fact that I have this power that I've never had before in my life. And maybe that's the issues that we're dealing with sometimes. Maybe with police officers, maybe that's the same thing. Now, a police officer in many ways has that same choice of whether I do this or I do that. Not always the right decision, we know for a fact. But anyway, I've got sidetracked there.
Okay, let's see what else we need to address in the questions. So what would you say is the biggest challenge you faced as a commander of your, the
What we're talking about, life and death. Whether to send guys out knowing that they might get killed. And that's probably my rationale for what I did, going out on ambushes, going out on patrols, walking up at the point of fire team, was I never wanted, and maybe that was my way of absolving myself of guilt in some ways, saying if I'm doing this and something happens to me, it's not because I wasn't going to take the same risk that they did. To me, that was the biggest challenge. Civilians. There were times that we could have brutalized civilians and didn't. I remember one time we were in an ambush site, and I like to think the decision I made was the one that everybody else would make. All these young girls were actually washing their clothes in this stream. Well, they took all their clothes off. I mean, here are all these nude women right there in front of us. And I'm sure they did that. They said, well, we're going to be underwater washing our clothes. Why don't we have a good time too? Just bathe and do the same thing. And we laid there in that ambush site watching these women. I guess you could call it a treat, but I'm sure it was a torture too at the same time for these guys in that ambush site. Other people might have very well taken a whole different approach on that, and they could have become victims of war. Who would have known about it? And I'm sure that happened. I'm sure that there were lots of brutalities that occurred like that go unreported. Murders, rapes, everything else. So, challenge, the leadership of challenge, I guess, was what I call doing the right thing. And to me, the right thing was never ask somebody to do something that you're not willing to do yourself, and never do something that you grew up knowing was morally wrong. Again, that may be that Catholic guilt we're talking about, I don't know. But I like to think that regardless of whether you have religion or not, you know what's right and what's wrong. And you know the difference between what's right and what's wrong.
Well, and you value human life.
That's right. You value human life. That life does have a value beyond a monetary value, regardless of who that person is.
Did your unit engage in any kind of civic action in Vietnam?
Yeah, in fact, I'll be honest with you, that was not one of my brightest moments. We were tested where I was in this little village that later became the place where Max was killed, called Mylock. We were sent down there to actually win the hearts and minds of the people by civic action. Well, what we did was pretty much fragment my company into what I consider to be a non-effective fighting force, because they would take one of my squads and give it to the Vietnamese Home Guard, and they were there to live with them and work with them, go out on their security patrols around the village with them. But in effect, I only had control of one real Marine platoon. And because I only had one Marine platoon, I really wasn't an effective fighting unit as far as I was concerned, as far as a Marine infantry company. So when we did that, the guys, obviously, some of them took advantage of the situation. I did have an instance where I was told that one of my Marines propositioned one of the girls in the village, and I had to immediately take care of that and deal with that individual right away. We also had instances where I think the only time that I ever knew of drugs, being sold or offered to my men was there. One of my men reported it to me that some of the Vietnamese had offered to sell him marijuana, which was prevalent in Vietnam. I mean, the stories you hear about drugs, I think a lot of them are true. Not so much in the combat units like mine, and it's definitely not during when we were on operation. And because nobody wants to see some guy stupid next to him because he's high on something and then depend upon him
To shoot it, accurately shoot
not
it.
only accurately shoot, but to save my life if he has to. So that never happened when we were out in the bush. I can't say that didn't happen when they came back into the rear. And this was an instance. I mean, it put us in a very vulnerable position, I thought. And so I ended up taking some very strict measures. I did call in dogs. That's the only time I asked for the dogs, to have the dog handlers come and see if the dogs were going to alert on anything. Of course, I don't know what they would alert on. I don't know if they were even trying to do that. I thought it was a good thing just so people saw that there was a presence of me trying to do something. And I think that might have been why it gave them the confidence to set up explosives in that area that they'd never had before. There had never been booby traps there. That killed rooms. Normally, the only casualties that we had were direct combat, gunfire, artillery, mortars. Not from explosion, not where we were. Now down south, that's totally different. We were in the northern part of I Corps. So we were fighting the North Vietnamese. I don't recall ever seeing a real VC, what they call VC. Obviously they were there because that's what we found out later when the war was over, that they were sympathizers. So I remember actually having to write something when the Marine Corps did a history of the Marines in Vietnam for 1968. I said what we did was the worst thing that could have happened to our unit because it literally kept us from being an effective fighting unit. And I believe that. Did we do some good? Well, we killed a water buffalo one time by mistake because my guys were all used to combat. We were out on a patrol. We hear this stuff running through the jungle, making all this noise. And we felt that it was NVA retreating. They opened up with a machine gun, but what come out but this wounded water buffalo that I ended up having to go over and shoot, and I ended up killing it by shooting it in the ear with my .45. We ended up paying for the water buffalo, and the only good thing that came out of it is the village gave us a feast. They chopped up the water buffalo and they cooked it, and all the Marines got to participate in this village feast because of the water buffalo. But I'm sure the farmer who lost that water buffalo would prefer to have the buffalo rather than the money and watching us consume whatever his prized animal was. We ended up dropping a mortar by accident. Not I, but the people, they used to fire what we called night protected fires around our organizations. And for some reason, they pulled the wrong charge off the mortar round. Not my guys, but the guys that were supporting us dropped one right in the village, and it hit a house and wounded the family in the house. Of course, we had to pay whatever it was, the reparations for that.
Did you pay the reparations
Oh,
in real time?
Yeah, real money.
Uh-huh.
I didn't, but they sent somebody down from the headquarters and actually gave the people money for that.
So they didn't. It wasn't like a legal process that they had to kind of
No.
document.
No, I don't know how they did it. And the thing about it is, and I know that my guys were doing this, there was a reward system. And the reward system was if they turned in a munition or a weapon or that, they got a reward. Well, see, my guys all had souvenirs. So I know what they were doing. To get the stuff that they were selling, my guys would give them, say, a round of a grenade that they had deactivated or a weapon that they had captured. They'd give it to maybe one of the girls in the village and say, look, you come in and say, you found this and you're going to turn this in, you'll get money, and then you can take that money and you can buy beer from me or something, because they did sell beer here. So that was the other thing. To me, where we were, what we were doing really undermined the idea of a Marine infantry company. I'm not saying that other kinds of people doing it might not have worked. Special units, like I think there was a thing called CORDS, which is something Rural Development Committee on Rural Development CORDS, I think is what it was called, where they actually went out and did all of the medical assistance things and did all the stuff as far as building schools and the civic action kind of things you talk, social welfare things. We weren't in the social welfare business. Our business was to go out and find the enemy and kill them.
Yeah.
And that eroded my ability to do that the way they had done that to us. Because my guys were no longer combat guys. They were really, in many ways, I don't know what the word is, they were spectators to what was going on in the village life. You know, they would go to watch, they came and put up a village movie screen. And they did the movie screen for us. And I'll share another thing that I like to talk about. There was a Catholic priest, a French priest. And of course, being Catholic and French, I felt somewhat of a kinship with him. But he would ride by our position every day on a bicycle. And it got to be very repetitive. And of course, that repetition caused me to notice it more. So finally I said, Father, he spoke English. And I remember I first greeted him in French, my Louisiana patois français. And I said, why are you constantly on your bicycle around here? He said, I have people that I had to see and my parishioners. And I said, okay. I said, but let me share something with you, Father. If you're here at night and you're on your bicycle, you're probably going to be killed in an ambush. And he just continued on. Well, after I left, he was killed in an ambush because he was in fact providing information to the VC. And we had killed 3 other people before that in an ambush that were NVA that I guess they had taken into the village, and they were trying to escape out of the village before we found them, and they were killed. So the Catholic priest was killed. I felt, some guilt over that, but in the back of my mind, I said he was duly warned. So that was a choice that priest made. So to me, civic action left a very bad taste in my mouth where we were. I'm not saying it might not have been effective other places, but not in my luck in Quang Tri province.
Understood. So in terms of discrimination and racial tensions, you're saying no racial tension.
I
Racial
can't
tensions
say
are very.
No, I can't say unequivocally there wasn't racial tension. Yeah, there was racial tension. My unit, no. But I can tell you in the rear there was. When we go, and I hated to go to the rear. Mostly we were always out on combat missions in the infantry. But every now and then, like after several weeks of being out in the field or a bad operation, we'd come back. And we'd have a chance to, I guess, rehab, I guess is the word. We'd get uniforms, we'd get fed, the jungle rot would get treated by the docs back there. And the only time I saw racial tension is when we were back in the rear. And there again, because of the fact we're humans, we are who we are, we tend to congregate with people we feel more comfortable with. Well, the Black Marines would sometimes go off by themselves. They would sing, guys, great voices, that's one thing I do remember, And this, you gotta remember, this is the doo-wop time, so all of those songs and that were so popular in the 60s, these guys would sit and harmonize. Some of the white guys would say, why are all those guys, why can't they just be quiet? Why can't they do what they want? And they would take the officers away from the enlisted guys. You see, I wasn't there under control of my guys then, because I was then sitting in the officer hooch, sitting and eating with other lieutenants. These guys were off by themselves.
Were there any Black lieutenants?
None. We had no Black lieutenants. In fact, we had no Black officers, period, in my battalion. I didn't see Black officers until I came to headquarters Marine Corps. And we had no Black officers when I went through the basic school either. There were Black officers in Vietnam, in the Marine Corps. But there's only one I remember very distinctly, and that was a guy named Archie Biggers, who was a Silver Star recipient, as a matter of fact, there in the Ashaw Valley when I was working down there, but on the ground. Archie was one. There was another guy, and I'm trying to think what his name was. He was a major, and he was in headquarters Marine Corps when I put, Bill Negron was his name. I think he was Puerto Rican, but he identified as Puerto Rican. Caribbean. And he had been in Vietnam as a company commander. But I never saw a black officer actually in Vietnam in my unit, in my battalion or my regiment. So, no. But black NCOs, black staff non-commissioned officers, yes. Yeah, and those were the guys who were, in my mind, the guys in my outfit who actually kept racial tensions down. And I'm sure there were a lot of guys from the South, you know, that had grown up, you know, and resented the fact that they did have blacks in the Marine Corps. But they never voiced it around me, because I think most of them knew that I wasn't going to tolerate any kind of discrimination. Same with the Mexicans. We had a lot of Mexican kids too, Tony Flores, you know. And everybody respected you by what you did. You know, where Dr. King said, don't judge a person by their color, but by their character. If there was ever a place that was put into perspective, I think it was Vietnam, as far as combat units. He looked at what a guy contributed and what a guy did, not who he was or where he came from. I remember Flores, and he was a funny guy. I never will forget, we were in a firefight, and he had his girlfriend's name tattooed on his shoulder, Hilda. I'll never forget Hilda. And for some reason, he was the guy that I told you about, almost got killed when he stood up and had to urinate in the bathroom when we were under 100% alert. A bullet literally took Hilda right off of his arm and just, you know, creased him. And he stood up, started screaming, "You MFs, you killed him!" And we ended up pulling him down and said, "God bless it, Flores, lay down." No, they killed him. So, you know, and he was a good Marine, you know, but he was one of those kind of guys that was always griping and grumbling about something. But, you know, he was another guy. And, you know, he and Jimmy Harris would get together, and it was Brother Tony and Brother Jimmy. And that's how they talked to each other, you know. So that's what I'm saying. I'm sure in the rear there were incidents that happened. I'm not aware of any major one. You know, I think we had a tendency for a while, every time if a guy was white and a guy was black and they got in a fight, it was a racial issue. I don't think that was the case a lot of times, especially in the Marine Corps. You got in a fight because a guy said something about your girlfriend, or a guy said something that you didn't like. I mean, a guy didn't like your kind of music, and a guy would get in a fight. It wasn't a racial thing. But yeah, you know, there were instances like that where a black guy might get in a fight with a white guy. But, you know, I can tell you that the respect you had for the individual was based on what he contributed to the unit, not the color of his skin. And as I said, blood tried and brown, no matter who it came from. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. So we didn't really talk about in depth you left Vietnam, you went to Quantico or headquarters.
Right.
Then they told you to go out to.
No, I got orders originally to Las Vegas. They canceled the orders to Las Vegas. Sent me to headquarters. I was there 11 months, and I said, I can't stand it.
Okay, so then you went out of country. You said you left the country. Where did you go?
I did. I volunteered to go back to Vietnam. They told me, we're not sending you back to Vietnam, Martin.
Okay.
I said, why?
So what year is that?
This is 1970.
Okay.
I came back in 69.
Because they're drawing down, the troops are drawn down.
They're starting to draw down. And that's exactly what they told me when I volunteered. I put in a request to go back to Vietnam.
And what is your wife saying to you?
Well, same thing. She said in 1973 when I tried to go back when Vietnam collapsed. She said, you leave here, I won't be here when you come back. But I was willing to take a chance on that one because the boy was only a year old. I said, yeah, she's not going to divorce me if I'm only gone for a year. I can convince her. The bottom line was, they said, we're not sending you back. They've got too many captains and too many guys that haven't gone to Vietnam that need to go. for the reasons of career, enhancement. And I said, well, then I'm getting out. I've been accepted to go to law school in New Orleans. And that's when my wife, said, I'm not going to some place that smells like urine. So I said, well, I guess I'm just going to get out. And they said, well, what do we need to do to keep you in the Marine Corps? That's exactly what the Lieutenant Colonel said. I said, well, how about Paris, France? You send me to Paris, France, I'll take. And he looked down kind of sheepishly and smiled. He said, is Rome, Italy close enough? And, well, he lied. He didn't send me to Rome. He sent me to Naples, Italy, which is a horrible place if you've ever been to Naples. I mean, it's a dirty place. So I ended up going to Naples, Italy for a year aboard this flagship for the 6th Fleet. And I did all the honors and ceremonies for all the dignitaries. Richard Nixon came over. We gave him honors. Grace Kelly and Prince Rainier came onto our ship, and we gave them honors. And so that's what I did. I was kind of a showboat Marine for a year. And then I got sent back to the States and sent back to Quantico because I said, if my wife's going to stay with me, I got to go back to Virginia. So they sent me to Quantico, and I taught marksmanship at Quantico on the rifle range for 2 years.
So that was like your hunting background and Vietnam?
Yeah, well, yeah. And, I was a pretty good marksman too, besides that, yeah.
Because did you get an award for marksmanship?
Yeah, 1 year I did.
You got, for the record, you have a lot of awards, so a very decorated career.
I think there are a lot of guys probably like me. I don't think I'm an exception.
A Silver Star.
Well, there again, the people who should get decorations. And I told you about Chris Gentry that took 2 bullets in the back. Jimmy Harris that got shot twice. Those guys didn't get Silver Stars. But I wouldn't be here today were it not for them. I think there was a tendency for them always to give officers, the guys in the leadership roles, things above what they would do for the average enlisted guy. Max Green's, the only thing he ever got was a Purple Heart, and that was posthumous. A lot of times, I think it's our own fault, the leader's fault, that we tend to take for granted that guys do things the way they do them. Getting shot twice is not something you do.
You want to do.
That you want to do or, volunteer to do. It just happens. And when he knocked me down and took that smoke grenade out of my hand and threw it up at that machine gun nest and got shot as a consequence, he should have probably gotten a Silver Star, but he got a Bronze Star instead. I had written him up for a higher decoration, but it was downgraded to a Bronze Star. He had received an earlier Bronze Star, which should have been an even higher decoration for that battle on the ridge when they killed almost 300 guys, that book, Foxtrot Ridge, that I was telling you about. When you read what he did in that book, you'd say, why didn't this guy get more than that? My battalion had the first Black Medal of Honor recipient, a guy by the name of Jimmy Anderson. It was PFC, and he jumped on a grenade and smothered a grenade. And you talk about racial, incidents. For a Black Marine to jump on a grenade knowing that he's saving white Marines, to me that's heroism. It has nothing to do with who you are or where you came from. It's what you really are.
It's very heroic when he did.
Yeah, I think there's a building named after him in Quantico. Yeah, he was the first African American Medal of Honor recipient in the Vietnam War. Anderson.
What president awarded that?
Gosh.
Because it takes a while.
He was killed before I got there. He was in my company, as a matter of fact. That's how I knew about him, what he had done. I would think it would have been maybe Nixon. Mm-hmm. Nixon. Well, because Johnson resigned in '68, right? I would say either Johnson or Nixon. You'd have to look up James Anderson's Medal of Honor. It would give you probably when it was awarded.
Okay, so now I remember what tangent we're on. So you go to Naples, Italy, you come back to Quantico.
Right. My
And
wife says, "You're getting out of the Marine Corps, aren't you?"
Yeah, and
No,
you said-
I don't think I am.
so did you have another conversation about what will make you stay?
No, it's just the fact that I was here all the time. And of course, she was dealing with an infant at that time too. And
So you had a second child?
no, not then.
No, okay.
Later I did. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
later I did. You know, my daughter was born when I was a captain in California. That's when she and Julie Nixon had the same
Okay.
OBGYN. I got sent to Quantico, and of course, well, I'll share it. I took her to Europe for, I think it was 4 weeks. Even though I was aboard ship, I rented a villa there. I really wasn't in Naples the whole time. They took us to a place, the admiral didn't like Naples because it's not a very pretty city. And he decided that the flagship was going to be home ported in a place called Gaeta, which is really kind of like on the Italian Riviera. So that's where we were home ported. I said, well, this is such a beautiful place. I think I'll see if my wife wants to come over, just to visit. So I rented a villa for a month and brought her over. Well, then she got to see, I guess, there was a good part to the Marine Corps rather than just the negative side. And so when I got sent back to Quantico, I was home all the time. I was living here in Manassas. She never had to disrupt her life at all, and didn't for several years because she stayed here until 1973. So I came in, we were married in 68, so 68, 73, she was always right here in Manassas. So, there wasn't any reason to actually do anything as far as offering me another carriage as far as that goes. And then after I left the rifle range, I got sent to a school again at Quantico. And from there I got sent to California and had,
Okay, so Nixon,
Nixon, yeah. So we had the home that they gave us on base sat on a cliff because I had to be able to look down at Casa Pacifica because I had a limited amount of time to get a reaction force down there if there were demonstrations. She actually sat on a cliff overlooking one of the most beautiful beaches in California out to the Pacific Ocean. I couldn't afford to buy that house. It would have probably been $1 million view at least. So, she was enjoying the benefits of what a Marine could have, depending upon what he was doing. Now,
and how well he tests.
yeah, well, and how well you test, that has a lot to do with it, that's for sure. I have to admit that. So I used to tell my students that. I said, for those of you who say tests aren't important, let me give you a story about how important things can be. And I would tell them, I said, I was able to do a lot of the things I was able to do when I was in the military only because in the early years I tested well. Yeah. So that was kind of an incentive, for her to, I think, stick around. She's starting to see some of the good parts of it. However, Barstow, California, the desert kind of wiped all that away,
So is that where you went after Nixon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so what was the goal of that posting?
Well, believe it or not, they had a guy there who had gotten into trouble, and the base was in a mess. They had failed, I think, the last 3 commanding Commandant of the Marine Corps inspections as far as military discipline and everything, and being Marines. So I was sent from there to basically straighten those issues out. I was a young captain when I got there, but I ended up holding a lieutenant colonel's job as a captain. And things got turned around. They got an outstanding report on their next inspection. So I became the base inspector and the operations officer there. And then from there I got sent to Japan and was a camp commander in Japan, which was a colonel's job, but I was only a major then. So I had done very well. I left the Marine Corps, not because I failed to make selection, but again because my wife kept saying, when are you getting out? And when I made lieutenant colonel and could retire at 20 years, I really didn't have an excuse anymore. I couldn't keep playing the game. And I had a son at that point that was a senior in high school and a daughter who was going to be a freshman in high school. It was a 3-year assignment they were telling me I was going to have, which means my son would have gone to Japan. He would have graduated with kids he didn't know. And this is my wife's argument. And then my daughter would have ended up in high school, becoming a senior, being sent back to the States, graduating with kids that she hadn't gone to school with. And my wife said, I've said it before, I'm not going. And if you're going to spend 3 years over there, you're going to do it by yourself. And I thought to myself, you know, how do I, as a colonel, full colonel, because I was getting ready to get selected or possibly selected, you know, I never know when the selection process comes out, to be a full colonel. But then how do I tell all my young lieutenants, this is the greatest profession in the world, and they say, oh, really? Where's your wife, Colonel? You know, I couldn't do it. So I said, all right, this is the time to go. And I knew the person who was then the first superintendent of education here in Manassas, because he was a family friend of my wife's family. And he offered me a job to teach high school if I would coach. He said, if you coach, I'll give you a job, Mark. And I said, well, let me think about it. And I wasn't going to do it at first. Had decided to get out. So that decision was already made. But I had, like most of the guys who retire around the Washington area, they become defense contractors. I ended up going up, interviewing with one of these defense contractors. They gave me a contract. I hadn't signed it. I had to bring it back to them and do all the stuff that they do for defense and that. I got stuck in the traffic on Route 66 for 3 hours. And I came back and I told my wife, I said, you know, I'm going to work for Jim Leo. So I said, Coach Leo, we called him Coach Leo because he had coached my wife's uncles in football and baseball. And I said, I'll work for Coach Leo. I'm not going to fight that in Beltway twice a day. So that's why I stayed here.
Do you think some of it had to do with one of the veterans we spoke to spoke about how they fought for America, they fought for what the ideals of our civilian life, and that veterans are very invested in, you know, enriching what they fought to save.
Yeah, well, sure. I think that was motivation to teach you. But there again, if you remember, I told you about Jones, the young Marine who got shot, not knowing where he was. I taught geography too. I taught history and geography. And I never forgot, you know, Jones asking me where he was when he was wounded. So all of those things, I think, contribute to me wanting to be a teacher. You know, do I regret that? I regret the fact that I didn't make the money that some of those guys have made. But, you know, I may not be alive either, fighting that traffic. My father-in-law, who I told you about, who only had an 8th grade education, worked his way up to being a GS-15 in the government. And he fought that traffic twice a day. And he literally had a heart attack at his desk. So, you know, my thoughts are I might have ended up the same way. But he was one of those kind of guys. You know, his story is even more unique. He came back from World War II, still in uniform, looking for a job, and was in D.C. And he learned plumbing in the Navy. He was a Navy metalsmith, but he also was a plumber. He'd gone through that Civilian Conservation Corps training as a young guy because he was the sole support of his family during the Depression. And he ended up looking for a job in D.C. and they said, what do you do, sailor? And he said, well, I'm a plumber. And the guy said, well, if you want to work for the government, I got a great job for you. He says, we're getting ready to refurbish. In fact, it was the old post office, which became Trump Towers, I guess. And they said, we got to put all these toilets and sinks and everything in there because we're redoing this building. If you want a job, we'll give you a job for the day. And so he said, sure. So he ended up doing all that. And then when they all got finished at the end of the day, I guess this foreman came out and said, you're all fired. And my father-in-law said, why are we fired? And the guy said, because you guys did crappy work. That stuff is the worst plumbing I've ever seen. And my father-in-law, you'd have to have met him. He was a very quiet guy, didn't talk very much. And I think that's probably because he came from such a humble background. He said, well, sir, he said, you know, he said, you can fire us. He said, that's your right. But he said, I want to tell you something. He said, there may have been sloppy work done up there, but he said, I can tell you everything I did is absolutely right. And the guy, he said, kind of laughed at him. He said, yeah, well, tell me. He said, how do I know what you did, what everybody else did? How do I know what's your work and somebody else's? He said, because I scratch my initials on everything I do. And he walked up there and they ended up making him the supervisor from there on out. He worked his way up to a GS-15 where he actually managed. He was responsible for, I guess it's the General Services Administration, for 3 of the buildings, the old post office, the tax court, and there was another government building. He was responsible for all 3 of those. And he wanted to give me a job, you know, when I got out. And I said, Pop, what would I do? He said, well, he said, you'd be learning what I do, and that's managing buildings. They had some kind of program where they trained guys in some kind of managerial program. And I said, does that mean I've got to ride with you twice a day to DC? And he kind of smiled. And I said, no, I think I'll buy something else. But no, he was a good guy, and I laughed about that. But the thought of fighting traffic twice a day into DC on that beltway was not something I wanted to do, you know. And I had a retirement anyhow, so I didn't need to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about you really like government contracting and, you know, all these options, but you still had a full retirement.
Yeah.
That, you know,
I
like,
still do, yeah.
yeah. So, I mean, like, your second career is
Yeah.
actually kind of gravy,
Yeah.
I would think.
Well, you know, and that's one of the things that I have some issues with. We talk about the government and people taking advantage of the government. I see that a lot. And I listen to some of these guys who aren't combat veterans. Don't misunderstand me. I don't take away from anybody who's in combat because I know they have some real issues. But when I hear some of the guys saying they're drawing 100% disability for PTSD, I certainly don't draw any PTSD disability. I probably have it. My wife says we do. We all do. She said, anybody who's come back the way you did, you do. And I listen to some of these guys and they say, well, I'm drawing 100% disability because I'll see their license plate that says, you know, disabled veteran on it. And I said, well, what is your disability for? Oh, PTSD. I said, well, what did you do? Oh, well, I was in the Navy. I said, wait a second, you were in the Navy and you draw 100% disability for PTSD? I said, how do you do that? You know, one guy told me, he says, well, I had 2 good friends killed in Vietnam and I've just never gotten over that. I have nightmares about that. And I think about the guys with me, you know, like I told you the story about Chris and I trying to push those guys' intestines back in the stomach, or, you know, some of the other things, like I talked about. And we're not drawing 100% disability for PTSD. How do, in their own conscience, say that they're 100% disabled, yet they're drawing that, you know? But that's me, and I'm sure other veterans have different opinions on that. But I think sometimes, because there's money available, people tend to take advantage of those things that are there. And I think that's one of the things that's also destructive in our society, is the fact that we cannot expect to be given something without there being something paid back. And to me, that was part of military service, is you're paying something back. When I was in Europe and NATO, I was always impressed, especially in Scandinavia, and places like that, where they have mandatory service. And they have, I guess, a mandatory 2 years military obligation. And that after that 2 years, then they're free. But if they can't do military for some reason, whether it's a medical disability or physical disability, they're still expected to do something. They work in fire and rescue, they're people that are EMTs or something like that, work in a hospital, but they're still doing something where they have to give up 2 years of their life, and it contributes to the common good of the society. And to me, I guess that's my remedy for some of the issues that we have, where people tend to look at people and not appreciate what we have. And I guess that's the bottom line. We don't seem to appreciate all of the freedoms and liberties that we have.
Can we go back to the
Sure.
the refugee resettlement? I don't feel like we
Okay.
really like talked about that.
All right, April, I'm in California.
Okay.
Camp Pendleton, where I was there for security for Nixon. Well, after Nixon's gone, you know, then there's no reason to have security anymore. I mean, I still have the house, don't misunderstand me. So I'm still benefiting from the $1 million view. My wife's still benefiting from all the privileges of being able to go out in the civilian community for medical care and all that. But I'm now back to an infantry unit. So I'm a company commander in an infantry unit. 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines. 1st Battalion, 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines, 3-1. Yeah, the old unit that I wasn't there when I joined, and that's why I became a 2-3 guy, because 3-1 wasn't there. But now I'm back in that 3-1 unit in 1st Marines. So I'm back assigned to the 1st Marine Regiment, just like I'd started in Vietnam. And all of a sudden, I get a call, it was, I think, April 25th, if I'm not mistaken. And the battalion commander, who is this guy, he's a legend in his own right. He was a Force Reconnaissance Marine. They've written a book about him called Force Recon and everything. And he's the battalion commander. And he says, Mark, pack your shit. That's what he said, excuse my French. Pack your shit. Make sure you got 3 sets of clothes. Tell your wife goodbye, and you'll see her when you can. I said, what are we talking about, Colonel? He said, don't ask me, just do what I ask. Be down here, ready to go. So I go down, got my, 3 sets of clothes, shaving gear, everything else. And we get called in and says, you're going to build a refugee camp in a place called Las Pulgas. Well, Las Pulgas in Spanish means the fleas. So we get sent to one of the worst places in California, just this really remote, isolated place on the base. And we get there and it's nothing. It's just empty. It had been an old training camp, I think, during the Second World War that had been abandoned. There are no buildings, nothing. No hard stand, no concrete, nothing like that. And he says, they're going to start bringing in tents. And you're going to have to get these tents erected. You guys got to get this done in 24 hours. I said, how many tents are we talking about? He says, everything they dump, you got to put up. And they brought sea rats, and we're back to the sea rats again, no hot chow. So we're out there eating sea rats, and these just fleet of 18-wheelers start coming in, dumping stuff there. I'm just big piles of tents, cots, these rubber pneumatic mattresses and that, like you've probably seen people use for camping and that. Blankets, just mounds and mounds of blankets, and all this stuff is just dumped there, and I'm there, along with one other guy, one other company commander, and then our companies come out. And we look at each other, and we had no problem putting the tents up. But then we've got all these rubber mattresses. One of these poor young guys is sitting there, and one of the young Marines is sitting there trying to blow these mattresses up. And there must have been 500 of these mattresses there. And these trucks just keep rolling in and bringing stuff. So finally, I don't know if it was myself or the other guy, got the idea, well, if you take one of the stems for air on one of these, yeah, so we're talking about Camp Pendleton.
You got the stem, and you're going to put it in the mattress.
What we do is we end up letting the air out of one of the 18-wheelers and blowing up the mattresses. So that was kind of an innovative thing to do that. So then we have it all set up, and we're sitting there.
But you don't know why you're there. You don't know why. You don't know who's going to come.
No, we don't know what's happening yet. Everything's set up. Then the colonel comes back and inspects it, and he's satisfied with it. He said, you can expect the first refugees coming in. And of course, refugees, what are we talking about? We're close to the Mexican border. I don't know what was going on. And he said, Saigon is fall. They're evacuating people from Vietnam. Well, I assumed when they were talking about evacuation, they were talking about evacuating American personnel, because that's always been a mission of the Marine Corps. Is, if there's situations like that, Marines would go ashore. And we did that in Phnom Penh there when we evacuated out of Phnom Penh, where they evacuate civilians, American citizens first, and those people who I guess had worked in embassies and that they felt were high risk. So all of a sudden we now know that the Vietnamese refugees are going to come to this camp, and that was the first camp that they came to. Well, so we're sitting there waiting for them, and all of a sudden we start to see these Greyhound buses come in. I can't remember, Greyhound or Trailways. Anyway, one of these commercial bus lines come in. First one comes in, doors open, nobody gets off the bus. Nobody gets off the next bus. Nobody gets off the bus after that.
There are people on the bus.
There are people on the bus, and they're sitting in the buses. Well, we were told to get them into tents as quick as we can so we can turn these buses around to go back up to the airport and bring more refugees in. Well, they're not getting off. The buses are going nowhere. They're just sitting there. So I go up to the lead bus and I walk into the lead bus and I knew who Cal Key was from his pictures. And I see this guy sitting in this purple flight suit, tailor-made flight suit, like I said, with a gold Rolex watch and this silk scarf around his neck. And he's sitting there. And I said, sir, I was respectful. In Marines, you learn to be respectful. I said, sir, you're going to have to get off the bus. I said, we need to get your people into the tents so we can turn these buses around to pick up the other people. And he said, oh no, too cold for my people. Well, this is California. California is always like 62 degrees, it's comfortable. I said, sir, you don't understand, you have to get them off of the bus. He says, no, you don't understand. It's too cold. We will stay here. Because the bus, was comfortable for him. So I'm thinking, what the hell do I do now? I got 3 bus loads of Vietnamese, and the colonel's expecting me to get them into their tents so they start turning these buses around and get on whatever the plan of the day is, which I don't know what the plan of the day is at this point, other than to get the people in the tents. So I had this young Mexican-American sergeant named Segovia. And I said, Segovia, do you have any cigarettes? And he said, no, sir, I don't. I said, find out who's got some menthol cigarettes. Because I knew the Vietnamese, for some reason, loved menthol cigarettes because my guys were always trading stuff for Salem cigarettes. He brings back, and by this time I'd quit smoking. I quit smoking as soon as I came back from Vietnam. In fact, my wife said, when are you going to quit smoking? When I first day I walked in, because of the baby and that, I took cigarettes out of my pocket, crushed them up, threw them in the trash can. I never lit a cigarette after that. So I said, all right, give me the cigarettes. He brings me back a pack of Salem cigarettes. I opened it up and I said, Mr. President, I said, would you please accompany me and we can have a cigarette and talk about this? And I said, please join me for a cigarette off the bus. So he gets off of the bus. I have cigarettes, give him, like my cigarette, give him a cigarette. But I told Segovia, I said, as soon as that man gets off the bus, get him off the bus. And so he's in there getting them all. And as soon as the first bus people start coming off, then the second and third buses start emptying. And we're able to get them all out there and turn them around. And he's still complaining about being too cold. Well, I had a field jacket. And I got my field jacket and I said, sir, take my jacket. This will keep you warm. And so he takes my field jacket, puts it on. It's got the captain's bar still on the collar and that. And he's okay. But what I didn't realize is there were photographers there. And they took a picture of him later on wearing my field jacket with the captain's bars on it, sitting next to Betty Ford. Because Ford came out there. And he wrote a book called Buddha's Child. I don't know if you ever read that book that Cal Key actually wrote called Buddha's Child. And he mentions in that book about me, he said this young captain was so generous to give me his flight jacket. Well, it wasn't a flight jacket, it was a field jacket. But, I guess we call it a flight jacket because he was a pilot and was used to jackets being for pilots. So that's how I got him on. But talk about one of the most eye-opening experiences, I guess, that I ever had as an individual was that camp. Because we had people come through that camp who you would expected to be, like he was, generals and high officials and that. And certainly a lot of them were. But then there were all these young women that really kind of puzzled me. Well, guys were coming to me at night, and you were talking about satchels one time. And this guy comes to me, it must have been 10, 11 o'clock at night, because we couldn't leave. We were the security for them, and we couldn't let them leave. I mean, they were literally sequestered there in that camp, and we had Marines guarding the perimeters, so they couldn't sneak out and people couldn't sneak in. And he said, Dai Huy, which is captain in Vietnamese, I must go to bank. And I said, well, sir, it's evening. He said, the banks are closed. I can't get you to a bank. and maybe in the morning, well, I couldn't let him go anyhow. But then what they ended up doing is, I guess Bank America actually sent some kind of mobile banking people out there in vans and that. But he said, no, I must go to bank. I said, sir, I said, you're going to have to wait. I can't let you leave. And I said, I can't do anything for you to now. He said, and he was so adamant, he grabbed me by the arm and said, you don't understand. He opens up this suitcase, and I had never seen $1,000 bills. He had stacks of $1,000 bills in this suitcase. And this entire suitcase was just money. And I didn't know they made $1,000 bills. And I don't know where you got $1,000 bills, but he had them. And then I heard later on, another friend of mine was there at the evacuation of Saigon, and that's what his job was to actually destroy American currency. They took all the money out of the banks, all the American currency, and he was required to shred, all the money. And he said, yes, he said, all denominations of bills. I didn't realize that they made anything above, I think I remember a $500 bill. Why I remember that, I don't know. 100 was the most of us ever saw. But, I had never seen a $1,000 bill before. But I guess banks in countries, when I was over in Europe, some of the banks in Europe still had American gold. And I didn't realize that. And some of the guys that were into coins and all that would actually go into the American banks and ask to buy gold American coins, especially in the Eastern countries, Eastern European countries. So I ended up putting this guy under guard. I took 2 Marines with their M16 rifles, and I said, you stay with this guy just like we were. Going to watch him if he were the President of the United States. I don't want him out of your sight ever. Until then they rolled in with Bank America in the morning, and I guess they got taken care of. But they had people that had gold bracelets from their wrists all the way up to their elbows of gold. And then I found out that that's the way that most refugees provide for themselves, is they want precious metal because that's negotiable no matter where they are. And so they had people with all this, but there was lots of cash. And then these young girls, I had a guy come into the camp after we'd settled down. And you got to remember, we're pretty close to Nevada. Prostitution is legal in Nevada. So this guy said he'd like to sponsor some people out of the camp. Well, the churches were already making overtures about bringing different refugees into the church environments to sponsor them. And so, it wasn't unusual for someone to come to me and make that kind of a request. And I said, I'm not involved in any of the sponsorship in that. I said, that goes through the people who are here in the camp running that. I'm here only to provide security until I'm relieved of that responsibility. And I found out that a lot of these girls had been prostitutes in Saigon. Well, a lot of people didn't realize the going price of getting out of Saigon was $10,000 American dollars. And so they were actually to buy their way out into this group of kind of, otherwise elite individuals based on the fact that they had money and the other people might not have. Now, they didn't get sponsored out, I can tell you that. At least not when I was there. I don't know what happened to it later on. But yeah, there was lots of stuff like that went on. It was interesting because we could not eat their food. They started bringing hot food in for the Vietnamese, but we had to continue eating sea rats. And you talk about, was there a time, then guys would get upset. They would come to me and say, Captain, why are we here eating sea rats when they're eating hot chow? Why can't we go through the hot chow lines just like they do? And I said, well, because we're told we can't. So I said, we're Marines, we do what we're told. And so, but so it was an interesting place there. Yeah. One day, and I don't know why this never got pressed. One morning, we'd only been there about a week or so, maybe not even a week. I was there obviously much longer than the 3 days in uniforms. I did get to go back after about 3 or 4 days when things were settled down. And then, of course, I could come back periodically and bring Marines and do stuff. I saw all these officers, and they were wearing their uniforms. None of them were wearing uniforms when they came in. Even Cal Key was in, a civilian-looking flight suit with alligator boots and his gold Rolex. And I remember these guys all lining up like they were like a morning formation, like when we would have a formation in the Marine Corps. And I asked one of the other guys and one of the other officers, because by this time the general had started sending some higher ranking people down there to deal with what was going on and that. And I asked this guy, I think he was a major or lieutenant colonel, I said, what's going on? What are these guys doing? He said, they're going back. I said, what do you mean they're going back? He said, yes, they've all requested to be sent back to Vietnam. I said, and we're sending them back to Vietnam? He said, yes, because they have requested to go back to Vietnam for fear of reprisals against their family. And so the government's going to, I guess they probably dropped them off somewhere and they had to walk across the border. And I'm sure those are the guys that were either executed later on or spent, years and years in those, what they called schools to re-educate them, So that was Camp Pendleton. And our camp was the first one, and we were the first ones to bring them in. Cal Key was in that first bus.
It's amazing.
Yeah, interesting time, and I often wondered, I meet Vietnamese people that are now, some of them my age, and I've only met one or two that have ever been there, but never anybody that actually remembered the camp when I was there, Because I guess they kept that camp open for some time after that. And of course, they built other camps in other places. And then, of course, they took those folks and then different places in the country where they settled all over. I think someplace up in, is it Minnesota, there were some, and then North Carolina, and then here too. Yeah, but the people were all very, I guess you have to see the refugees to understand the plight of refugees. And that was an eye-opener to see people that had once been at the very top of society now down humbled like that. And this guy with all his money, I guess, stop and think about it. Somebody could have become very rich by just taking that guy off to the side and, not done their job. And that's what I was concerned about. Because we did have people there. Later on, I found out that there were even Marines who had taken advantage of people, especially when it came to buying their jewelry and stuff like that from them. They would offer them whatever money they wanted to, and people, because they didn't have any money, especially American money, were willing to make those kind of sacrifices. And I think several of the people were actually arrested and actually put in prison for some of the things. I've heard, I don't know that for a fact, so that could probably be substantiated by some research. Okay.
Well, I want to thank you so much for giving us so much of your time today,
Well, I
so
hope
generously.